All right, everybody, it's that time again for ESL Pro League North America. And guess what? We're on week 6 now, Vendetta.
Yeah.
You are 6 weeks deep into North American ESL Pro League.
Yeah. Mixed emotions about that. But
You love us.
No. Overall, very positive.
You love us, and that's perfectly okay because, you know, North America, best America. So,
Oh, yeah.
All right, moving along, let's take a look at the EU standings. Let's really kick off this pre-show into full gear as we take a look at those standings right now across the European division. Since this is your home turf, I'll let you take it from here.
Yeah, North finally grabbing that top spot. Mouse Sports sitting at 9-5, long time, or actually to start the season off at the top, very convincingly to a lot of people's surprise. The rest follows Navi, Hellraisers, again another surprise doing very well for themselves this season. Astralis, Virtus Pro, FaZe, Fnatic, NIP, who are on a 6-game win streak as of right now, doing well for themselves. And then towards the end of it, you find actually 3 French teams, and surprisingly G2 at the very, very bottom.
Surprisingly, G2 at the very bottom, very strange.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I think on paper that one was projected to be
Easy top 6.
somewhere else.
Yeah, definitely so.
Yeah, I mean, and you talk about streaks. Let's take a look at the North American standings. A hot streak here, 12-0 SK. We're going to see them tonight, and they're coming in dominant fashion as is. That 12-0 echoing the same sort of timeline of events from last year where we saw Cloud9 only come out of the season with 1 loss. But now, as we do see this team, 12-0. So
yeah, and the question is, who's actually going to be good enough to take a map off of SK with the way they're playing right now? It's going to be exciting to see. They might actually, create the or have the dream season.
There's always the chance. I mean, there's plenty of other teams there at that top of that rung that it's possible.
Yeah.
Cloud9 could take a map off of SK, and this up-and-coming energy could take a map. It could happen. I wouldn't necessarily write it off.
No, definitely not, and especially with how well the top part of that table has been playing really well for themselves. All those teams involved, so there's definitely opportunities there to grab a map off of SK. But as of right now, they are kind of the Goliath of ESL NA. Or EPL NA.
100%. Now we're going to look there at those lower, I guess it'd be the top 6 teams. We got teams sitting with 9 wins right now. As you can take a look at them. C9 Liquid Energy ahead of that pack. Some names that we probably could have put there instead of them had it been earlier in the season. You had to project it.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's quite a few surprises. Energy probably being the biggest ones. I would have expected to see Immortals there instead, maybe. And the other surprise there is Luminosity. That 3rd Brazilian squad doing really well for themselves so far this season.
Right, definitely the potential for 3 Brazilian squads to be in the finals.
That's crazy.
Is pretty interesting to say the least. But even more so that you can take this Luminosity squad and look at the trajectory that they're on and say, okay, well, Immortals needs to win out. That's not how I would have seen that playing out.
No, me neither. And the slow start that Immortals had really to the season is the reason for that. That said, they had a pretty strong schedule to start things off. Obviously, going up against Cloud9 and so on, and having to split maps there, even split one map versus Energy as well. So they haven't gotten off to this flying start that they would have liked to. But I think it's gonna. In the end, there's no real reason to worry for Immortals. I think they're still going to be in Dallas.
Well, let's take a look at these other teams here, right? So as we keep going down the list, we've got OpTic, CLG, and Immortals sitting with their 7 wins respectively, and it's just been kind of chaos over there in that OpTic camp.
Yeah.
When you look at the other 2 teams I just mentioned, CLG on the upswing, we did just see them qualify for Star Ladder, and then in Immortals, just as like we touched on, they need to win out. Their backs are getting against the wall. Yeah,
I think the case for CLG and Immortals, upward trajectory is kind of the hot topic word for them, and for OpTic, it's not that you can't really be too optimistic about it simply because they're struggling to find a 5th. They're playing with Jason R today. And, last week he was playing with the Complexity. So, obviously, OpTic are trying to figure things out. They were playing with Freak for the 2 games last week. So, I don't really want to, stamp OpTic in as a guaranteed top 6 before they can actually commit to a 5th.
Okay, so there are some teams, though, that I can pretty much guarantee you are not going to be top 6. And that is where we're going to go right now. Obviously, these guys having a bit of a rough time. Some of those names might Complexity, Rush, Winterfox, and definitely Selfless. Selfless is having the roughest of times. We can also group Renegades in there in that group in terms of how they're doing in their performance so far this season.
Yeah.
But is there a chance that Renegades are going to come on the upswing now? Is there a chance that we see them battle back a little bit?
I mean, I think out of all the teams you mentioned, I think there's a bigger likelihood of Renegades having a bit of a turnaround to their season. But again, it's still a similar issue as to what we see with OpTic, right? That makes you weary about being too positive about their future, simply because Yam obviously left the team. They lost an in-game leader, team captain, with him going back to Australia, and that's a big gap to fill if you're Renegades. Yeah, exactly. And they're playing with Ada right now, and he's, not a full-time player, or, is not a full-time player in that roster either. So they need to find 2 more players to actually fill the spots, and that's going to be, even harder than finding just one, which you can see already teams are struggling to do.
Right. I mean, it is very interesting, like you're saying, where this player ranked for this team last week.
Yeah.
I mean, some guys have even coined the terms like, okay, this is NA's ringer here when they need it.
Yeah.
It's just something that tends to happen over on this side of the pond.
Yeah, but it's an unfortunate event, though. Like, I'm okay with you having to use it for a game or 2 here or there, but a lot of the times you want to find that stable 5th.
Well, that stable 5th, they definitely don't have that problem at SK, but they do play twice today. Let's take a look at the schedule here for Tuesday. And let me just open it up there for you a little bit. We've got SK, we've got OpTic to kick the night off. What do we know about this?
I mean, SK OpTic, in theory, if you go back a couple of months back in time, this would have been a super exciting game. One of the things that kills it a little bit for me is the fact that we were talking about OpTic's issues. They haven't found a stable 5th. SK are on a bit of a roll right now, going 12-0. I think they're going to be able to, continue that hot streak.
Now, the second matchup in Liquid and Winterfox, and we're going to see them play Overpass and Cobble.
Mm-hmm.
But given the current situation, is there a chance here for Winterfox?
You never say never, right? Winterfox was able to take Cobble off.
I'll definitely say never.
Winterfox was able to take Cobble off of Luminosity. So they have, grabbed a map I guess it wouldn't expect them to get earlier versus a pretty good opponent given the season, how it's played out so far. Liquid, they will be playing with Pimp. This is going to be his last 2 games with the squad before he goes back to Europe. So, I'm pretty sure he wants to leave on a good note, kind of go with a big hoorah.
That's definitely important in terms of, for him and his future. We don't know where his future goes.
Yeah, exactly.
No, absolutely. You want to leave your impact in a good right there. And it definitely looks good on the resume. Let's take a look at Wednesday's matchups now, though. So we pull them in front of you. You got Immortals Rush, kind of kicking it off there for tomorrow. And then we've got Complexity and Selfless. Now, Vendetta, I know you would immediately tune into the Complexity Selfless match, but let's actually discuss the Immortals and Rush matchup first.
Yeah, so I don't think the record that Immortals has, 7-5, really reflects how good of a team they are, and we've kind of said it all along the entire season that Immortals will eventually, get steam of things, and they will start to get wins, and I think that's going to start this week. I don't think they should have any issues dealing with Rush. Rush has had a rough season so far. They are at 3 wins, which is obviously better than some, but not going to be good enough to go up against the Brazilians.
Right, and I mean, even at this point, we talked about Selfless and Complexity.
Yeah.
I mean, we could say it time and time again that these matchups are huge.
Yeah.
And if you're Selfless, you need all these W's at this point.
Yeah, because just imagine if Complexity wins 2 maps versus them, then, they got a 4-map advantage on Selfless, and Selfless are pretty much doomed.
Well, doomed or not, Thursday coming up.
Yeah.
We've got Energy and Luminosity. Should be, for all intents and purposes, a very decisive match for either of teams going into the season.
Yeah, very big for many reasons. Energy can solidify their spot, pretty much, get into that sweet spot where they're more or less guaranteeing themselves a spot into Dallas. And Luminosity, if they want to keep up with the rest of the teams and maintain that top 6 position, they have to get at least 1 map versus Energy, I think. So that should be a really, really good game.
Well, in case you guys have no idea what we're talking about when we mentioned going to Dallas or what's going on in Dallas, let me run you through it. We've got 28 teams across the globe battling out for their share of $1 million prize purse. And the only way to really get in the money is if you make it to Dallas, and that is the top 6 from each region, 12 in total. But you're going to need to get your tickets if you want to go to that event. So make sure you head over to proleague.com/Dallas, grab your tickets. Vendetta has all the tickets if you can't find them on that website.
Yeah, and I'm into double figures at this point.
It's getting a little dicey.
I'm hoarding at this point.
Well, okay, so a region that's looking scary right now, and they've looked scary before. These guys have come out and they've been able to win world championships. even back-to-back titles at that.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what's going on with Brazilian Counter-Strike.
There's something in the water right there. They're producing players. Oftentimes you talk about Denmark, Sweden being countries that constantly have new talents and whatnot. And it's great to, have talents that are up and coming. But it seems like Brazil, whenever they showcase something new, it's not just one player, it's an entire team, which is kind of the fun part. First you had SK, or, now SK, but back then Kaboom. And those guys coming onto the scene. Then all of a sudden Tempo Storm comes out, starts winning games on international events. Now Luminosity, is following that trajectory as well, doing well for themselves in Pro League. I thought they would have needed one more season in NA to have this kind of an impact, but they're doing it right.
Well, standout players for the Brazilian Counter-Strike scene, I think the one that really stands out first, it's got to be coldzera.
Yeah.
It's got to be coldzera. Absolutely 110%.
Always cool. Well, I mean, it's the easy guy to go to, right? You're not going to find a more consistent player. You're not going to find a better player, really. There's a reason why he was voted the best player in the world last year, and he hasn't really dipped off at all going into 2017 either. And one of the great traits about him is the fact that he's so versatile. And we've said this, multiple times during the broadcast, the fact that he's just able to do damage to your opponents in any, imaginable way. And you can see him first off starting off with the op, getting 3K, and here, cleaning things up with an AK. He's never really at a, disadvantage, in terms of what kind of buy he has. He's always going to be able to be efficient.
Well, there's something to say about players this year, exactly, right? So let's think about, we've got coldzera here. The next player we're going to talk about will be Fur, but with coldzera and players of that caliber, they're capable to get right up in your face and really just take the fight to you.
Yeah,
like they're not shy about it. They will be aggressive and they will get in there and try to get the job done.
They're supremely confident in their own skill, and given the results, there's no reason for them to doubt it either. And that's what you see with coldzera. So even though he's not necessarily the entry fragger for SK, you can bet on him having an impact mid-round.
Well, let's talk about mid-round impacts. We got to talk about Fur.
Well, yeah, Fur has been, ever since Phelps joined that lineup, Fur has been an absolute monster. It's been so fun to see as well. An extremely aggressive player, which he's always been, but now that he has a bit of a running mate in Phelps with him to kind of join his shenanigans, he just seems to be so much more effective. And you can see throughout these highlights, he's either in aggressive positionings or taking aggressive peeks. And it's like you mentioned with Cold, right? Never afraid to take a duel or go into a situation to take a gun battle. And that's Fur just in a nutshell. He never shies away from the opportunity to getting kills. And he's been getting them more often than not this season.
No, he's definitely another one of those players along your Stewies, your automatics, even coldzera we just looked at, who's able to get in there.
Absolutely mental in terms of how aggressive he is. And oftentimes you talk about players who are good entry fraggers being very unstable because they can't really adjust themselves. And oftentimes, when you have the ball rolling, you're hitting every shot. It's great to be an entry fragger. You're going to get so many multi-kills, and you're in that zone that you're unstoppable. And First kind of found that sweet spot where he's able to be aggressive, get a massive advantage for his team, and then not throw it away by being over-aggressive, right? So he's found that sweet spot where he's actually just able to be a massive benefit for his team.
Well, the next player we're going to talk about is FNX. And undoubtedly, him finding his sweet spot over at Immortals is doing wonders for him.
Yeah, so the true OG of Brazilian CS, of the guys that are still around, right? FNX coming from a bit of a background role in SK, now coming into Immortals and kind of getting to showcase his real skill potential. And we've seen it. He's just been on fire ever since he joined the second Brazilian squad. A lot of people were afraid that Immortals would lose too much firepower by losing Phelps, but FNX has shown that there's a reason why he was hailed as one of the greatest Brazilian players of all time. And this Deagle round right here on Cobbler versus C9 is something you're going to see over and over and over again. And it's a nice way of kind of painting the picture of how good he's been ever since coming into this new squad.
No, he's definitely able to bring his own in terms of that new squad. And in some rights, we've seen this happen to players in the past where they might shift from one roster to another, and then they're just basically reborn.
Yeah,
they're rebirthed and they're able to come out here and look fresh and look clean. It's something about that new org, new team smell that so much exists across the board. I mean, it even happens when teams change organizations. It's just a weird, interesting aspect of Counter-Strike that I don't think a lot of people talk about.
No, I think it definitely does something to your motivation, right? And your will to show. Obviously, you want to showcase your best side at any given time, but it's sometimes harder than it can be, especially if you're in the same squad and everything feels stagnant, right? But new impulses, that's going to bring new life to you.
Right, new life into the team and into the game and into your strategy is what it's all about. which is what it looks like is going on when we talk about North American CSGO. Let's take a look now at some of the roster transactions and things that have really occurred all too recently. I mean, some things we could kick off the top. Let's talk about Ricky going to CLG. Positive or negative?
Very positive. Said it at the start. Ricky, in my opinion, is a better player than Sabrosa. I think that would be an improvement. Only, question mark we had around that swap was whether or not Ricky was going to be able to work in the same team as Kusa, seeing how they both were primary oppers. But they've been doing a good job of it, and so you got to give credit to FNS for actually being able to make that work.
So we've got Peacemaker out of OpTic. We've got Hiko out of OpTic. We're going to see Jason R stand in tonight. Positive or negative? Obviously
a negative given the situation that OpTic find themselves in. They're obviously not the same kind of team that won E-League or got second at ECS, but I don't think that's necessarily due to the play or the guys who left the team. I think it's more the case that they didn't really have anyone ready to come back into it. With Stanislaw leaving, Peacemaker or Hiko was never the guys to actually fill that gap. That was never going to happen. So I think that's the bigger issue more than the fact that they ended up leaving in the end.
Okay, so we know North American Counter-Strike can be a little topsy-turvy.
Yeah.
Right now, we're actually going to go to a Fiesta and or Circus. It's known as Complexity Cloud9 on Nuke. You know what, Vendetta, please. Just take it from here, man.
I mean, just throughout the game when we were watching this, we were just having a really hard time understanding what the hell was going on. Because this was just, this shouldn't happen. It pretty much ended up being both Complexity and Cloud9 trading rounds left and right with pistols. So whatever team actually won an initial round would lose the following with better utility, better equipment, and whatnot. And it's extremely surprising given how it's Cloud9. Sure, Nuke is a more volatile map than a lot of the other maps in the pool, but Cloud9 is so much, or by such a big margin, a better team than Complexity that they should be able to pounce on that advantage as soon as they get it. But this is one of the reasons why you see North American teams not necessarily being consistently at the top in the world, because they have these kind of faults to them where they're not able to pounce on the small advantages that are given to them.
Well, we can talk about dream teams.
Yeah.
We can talk about your SK, your Cloud9, but there's really one team that comes to mind for me. And to further break that down, let's hand it over right now to Blue and Mr. DeBears, who are standing by.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm here with the Bears, and well, we made a little, not necessarily a bet, but well, our producers gave us a challenge last week to see who could get the best rank in ESEA, and well, we have the results. I'm not going to say that I'm proud of it, but we'll get to that in a little bit here. I'll leave
I believe in you, Blue. All right, you can do this. I think it's improvement, right, over time.
Yeah.
And you're getting better.
It's all about
getting better.
It's all about the end result.
End result, right?
We're never finished.
We're never finished. Life goes on. We continue. Every day is a struggle, but you know what? That's how we live. That's how we live life. There's a struggle and ESEA pugging. So let's guess. Let's guess Halvor Gustel. What do you say his name?
I think so. Halvor Gustel. It's very Norwegian, as one would guess.
I'm part Swedish, and
we aren't even using the correct pronunciation. It's Halvor. Halvor is his first. But anyway, yeah, Vendetta. Just keeping it simple.
You guys don't know,
folks.
Vendetta. Okay.
I'm gonna say he was at our apartment like landing all weekend long. He didn't want to be embarrassed with this one, so I'm gonna say a good. Around A- maybe.
A-, that's pretty good. As a former pro player, he's ranked B. But you know what? He's only been doing this for a little bit. So in time, I think you get A+ at least. Maybe in the future, rank G if he has time. Who knows? That's a lot of struggle right there. It's a lot of struggle. Halvor, you look good in your picture.
All right, so let's move on to the next one. Hey, who's that?
That's me.
That's
me. That's
you
me.
You look a little,
it's
a little
okay.
zoomy there.
I was a little hungover that morning. We'll see. We'll see what happens. It happens to all of us. You get older. You have a couple drinks here and there. Who knows? Anyway,
where were you at here? Let's take a look and
let's
see.
see what I am. You know what? Hold up. First of all, I'm A+ right now. Even though it says A, just a couple days ago, as you know, in ESA life, you lose a couple in A+, you back down to A, it takes like 10 to get back up. It's hard. It hurts me deep down. But you know what? I pogged a couple this morning. I got A+.
I heard you snuck over to the other studio to play like in the middle of taking shots.
I had to show that I'm not just some
You're on the grind.
Some unknown noob
rank G
analyst guy that doesn't know what I'm talking. I know what I'm talking about, guys. I know what I'm talking about. You guys are preventing me to get to rank G. No, okay, that's harsh. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. What I really mean is, guys, in Pugs, I want you guys to work better. Work together with me because I'm about the wins. It's not about RW.
It's not about RW. It's
about wins.
It's not just the W.
I'm throwing the flashes for you, Blue, so you can get the kill, okay? I'm throwing flashes for you. Might not be the best decision, but you know what? I'm still a team player.
Absolutely.
I'm still a team player.
Stats don't matter. It's the rank that does. All right, so moving on to the next one here. Let's take a look. Stunna.
Woo!
Stunna was outside of everybody else tried to pug together. We all kind of tried to work together. Stunna was outside of this circle, so we don't really know where he ended up. He's a busy man.
He's a busy man. He's doing stuff. You know, he's making money. Dollar bills, y'all. That's what he would say. No, he wouldn't say that, but you know what? That's what I think
he might actually say that, to be honest.
I mean, he probably would say it. But what do you think he is?
I'll say C.
C?
Yeah.
A former C9 coach C? He's a B at least.
All right.
He knows what he's doing a little bit. You know, I plug with him. I play with him. He has good ideas here and there in moderation. You just take 1 out of 10 of his, and it'll be good.
All right, well, let's take a look at the next one now. Who do we have up next?
Days.
All right, this one's easy. Everybody knows this one.
He's always raging
he didn't even have to work for this one. He just has it.
I'm a little upset about this. He gets placed in rank S. Come on. How would it'd be entertaining to see him work his way up like all of us and see him on stream raging all the time with A+ and A players, all right? Like, come on, let's see it. I want to see Days work up to rank S. No, that'd be hurtful. I don't want to do that to him. I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Might end his life. He's already working on the road to global series, and I imagine that's painful enough.
I know. His hair, you can see his hair's a little coming out right there. I mean, it's okay. It happens.
Disappointed in the photo choice. We had a much better one last Thursday.
Yeah, I mean, it's whatever.
Had to keep it PG. Anyway, moving on.
Whoa, what?
Nothing.
Okay, anyways. DJ, what are you guys at IHOP right here? What are you guys doing?
No, this is Korean barbecue actually.
Oh, yeah.
He was trying on a friend's glasses, I think.
Who's the friend? Do you know?
We were celebrating his new position in IT. You know, he's just
senior observer.
Yeah.
Okay,
senior observer.
Making sure. DJ Kuntz, Prius. What do you think? Rank B minus.
That's a big improvement. I'm pretty sure he was like C minus at the beginning of last week.
Well, there you go.
He got on the grind there too.
It's a long process. You get better over time. Practice. It's not practice makes perfect. That's wrong. No. You guys got it all wrong. It's perfect practice makes perfect, okay?
There you go.
There's a little tip for you people out there, I guess.
All right, so I think we have our other observer next here taking a look. It's Sapphire.
Look at this picture.
It's a beautiful photograph.
Jeez, it's like, I wish my picture looked that good.
I know. I don't even think I have any photos that are that professionally taken.
You know what? Heather's been playing for a long, long time. Way back, 1.6 days. Even before that, Heather Carrazzo, you know who that is, huh? Volcano. She's married to Volcano, so obviously their kid's going to be very talented in the gaming scene. But what do you think her rank is?
I'm going to say A minus, right around there.
A minus. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what it is. Rank B. You know what?
Close.
She's busy.
She's busy too.
She's a busy person.
She's got to work on
traveling.
She's got to get ready to observe all the time. She's a very busy observer.
Observer life's a hard life. It's a grind. It's very tough. And do we have any more? Is that it?
I don't know. I think that's.
No, you can't forget yourself.
I think we can just go past this one.
What's up?
We don't need to take a look
picture.
Here. I'm a very happy person. I'm about to not be very happy with the revealing of this rank.
We're going to take just admire your picture for a second, get our hopes all high, and like, oh, you look so good, Blue. And now we're going to the rank.
We could cover that up. No one needs to see that.
You know what? But hey, guess what? It's better than what it was before.
That's true.
Because you were D minus.
It was D minus. I had to go into tryhard mode this week. Plus, I was also busy. I did like a 13-hour stream the other day.
You know what? You're a very busy person, but you know what?
Making sure people could see qualifiers for their tournaments.
Give hope, guys. Improvement. Even a person like Blue can get better at this game, and then so can you.
And you know what the place that is?
What?
Over at ESEA.
ESEA?
That's the place to do it.
Play some ESEA.
Should have go ahead and check it out.
Don't play her out.
That's going to be it for us right now, guys. So for the time being, we'll send it back over to the desk. Stunna, take it away.
Like I said, the best team, which is also the home team. And you're going to note a name that you didn't see in there. That was Charles Watson. It's weird enough. The segment idea was his.
And he said he would be in it.
And we don't know his rank, but if I had to guess, it would be rank bot if I had to be close to it. I don't know. What do you think? Am I close?
I think you might be generous, honestly, at that point. Like that's just saying. And I will preface, I had 3 days to play to get rank B, man. Honestly, and it's a struggle with a lot of these NA teammates.
I spend more time around Counter-Strike than I do in Counter-Strike.
I do too.
It's weird how that works out.
Yeah.
But the next thing we're going to take a look at is another place you're not going to see Charles Watson. That's the pay safe top 5 plays of last week. Let's check it out.
it becomes very easy to hold that A site if you use your utility properly.
And JDM gets a double and then follows it up with a third as well.
Just waits. Gifty takes down 2 as he swings out. Well played. Olaf goes back in through checkers to try and find the rest of them. He's not got the confirmation as to the fact that they've gone inside of the site, but he will find RPK and leave it to Sixer.
It is Dennis. He has a pistol and they are low. I've seen stranger things happen, and that's a big first step. One shot will kill, get right. He's gonna get it. It's a 1v1. Forrest is on 15 HP, and Dennis delivers again.
Nico, smoked off, looks for an answer. Knows the bomb is being planted, denied. Finally, FaZe Clan a little bit to work with. Above, Nico nails that as well, and the no-scope onto Edward as he hits the ramp. Nico gonna finally bail them out of a round, and he hits the headshot.
It's still probably safe bet here that Cloud9's gonna win the round, and certainly the case now. Jason R, nice tap though. Chooses the Ivy path here. So first battle, unless he goes far right, is gonna be automatic. Not sure if Skadoodle just saw him there on that peak. They're looking towards him, and now only one more to go, and he gets it! Jason R, what was that? Just destroys him in the 1v3 with 3 HP.
Just like I said, no Charles Watson. Okay, I'm good. I'm done here. Look, man, we've got quite a bit of matches tonight set up here. We're going to have SK and OpTic. We're going to have Liquid and Winterfox. Right away, we're going to see Train and Inferno from SK and OpTic. Right off the bat, who's got the upper hand?
I'm thinking SK. You can't go against the undefeated team, right? That would be just silly.
You really can't,
Yeah.
but as I say once more, this is online North American Counter-Strike. Anything is possible. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. That does it for here. So, does it for us here at the pre-show. So we'll be right back after this break to get right into the matches with you guys.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
All right, guys, it's almost that time for us to get into the matchups here today, the opening day of Week 6, but not quite. We're getting there slowly but surely. Let's talk about our second matchup of the day first. Let's talk about Liquid Winterfox.
Yeah, obviously two very different teams in terms of where they are in the league standings as of right now. Liquid, top 3, Winterfox, bottom 3. So, they've had a different kind of a story and run as to how the season has played out so far, and I don't really see any reasons for that to change as of right now.
Okay, so we do know, and this is kind of older news now, Stanislaw going over to Liquid.
Yeah.
Able to bring them a lot of strategy in their own right, a lot of direction that they were lacking before. Structure, yes, yeah. Exactly. Just all-encompassing, a good move, seemingly, from the Liquid side. And then this,
Then Pimp goes back to Europe.
And then Pimp goes back to Europe. So
yeah.
That's just about the way it works. But where does this Liquid lineup stand now?
I mean, we honestly don't know until they obviously find a permanent fifth for Pimp, and we have no idea who that is gonna be and what direction they want to take it.
Let's take a quick look there though.
Yeah.
At the lineup in case you're unfamiliar at home. Pimp, Elige, Nitro, JDM, Stan. And as you did note, this is, I do believe,
last time we're going to see Pimp.
This is the last time you're going to see Liquid Pimp in the foreseeable future. But within all of Counter-Strike, you never know, right? So
he's probably going to be around. I definitely think that's almost a guarantee, really. But last time we were going to see him in Liquid. But again, we said it when we saw the lineup on paper. Strong lineup.
Well, let's take a look now at their competition at this Winterfox lineup.
Yeah, so Offnu, Imagine, Apoc, Raz, and Suzy. Again, familiar names within the Australian scene, not really being able to have any sort of impact so far in the North American Pro League, sadly. I've expected to see more coming out of Susie especially, but for the better part, it's been other guys stepping up, really. Often and APOC have been better performers, at least from the games we've been able to see on stream so far this season. And I don't expect things to change, really, or turn around for Winterfox unless all 5 can actually contribute.
We're going to see them on Overpass and Cobble. Are there any clear favorites between those two on those 2 maps?
I think you're going to have to go with Liquid on
no
both
matter
maps.
What.
Yeah, no, they're just a stronger team, just pound for pound, player for player. And even though Pimp is leaving, they're still going to have, that structure that they built up until the point Pimple's leaving.
Well, taking a look now at our first matchup, SK and OpTic. Now, one side of the equation is very much in tune, in order, and everything seems to be working properly.
Yeah.
Obviously, 12-0, it makes sense. The other side of the equation is looking just a little bit...
the opposite?
The opposite. Yeah, very much holes in the structure, very much roster change, this and that, turbulence, chaos, cats and dogs living together, all that good stuff.
No, it's very much been a hectic season for OpTic in that sense. Still, they find themselves at 7-3, which is not bad at all. I would have expected them to drop more maps, but this week they're going up against Cloud9, they're going up against SK, so it might be a really rough week coming up ahead, and they are playing with a stand-in this entire week as well.
Okay, before we get over there to OpTic, let's take a look now at SK Gaming's lineup, as we do pull that up in front of you. Taco, Fur, Fallen, Phelps, and last
one
but
the only.
Yeah, certainly not least, Cold Zera.
Yeah, just a all-star lineup from top to bottom, and one of the most exciting players really on this team in 2017 for me has been Fur. He's been an absolute monster, especially after Phelps came into the lineup, and he's just found that sweet spot where his aggressive playstyle is just working over and over again, and no team seems to be really able to handle him.
For another player that's able to get in there and just get super aggressive, as we talked about in the pre-show, Fur's definitely a player that can come into a server with the firepower and can put some moves down on these guys.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can see it in the highlights right here. Already playing in a forward position towards Pop Dog, and you can tell how crisp his aim is. He doesn't have the same versatility as Cold Zera has in the sense that he can pick up an op and be as effective with it, but he doesn't really need to when he's that good with the rifle as he is. And again, the fact that he's just come into his own and kind of had a bit of a resurgence in 2017 is really cool to see, because we know that towards the end of 2016 had to go through surgery, and, which obviously, forced him to take a bit of a break. Yeah, it's forced him to take a break, and we've seen it with Olafmeister, we've seen it with Guardian. Oftentimes, it's extremely hard to get back to your previous level, but Fur's done so in a big, big way.
Well, Daze was talking about earlier. He says, he's really good when he's super immersed in the game, when he's playing a lot.
Yeah.
And having to go through surgery or some downtime like that will definitely take back.
Oh, yeah.
And then, adversely, on some fronts and some effect, it does the complete opposite to some players.
Yeah. Some people just thrive off of basically just showing up, on the day, and then taking it from there. But I think, for the sake of consistency, you'd like to see that players put in the time. And I think Fur is one of those guys who actually enjoys just spending a ton of time playing, because that's when he feels the most confident in himself. And I think you need to have that confidence when you're playing as aggressively as he does.
Well, a team that will most likely see quite a bit of aggressiveness tonight. But I'm not sure if the confidence factor is going to be peaking. Let's take a look at the OpTic gaming lineup coming into tonight's matchup. Mixwell, Naft, Tarek, Rush, and you're going to note Jason R in there, noted as the stand-in for the foreseeable future over at OpTic.
Yeah, at least for this week. Last week it was a Freak side. This week it's Jason R, and apparently he's going to be doing some in-game leading as well for OpTic as well, so it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. But, the usual 4 suspects on that OpTic lineup, extremely strong.
And as we do see Jason R's pretty much, we'll just call it a highlight clip here from his time spent over at Complexity a couple days ago. Him going toe-to-toe with Cloud9, we saw him do some amazing Deagle work. I do believe that was highlighted earlier.
Yep.
But I
think he's going to have to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, is this a good or a bad move for OpTic, even if it's not? I mean, it could be permanent.
I think it's very status quo.
Right.
In that sense. I'm not familiar enough with Jason R to know what kind of an in-game leader he is. I think if he had been at the level that a player playing for OpTic should be, he already would have been there, right? So that leads me to believe that it's not going to be a permanent move, regardless of what happens, really, how this pans out, the couple of matches they have this week. So overall, it's a negative, again, because OpTic yet to find a permanent fit. They're not going to have anything to build off of. And I think it's weird to see that a stand-in coming into the team is actually going to be the one who runs the ship. That's an odd situation to be in.
It's a pretty strange situation for all the guys involved over there. And, I mean, even, going a little more in depth here, we've got Train and Inferno tonight between SK and OpTic. SK on Train could be a pretty good one, right?
Yeah, SK on Train just been notoriously strong on that map ever since they started playing it. To be fair, though, OpTic used to be very good on Train as well. But again, missing Stanislaw, that's going to be a big dent to what they could potentially do to SK. And I think SK should feel really comfortable going into that map. You know, they could still get thrown off. We saw what Jason was able to do with a Deagle, you know, versus Cloud9. But whether or not that's going to be something he can do every single round is obviously a completely different question.
Well, Train is going to be our first matchup, and absolutely could very well go down that same path. That Stanislaw leaving OpTic part really kind of
broke their back.
Yeah, huge setback for these guys.
It's absolutely massive, and you know, you hope that at least Liquid are going to see the benefit of that when you go forward. But yeah, it's going to be an uphill struggle going up against SK on what, you know, many would call their best map, right? Going into the second map, Inferno, that's, I guess, uncharted territory if you're SK in that sense. Only played one game on it, and that was versus VP, but it's SK still.
It's SK still, and to give us a little bit more of that SK, we've got DeBear standing by with Train. He's going to break it down.
Thank you, guys. Welcome back to another Stromberg Strategies. We're going to take a look at some plays from SK, specifically from coldzera, because he's a monster, he's a beast. And right here, I see this a lot by SK. Whenever there's a smoke, whenever there's an opening, they're going to head stack. They're going to see, as you see right here, Simple complete caught off guard, but unfortunately for coldzera, CSGO takes the better of him. Simple is survived. coldzera falls back, and he saves the AWP. It's okay, whatever. He saves the AWP for this round. Now look at this. He comes up with a simple upper take. I want to take note. Look, 2 rounds in a row, he did the exact same peak. He got a kill. He's planting a seed in Navi's mind that, hey, look, I'm up and inside. Look at me. I'm up and inside. But this round, as you can see right here, if you pause right here, he throws the smoke right here so he could fall back. So it's not just a pick. They have a whole system. They have lots of little moves and game plans that they love to do. One of them is to throw smoke. So as you can see, as you resume, coldzera will take a pop shot right here. When SK has the best spawn with an AWP, they do that. And the smoke is here, covers him as he falls back, falling pop flashes for him. So it's just 1 kill. He gets out. And this is the awesome part about this play as well, is that he rotates all the way back inside, okay? He was inside last 2 rounds. He was outside this round. Now he's back to inside. Edward probably noticed that. Boom, he's already there to counter that. Smart play by SK, smart play by coldzera. He can be the secondary operator if they need be, or he could rifle. It doesn't matter because the guy's a beast. He's a beast. Back to you, Stana.
Well, he's not wrong. He's not wrong at all. The guy's
not wrong.
The guy's nuts.
Yeah, no, coldzera probably is the best player in the world as of right now. So, you know, can't go wrong with that.
Can't go wrong with that. Now, before we kick it over to the commentators, is it a smooth score line? Give me a real smooth score line.
I'm gonna give OpTic like 7-8 rounds at the best, but I think this is gonna be SK's territory all day.
Well, I can't say that you're wrong because that's probably what's gonna happen. But to bring us that action, we've got Blue and Day standing by to deliver it. How you doing over there, guys?
We're doing pretty good indeed. How are you guys feeling? Oh, well, okay. So it's going to be me and Daze bringing you the action as per usual here, guys. So once more, we'll be getting ready for that first map. The players are indeed joining the server now. So when we do come back for this short break, we'll have that first map between these 2 teams on Train. Do stick with us right here at the ESL Pro League as the action is going to be getting started here in just a few minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL shots in a row. Phoenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Phoenix!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
He's looking for a look. He's gonna get a hit by Hurt shot again.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
With the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, so welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to our first match of the evening. It's OpTic Gaming taking on SK, and OpTic, well, at least for now, they have a new leader at the helm, and it's going to be Jason R. Daze, did you expect this at all?
Yeah, kind of. I mean,
I mean, I know we had that discussion last week.
They need a ringer, so.
But at IGL, though, that's the kind of interesting part that I think had a lot of people's curiosity.
Yeah, I don't know how high my hopes are with a ringer being the IGL. Is a very odd situation. Nobody's going to be used to anything that he's calling, and it's all just going to be rank S strats, I'm telling you.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to follow up with is, like, you know, in terms of the actual expertise that he brings, like what exactly does Jason R bring to the table? Is it anything special, or?
No, it's going to be maybe smoke outside, bomb train smokes, you know, maybe 560 box and kind of work out, or maybe throw those smokes, fake to enter, you know, things like that. Maybe a 2-1-2. You know, default type thing, or 3-1-1 towards Ivy, but it won't be anything crazy. I mean, it's going to be very puggy, and I think it's going to hurt OpTic a lot, because I think one of the situations that we've seen since Stan has left also is that, like, you know, someone like Mixwell just is getting, like, impatient when he plays and things like that, and just always trying to make a play, and it's making, you know, instead of, like, everybody playing within their comfort zones because they know Stan's going to tell them what to do in, like, a lot of these situations, you know, someone like Mixwell or Tarek is just going to get over-aggressive at times, and it's actually going to end up hurting them more than it's going to help them.
Well, OpTic now will start off onto the T side here, which is a side that may not end up going too well for them, unfortunately. Here, we'll have to wait and see. As, again, opening up here with what will probably just turn itself into a default split in towards the outer bomb. So they've got the bomb on top of ladder, though, so room for it to kind of in an emergency move divert over towards B as well. But Phelps got hyper-aggressive into the ladder room here. He's already scouting out for intel inside of there in the event that they do drop down to take control. Two more, of the CTs playing over there towards Ivy to hold control of there in the short lane coming out from T-Con, and they are playing 2 inner currently, but one of them is inside of Z, and he's going to be able to quickly rotate. In the first battle, though, it's actually Naf that'll come out on top against Phelps. The problem is there's a pretty slow follow-up. We can still see some more kills coming out for OpTic, though. Naf picking up a second there against Cold, but Fallen holding at the edge of the green train, picks up an additional one against Mixwell. Unfortunately, can't hold in his own regard here against Tarek, but Fur wrapping back around has picked up Naf and Tarek now, and it's Rush alone in a 1v2, but he gets aggressive from on top of the bomb train. He restricts this down to a 1v1. One more to go. He takes the long-range battle, but he won't be successful. And Taco wins out the final 1v1 and gives SK the pistol.
Yeah, very nice job by Fur there on the rotation from Z. And you see that's something you see on train a lot, is when that rotator comes, if nobody's on his left coming out of Z, he wraps around the bomb train. Look how he goes to his right after he kills Naf. And that's like just, it's a very easy shot. Anybody pushing up towards Hell, they're never looking that way. People coming out of Ivy, you know, pushing towards the bomb train from camera. Like it's very easy kills, and Fur takes advantage of that.
OpTic now again splitting themselves up into what is probably going to become another default here, as they did not get the plant that time, so they're just forcing into the second round. Tech9's, a couple smokes here and there may try to overwhelm the site to get another plant that they'll be able to use on the actual first round coming up here, but actually winning the round is probably going to prove to be a little bit tough. SK have gone for full SMG investments, only one M4 sitting on Fur there. And the rest playing this pretty slowly, as again, they have pretty much that same split up with just, I think, having Fallen play a bit more aggressively. Phelps still inside of the ladder room here. Good response from Jason R, the drop down to the ladder. And in fact, Mixwell also picks up Fallen there. So actually winning out the initial trade. It's just unfortunate, though, as it now comes the tough part with these long-range push that they have to get over there towards the outer site. They do end up calling it off, and everybody evacuates over here right outside of T-spawn. Where I think in a moment they're going to re-aggress inside once they get Mixwell into a better position outside of Ivy there.
Setting up some type of a smoke. It's going to be 5-6. I'm not sure what smoke Jason R is throwing. And now, let's see, Mixwell going up Ivy.
T-Con players are also the ones that are extremely low, so this is going to take a minute to see the follow-through. SK did start to back up, expecting there to be an inner hit now, with Coldzera kind of acting as the warning out the Ivy. He's seen it. When he'll get flashed, he'll respond to it with one of his own here, so he's able to safely retreat to the old bomb train, and it buys time for Fur to go. And he actually does get surprised a bit, getting pushed from the middle of the trains there, but at the end of the day, they still have pretty decent control of it, and they went out the round.
Yeah, Fur just all over the place. You know, shooting people in the back there. Gets another 2K, already at 5 frags. OpTic has a nice eco round, though. They definitely had a chance to win that. It's just that they didn't catch anybody at Ivy while they were walking out. So, you know, Cold played it very defensively and then just gave time for Fur to react. Now on a full eco, should be an easy round for SK. But SK's setup is going to change a lot now. You know, I did a video on how Fallen opts outside as Fur just rushes inner, and Jason R knows that they're doing this.
He actually does manage to dodge away from them here, so now they're just watching out for ladder drops or anything like that. Fur spotted Jason R, though, and it's a bit unfortunate because that's the bomb gone down to the ground, and if there was going to be any chance for OpTic, it's pretty much going away now, as SK holds just so much map control. There's really no room for OpTic to move, and they're just hiding, hoping to get a couple frags, I think. I'm just going to knock them out one by one here. Mixwell doesn't get spotted first off. He knows there's a second player somewhere close, but he was hoping that he would go past. Not the case. Now, long range with the Glock. It's not really going to pan out, so has to back away awkwardly out of there. In the meantime, though, Tarek was actually able to escape, and I think he's just barely going to get this plant on the ground. Oh, it was like a millisecond away from having it on the ground.
Was. But SK's setup might change a lot now. I almost guarantee they're going to keep the SMG as they usually do in this scenario. But SK's setup might change a lot because now that they have Phelps, FNX usually wasn't like even an E-box or inside ladder or anything like that. He was almost always bomb train. Right? Now that they have Phelps, Phelps wants to be really aggressive. He wants to be the one up front. He wants to take the first battle. That's going to be a different look because before it was usually Fallen. Fallen would be around Sandwich. He'd be opping team mid, and it's a very different type of look. And now if Phelps is aggressive, we'll see how Fallen plays. If he's going to play more passive or he's going to be aggressive with him. I have no idea. So I'm really curious to see if they're going to change their train setup at all or if they're going to continue to play, you know, Fallen style like he used to, you know, now that they have Phelps added.
Well, now it's OpTic lined up into the default here. Same with some of these previous rounds. No execution to come in yet, but SK still playing aggressively over there towards the drop, towards the ladder drop with Fur sitting on the outside watching for the T-Con cross, and Phelps obviously really close up here. Still with the SMG in hand, so going to be pretty good to play this duel at this range, but now it's OpTic's turn to actually get in here and try to make a fight for this. Even on inner there, they've obviously changed it up now that we're in a gun round. It's only one holding here, but oh, Taco is found out by Naf on a quick peek there. Catches him with a nade in hand, and off of that, they'll get a little bit of an edge to work with. Now they have to capitalize upon it, though, since they'll rotate an additional player. This does leave outside sight. Assuming they still want to follow through with a hit there, a little bit vulnerable. And in fact, Rush picks up another player. They know Cold's hiding in this back tunnel here, so they can just smoke him off. And now they can safely proceed out. Mixwell does trade, or excuse me, Cold does trade on the one, but then he's counter-traded seconds afterwards. Phelps tries the multi-frag from the ladder room, but it does not pan out, so Fallen's alone now in a 1v3 on the inner bomb site.
Yeah, and really to make this round successful, I think if he gets one kill, SK is kind of happy about this result. You know, they kept the majority of their SMGs, so they're not really hurt on their economy. It was just kind of a bonus round if they're able to win it. But if they lose it and they get 3 or more kills and then they win the following round, it's a really good success for them. Tarek does a good job in the ladder, killing Fallen as he drops down. You know, it's 3-1, but still. SK likes the position they're in. You know, it's a CT-sided map. You got to think they have well over a 50% chance to win this round, and if they do win this round, they're probably going to take a pretty commanding lead.
Well, as the buyouts could come back in now for OpTic, we'll take a look and see if there's any change up at all from the strat that we've been seeing. For the most part, again, just these default lineups here, and it's not looking like it's going to deviate from that at all, since it worked on the first gunner here, so they may try to work towards something similar to it here. As again, the 2 players split over here towards Ivy, 1 outside of T-Con, and then 2 more probably making noise a little bit towards Box Halls and Inner there, but ultimately probably going to end up dropping in a ladder if they fall through on the usual. SK, back to the same setup here too. Taco holding close up to the ramp over on the Inner bomb site, and the rest holding outside pretty deep.
Yeah, and it's just a full default 2-1-2. Worked last round just going for the peaks and whatnot, and now they're going for it again. Now, Fallen, Oppie, and Ivy, I'd be very surprised if Rush didn't hear that scope. But they're just going to hold, and we'll see if any picks happen like it did the round before.
Currently, again, just really running that timer down before they do move in for the execute, and Fallen just doesn't react at all, unfortunately, to the peek from Mixwell. So he's going to be able to swing out there, and again, they get the opening frag on just a wild peek. It takes out Fallen here, and now they've got a 5v4. Guys over here towards Inner or the Box Halls will maybe make some noise in a moment, and Tarek actually just watching out, but oh, he might get timing really badly here. As we can see Taka moving in, he has the angle and slowly tapping away there, finishing him off with a spray to knock out Tarek, trade that back out to a 4v4. Still waiting for the actual bomb itself to start moving out here, so SK, they figured out what the plan is. They're gonna look to rotate back into this. Fur picking up 2, again, moving around everywhere here. He even takes the battle against Jason R, and while he will lose there, Coldzera and Phelps are able to trade out those last 2 frags and pick up the round.
That's one of the things I think Taco is very underrated for. When he has an opportunity, when it's a 4v5 and one of his teammates gets picked off, he's actually the one that might be the most active player on SK looking for a pick, looking to even it up to make it 4v4, looking to get information, especially on a map like Overpass. We continually see him if Fallen or Fur gets picked off, he pushes up short B and tries to even it up and get information and kind of save the round. Now, it's 4-1. SK puts him on a save. I thought OpTic would kind of manage their money a little bit differently and be able to buy here, but they just went so hard and, you know, economically speaking, into that last round that they have to be put on a save.
Yeah, so now really not working with any heavy firepower. No utility at all here, so which means they just have to try and take a direct contact out onto this site. And you can see they're trying to sneak up and line up for it here. Rush, once they get up on top of his teammates, they can sort of boost for it, but Jason R already being found.
I thought that was a nade. I was like, this is going to be the most damaging nade I've ever seen.
Just a smoke, however, to start things off. And while I think Rush can sort of see, you can kind of see the outlines of the trains there on the top of the smoke.
You can see.
They will still resolve to end up falling back up on top of the ladder, and I think regrouping with the Inner players and the bomb, more importantly, to try and make a push towards this side instead. Where SK have already changed up their own dynamic, and they've got 2 players committed to it. Timing on that Molly's pretty good, as it is going to delay them even further a bit here, and they've got a smoke to just toss directly down into it. So that'll probably hold them off for a little bit longer. Molly actually, I think, does flood onto the grounds a little bit outside of it there, even though it may have not wanted to go directly on top of that corner. So this will funnel a lot of them out through upper, at least to start here. And Taco once more going up close to take it. The contact, that is. As OpTic again still run this timer down, obviously very close to the site, so they can afford to do that. The main goal here is now finding that plant, but at the moment it's not looking like it is going to happen. Nap tagging onto it there. He does trade the 1 frag, but now when committing to this plant, Fur's going to waltz right up and finish off the job.
Yeah, and that spot's becoming just increasingly, you know, used more and more at upper, where you don't really spot the upper when they're coming out. You kill them when they're coming down, and then if they start pushing up, you can kind of just crouch up onto the you know, wooden spindle there. And it's just a really nice position. The thing about Fur when he shoots is, if you ever notice, he's like really under control when it comes to his bursting a lot of the time. He knows when to spray and he knows when to burst really, really well with that M4.
Control from him there at the very end, and Mixwell, all right, just going for it. You talked about how he was going to want to start to make some plays here, and he starts us right off with just an instant ladder drop to take down Fur.
Yeah, and things have been great for OpTic in the starts of rounds, just making it 4v5 and whatnot.
He is going to get forced out, but he still gets an additional kill.
You take that, though, all day. 4v3, a lot of information, and again, though, the counter-aggression on the other side of the map, just to even it up. This last time it was Taco, this round it's Fallen. Just to give them, you know, a pretty good chance of winning this round.
Yeah, the rest of its teammates, again, same as the last round pretty much. Everybody just funneling towards the upper site here. and trying to make a push over out on towards B, but nobody checking the back spindles, but nice shot from Tarek. Just as Taco was about to drop back down, he catches his head moments before he went from behind cover again. So now they've got the advantage once more. Rotations are going to be on the way, and they'll be split too, so they will have a little mini flank coming against them as coldzera holds the back calls here. Fallen just going for the direct approach from Z. He's got to be extra cautious with this op in hand too. And again, as he checks around his corners, he'll be clean here. It's not until he actually starts the push back into the site that he's going to actually make contact against these Ts. But flashbangs to start us back off. coldzera is still sitting in those box halls here. Not a whole lot of them actually attempting to go back in, but Cold's going to start us off, it looks like. Making a whole lot of noise there, and Upper sneaks in, finds Jason R. In the meantime, though, Fallen is backed out, so I'm not even sure if they're really going to attempt this, as Cold just hits himself in the face with a nade, and now he's going to pull back to the corner here and look to survive from the explosion. So, all right. He ends up just leaping back in there and killing himself.
Yeah, just a bit of a mistake by Taco. You almost never see him make a mistake like that on the solo site. He jump spotted and he actually saw them there. But, you know, he went for that spindle peek. And I should have added, when you're at that spot and you want to go for that spindle peek, you want to let them know that they could be out upper, and then your Z player to come, and then when they see your Z player and he just shoots, he can just shoot his gun at the wall, it doesn't matter. As long as they're looking there, then when you pop up on the spindle, and you can get pretty easy kills. Otherwise, you kind of wait back, and their heads come up, and it's like a really easy headshot for you if they just keep pushing up, right?
Well, it won't work out for Taco in that round there, as OpTic do get another round onto the board here. Not going to be able to break SK just yet, as they can afford to force into this 8th round here, and it's still pretty much a full buy for everyone too. I think only Phelps had to downgrade to a UMP, and they still have the op on Fallen, M4 for everyone else, and everybody except for Cold has full utility here too. So after this one though, I do fear that they are going to be pretty low on cash, and we'll have to immediately eco there, and that would give OpTic the path to tie this match back up and give them a route to try and take the lead here too. So once again, slow on the opener, and just another default lineup from OpTic, as SK have now switched up to just playing a constant 2 towards inner and only 3 on the outside site.
Yeah, and they have been playing inside ladder room like almost every single round. They're pretty much always there. And Fallen getting aggro on that green train gives him vision of team mid, so Phelps doesn't have to worry about that too much. And it's a different look. It's an entirely different look than how, you know, they used to play train with FNX.
Yeah, now Cold, he's going to be waiting for this one though, but he sprays into the wrong direction there, just right into the middle of it, and misses both of the OpTic players. So Rush is able to move in and punish upon that one. Now Fallen looking to trade for the backside, but he also misses his opening shot. That's going to give him a way to rush. All of a sudden, Phelps has the only presence here in this site. He does hear Tarek coming down the ladder there in a last-ditch attempt to pick up a frag, but no! Everyone on SK is coming up flat here. Taco right back in there, and he's close up. This could surprise them now as he gets a first kill, but again, not paying attention to his flank, and that's going to allow Jason R to close out, giving OpTic their 3rd, and now breaking the SK economy.
And OpTic just playing really well right now. I mean, the way they're winning rounds a lot of the time is by like direct contact, but SK is playing in positions where they can allow that to happen. Having said that, you know, walking through the smoke on Cold, you don't see that being successful every day. That usually does not happen. But you know, they're playing inside ladder room almost every single round. You know, Fallen was opping Ivy, he got picked. Taco peeking in and out of the lower ramp, he got picked, and now OpTic just steamrolling outside.
Well, again with these entries, he just rolls right out and gets that instant headshot. Naf and Tarek picking up kills too. They're in demolisher mode as for attempts to Zeus there. I'm sure you saw the light, but no connection. So coldzera is just going to be left alive here on top of ladder room, and it should be an easy 4th round for OpTic here.
I mean, I don't think I'm overreacting when I'm saying this, but I think Jason R might be the greatest in-game leader of all time.
Clearly he was the solution.
Wasn't a joke, Blue.
Wasn't?
No. They are nasty.
Just the most underrated mind to ever come to North American Counter-Strike. It's been hiding in his stream all this time.
Yeah.
We finally brought him into the light.
OpTic found a keeper.
All right, so Cold, again, not really going to go hunting too much either here in an attempt to save the Deagle. He swings out, and he is located by Mixwell here. Ultimately, though, Mixwell gets the kill. Not a huge loss for Cold, just goes down there. If he was able to take out one or more of the players from OpTic, would have been great. They're still trying to work on building up this economy, too. It's getting to a pretty good spot already, but now, immediately after that save, SK are right back on the buy.
And a lot of this is coming down to OpTic players kind of just really anticipating how SK is going to play the map. You know, they're very they all know as individuals what SK wants to do, and then as individuals taking it upon themselves to being like, okay, this guy plays like this, I think we could win the round, you know, here, and things of that nature. So Taco gets a little bit aggro inner, just gets naded down huge for almost 50 damage right away. And their buy is not looking great. 2 umps, 3 M4s. And if OpTic can win this round, they're poised for a very good half on this T side of train.
And after using initial smokes, they're already down to just 2 for when the actual take comes in. Only 1 Molotov as well. OpTic, meanwhile, just stacked to the teeth with everything that they would need to try and utilize in this round in terms of utility, using some of their early smokes and mollies now to burn out these aggressive positions that SK might have been choosing to take here in an attempt to upset against OpTic in this round, but won't be finding anyone, as again, it's still into those default playing spots that we've seen SK stick to. Still the constant 2 inner. They have not decided to aggress inside of ladder room this time. They're playing 1 deeper into the Ivy tunnel and 2 closer out towards the actual trains themselves. And of course, you do have Taco, who is already going to take a bit of contact from earlier on in the round there towards ramp, but is still kind of sticking back here at the back of the pot dog, while his teammate hides underneath or in between the ladder for upper and the spindles on the site. Finally, though, we'll start to see maybe a little bit of movement here in a second from OpTic. It's a good boost up onto the box to actually attempt to spot Jason R when he swings out from ladder. But Fallen, again, will be first point of contact when they move out over here from Ivy. Takes the duel, unsuccessful in it. The inner hit did fail, though, so they're going to be able to rotate pretty quickly. And Cold from up on top of the box, he'll get 1, but the NAF trades him out from the ladder position. Phelps, a bit of a big spray there, and he runs out of ammo for it, so he'll have to switch back out. And not only do they trade on him, but Fur goes down too. It's Taco in a 1v2, but he's got a big flank coming. Very low on HP, though, only 30 to work with. Sneaks in. He's hoping to find Jason Ari out here too, and that's why he hasn't fired off on him yet. So not going to be able to catch him though, as he does take down Mixwell. That's the first kill. That's the easy one. It's the job of actually hunting down Jason R that's going to be a bit of a task here, as he retreated successfully into the sandwich without being spotted. And now he's just slowly creeping his way forward. And Taco, he might just get... Oh, actually, no. Jason R took a left turn there into the short lane. So once again, he'll have a bit of an advantage unless Taco goes for the check on this at the last second. Sticks onto the defuse. Jason R swinging out. He won't have a lot of time for this kill, but he gets it. And it's OpTic again that went on a big gun round here and put themselves forward on the board now again to tie things up.
Yeah, and Jason R took a very unconventional route. He went and, you know, he wasn't even like really watching the bomb at all. If Taco just defused and locked it, he probably would have won the round. But, you know, obviously, how could Taco know that Jason R would have went all the way towards Team Mid? One thing, if you ever watch Taco and when he plays inside, whenever he rotates to outer, he almost always goes back lanes. Almost always. And it's pretty, that's like the 3rd place you check. When you take outside as a T, you almost always say ladder flank Z, ladder flank Z. And he gets, and that's one of the reasons he's able to put himself in situations like that, where he can win the round and where he can clutch and where he gets a kill, you know, in somebody's back. It's because he goes in those back lanes, and it's kind of like the 3rd thing that you think about.
So off of that one, he almost is able to set himself up for a clutch, but thankfully Jason R comes out on top near the end of it. Fallen, as the CTs try to get a little bit more aggressive here on their eco rounds, attempted to push his way out from Ivy. Unsuccessful there. Taco, though, peeking too early for the range of the Mag 7 to work out. Well, he does knock off half the HP on Tarek. Still is not going to get the kill. Now Phelps up close with the CZ, and nicely done! Gets 2 instant frags on Tarek and Naf, and now, with an AK in hand, picks up a 3rd as well. Wants to go for the 4th, but Mixwell again. Powerful on these entry kills, swings out and takes down Phelps, prevents any more damage from being done. Fur attempts to work magic with the Deagle, but now with this being brought down to a 2v1, it's under the control still of OpTic here. Didn't get scary for a second there, though, with Phelps going off inside of the ladder room, but I think OpTic are reading this well now and are just going back around those back holes, and will probably attempt to plant this on B. And Cold, as he doesn't really spot anything there, tries to line himself up early for a flank, and actually OpTic, I said they were going to go B. That's actually wrong. They just
I think they saw him go up the ladder.
Did they?
That's why. I'm pretty sure they saw a pixel of him, because Rush was looking like exactly where he was. But, I mean, Rush is just a rock, man. I really think he's like one of the best players in North America. Every time I watch this guy play, he never messes up on these crucial frags. Like coming out of Ivy there, he easily could have got 1-deeked. He's very, very aware. On CT side, he holds his spot extremely well. On T side, he could clutch, he could entry, he could do every role but op. His op stinks. His pistol is good. Like, I'm telling you, this guy is so underrated, it's crazy.
Yeah, so with him being able to spot that back out and OpTic being able to get the successful plant here, Coldzera, I don't think he's going to go for the retake. I think he's just more trying to hunt anyone that would try to evacuate out through like team mid or something like that. So no, he just waits this time out. And again, more than likely is going to end up just saving the AK since he misses both of the players from OpTic. Not necessarily a terrible round, though, for SK, considering that that was pretty much just like a half-buy / eco there. And they managed to pick up that many kills. But now going back onto the buy here, we need to start seeing some consistency and kind of full closeout of the half from them if they want to make sure they hold good chances going into the second half.
Yeah, and OpTic just, as individuals, playing very, very well and just getting like these kills at all the, the points of contact. Ladder room, Ivy, and 4v5s all the time. OpTic's playing great. I mean, you got to remember they lost pistol too.
And they immediately kind of swung it back as soon as we saw gun runs from them. And it was like Mixwell that really showed up first off here with these crazy aggressive kills. And you even said that was going to happen too, with him wanting to make the plays. And well, it seems like they've been able to channel that pretty well. And he's coming out with so many of these crucial frags. Even in the last round there, we could see him turning around a little bit there after Fur was able to impact quite a bit. Or excuse me, Phelps was able to impact quite a bit and try to make that a round for SK. But ultimately, OpTic did bring it back. Now again that they actually have the lead. Cold, though, waiting outside of Ivy's going to get his first battle, but there's Mixwell again. And with the op, just goes right up. Has a little tiny angle to work with, but it is enough to take down Cold Zera. Phelps mauling out the ladder room. They've been almost always pushing outside, too, so at the very least, SK are going to have that advantage to work with. The Molly's not perfect, though. They still have the ability to, I think, smoke it back out there, or at least avoid the fire, and then just delay their push a little bit while the Ivy guys get prepped to move in. They've already started to push their way back out, and Phelps missed the Q on one of them. What's even worse, he peeks right into Mixwell as he gets a second kill. And because he misses that Q on the first player, now Rush and Naf were able to push forward, executing 2 more from SK and putting this down to a 1v5 as Taco is the one attempting to clutch it. And while they may find a Rush pushing forward towards Ivy since he's low HP, getting anyone else after he reveals himself is going to be the tough part. And well, what do you know? It's Mixwell again, peeking directly into more and more players from SK. He ends up with a 3K on the round.
I mean, another great round by OpTic. Just Mixwell going out Ivy, nice kill in the middle of Bomb Train. And SK, after winning pistol, has only won 2 out of the last 9 rounds. They force buy here. Cold's able to get an off. They have 3 umps and a mag 7.
Mixwell again spotting a player early on here. He does get baited into the shot though, so they're going to reconfirm his positioning there and try to work against it. Naf though, still being able to find the first entry. Tarek unfortunately falls flat on his attempt to push forward, but Fallen actually is the one doing a lot of the legwork here for SK now to try and make sure that they do finally actually close out on an advantage. Taking down 2. Mixwell, however, is still alive, and he's been the dangerous one here for his team. Waiting to see if anybody will peek the short lane or even on the right side too. Fallen still veiled behind a smoke. And after not spotting anything, he'll fall back and let Naf try to go in first, or at least try to spot for some more intel on that side. A 2v3, certainly not unwinnable for these players. They still control the bomb. Mixwell still has his full utility kit to play with, but they need to find another frag here so that they can safely try to push out onto this site, because right now they're kind of stuck. Good nade, though, connects, but Fallen is still ready with the SMG, and it is going to take Mixwell down, now leaving Naf alone to pull this off, and he won't even get one of the kills. It's SK closing out and battling back once again.
Finally winning one of those rounds where they just have those guys up close, but this time it wasn't just Phelps by himself. Actually, he was with for one of the rounds in ladder. But playing aggro outside with the umps, you pre-nade, you get close. OpTic kind of trying to force a play outside, and that's of course what you don't want to do. That's the exact thing you don't want to do when you're playing against umps, because people like to go close mid.
Well, OpTic already proceeding forward here to try and look for a hit. This time towards inner, though. This is probably one of the only rounds where we've seen them go aggressively towards inner right from the start of it. For the most part, they've actually been a little bit more quiet and just trying to play into these defaults. So boosting up on top there and trying to spot for any players that may be on the back trains they're looking out. Naf, though, again, starting us off from over in the ladder room. That always seems to be the first point of contact for either squad. And this time it works into the favor of OpTic, because I think Phelps tried to push aggressively up the ladder there, and Naf was just able to punish it easily from the top side, taking him down and once again giving them a 5v4 advantage. No overall reaction just yet from OpTic, though. They're still taking it pretty slowly. Again, as they still have that minute to play with here. Specifically being very cautious, since it hasn't been an entirely uncommon thing to see 2 players from SK playing inside of the ladder room there. So just watching out for it here for a few extra seconds before finally giving up upon it and now trying to initiate the hit down there, as well as in the T-Con that we're seeing Jason R 2 more of their own teammates push towards now. Tarek's even going to try to throw the fake towards inner too, but the problem is there's a lot of CTs waiting for him in here. They still have that full 2-player commitment, and while one of them was smoked off, Taco was waiting up on top. And now Fur playing close. He will not get anything. Rush taking him down. Mixwell finding another shot here. Fallen does hit the shot to trade out onto Rush here, but he's stuck in a Molotov, forced into the open. Misses his shot. Nap's going to punish that. And again, Taco left alone, but Mixwell just hits his head through the bomb train and ends the round for OpTic.
Telling you, man, greatest IGL of all time. HLTV top 20 rankings, watch out. Cold, watch out for the #1 spot.
Jason R is coming for you.
Yep.
Yeah, so it is crazy all of a sudden, just this renewed confidence from OpTic, specifically from, you know, the players that lead the charge in a lot of these rounds, like Mixwell and whatnot, are showing up big time. And it's given them a guaranteed advantage coming out of the half for T side here. If they can make it 9-6, that'll be even better. And certainly with this type of a buy, it's looking good to make it that way. Tarek already finding Phelps. Fur's probably gonna try to aggress in. Tarek's still waiting for it though. They get him. Taco's in the back behind the boxes there. I think he's probably going to be able to escape. Still just trying to mess with them a little bit before he ends up giving back up and falling back to the site. They've even spotted Cold out here. They know he's going to be hopping around somewhere close to the bomb train. There's Jason R with the instant headshot against Cold Zera. And now it's a 5v2. And while Fallen is working on a flank through the Ivy push over there, probably going to wrap in towards T-Con in a moment here. Taco, they already should be aware that he's playing towards inner there once more. They'll just have to watch out for his rotate in a few moments. Fallen starting his own push back towards outside. They've even got Nap watching out for this one, and he's going to have no problem whatsoever dispatching a Fallen. So Taco with a 1v5, probably not the best odds to pull this off, and he's going to move right in, right into a headshot for Tarek as he will end it. And it's OpTic Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, and a bit of a surprise here, actually, after they looked in such poor form over these past few weeks. That lead here against SK on Train, 9-6 will be the scoreline. Stick with us, in the second half will be coming up in just a few moments.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Right, and we are back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Here, our first match of the evening is off to an interesting start, as it's OpTic now with a stand-in IGL playing for them that's actually leading against, well, the team that won 2 majors in a row, formerly the #1 team in the world. It's SK, who also have a new player on the roster, but they've had plenty of time to adjust for him. And it, you know, going into this one, it looked like it was going to be a pretty clear victory for SK, but maybe not the case anymore, as OpTic has shown up and they've had some quite impressive fragging power to start us off on their T side.
Yeah, well, with SK and the way they play, and this usually doesn't happen on LAN, but a lot of time online, especially with like 50 ping and stuff like that. Like I'll give you an instance. When Fallen was opping Ivy there, even though they had a nice peek from the right and the left, a lot of the reason that was successful was just because of the ping. Yeah. Like on LAN, even if they both peek like that, most likely Fallen probably kills at least one of them, and it's like a 4v4 instead of a 4v5. But one of the reasons OpTic was able to have a really good half wasn't just because of that, but some of the reason is kind of what happened with SK on Mirage, right? SK, they had the best Mirage in the world, right? But then they did like that double ramp setup, and people kind of caught on to how they played a little bit, and they got used to it, and they kind of, figured them out a little bit. And OpTic's played against SK on Train a lot, and SK has a lot of things that they like to do, and Phelps especially, and Phelps too, adding in Phelps, that you can kind of predict. You know where Fallen's going to be opping, right? You know Phelps loves to be in ladder. I mean, he was there like probably over half the rounds, I would say. You know they like to just run up lower ramp as fast as they can to try to get that early inner pick. You know that, what else? Like Taco, when he rotates, he always goes back lanes. You know that whenever you throw the 5-6 smoke, they always jump on top of the box and boost on the Ivy box. They boost cold up there. So like a lot of these little things, OpTic plays against them so much, and they know what they do, and it allows them to win rounds like that. Like that round, well, as they rush in, but go ahead, Blue.
Yep, they're going to be rushing towards the inner bomb site here. It's Fallen skating his way inside. Phelps will get the first kill onto Naf and tries to proceed forward, but unfortunately just gets one tap there by Mixwell to take him down. Taco will have a trade for that one, though, but Tarek trades back, taking back down Taco. Cole trying to hold this close corner here, and he finds Rush. Fallen and Tarek trading blows again, but now it's just on Tarek, and he takes an aggressive angle, but it works out. Knocks out Fallen. The problem is, though, is that Fur's holding close towards upper, and he's got a Molotov. So this is rough. As in the meantime, Tarek doesn't even have the kit to play with, but Tarek knows he's close up now, so he tries to aggressively push, but Fur wins it out, and it's SK to take the second pistol.
Yeah, just a very, very fast inner rush, and SK needed that pistol. But kind of what I was talking about is all those little things, Blue, a lot of them was OpTic just taking advantage of that. Like, trust me, when they did that double peek on Ivy, they knew Fallen was going to be there.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why they took it so safely. Like, when Naf peeked Taco at lower, they knew that Taco likes to jiggle peek to save his nades and keep info like that. So a lot of those kills were because of that.
Nice shot for Fur, finding Tarek peeking up from the ticket box right at the get-go of the OpTic force-up investment here. OpTic going to try to trade, but Fur again just tapping away. Finds a second one now onto Rush here and making quick work of the OpTic attempt to force an upset on this second round. Although Nap and Mixwell trading back do even this back out. There's been good damage on all three of the remaining players from OpTic, as they do try to knock out Taco. He holds for one before going down himself. Even once more into a 2v2, and both the OpTic players holding outside. But that doesn't matter for SK. They're still going to go directly for this play, and Coldzera looking to sneak up around the bomb train and try to finish this off all in his lonesome here. Jason R moving up. He's trying to find the position to knock out Fallen. He won't be successful in it yet, but Coldzera has successfully infiltrated the enemy base, and as he moves in, it's an easy shutdown on the Jason R. Mixwell in the meantime had fallen back over, expecting that to be an inner hit, but now he's just completely locked himself out of the sight as the two remaining players will move in to plant the bomb.
Yeah, and when Mixwell was running back from Ivy, Cold actually heard him. So he knew that was going to be open. So this is going to be really difficult for Mixwell to...
Oh, wow. Gets that first one out of nowhere, but he is caught trading his pistol out.
What a shot, though.
That was insane.
Wow. Yeah, Mixwell is, to me, one of the most complete players in North America. I mean, he can do it all. Like, his pistol, his deagle, scouting, opping, rifling. The only problem with Mixwell is at times, like remember we saw a couple last week on Overpass, is that he can get impatient and over-aggressive at times and try to do too much. So that's why I was a little worried when they had Jason R, because I figure a lot of the time you have a new in-game leader coming, you know, you probably don't have that much structure. A lot of the time those type of players, they do too much.
Yeah.
You know, they try to force the issue too much and they end up getting punished for it.
Well, Taco trying to force his way in towards upper right now. He does get a couple shots thrown against him. Obviously, OpTic just done a full save this round, so not expecting anything too fantastic. May be able to, with this interstack, though, drop a couple of guns at the very least. And, well, there's going to be one. Coldzera going down. Jason R knocking out Taco. They did read into the fact that it was a B stack after that, though, so everybody pushed outer, and they're still going to get the plan. And now is when this gets pretty much impossible, more than likely, for OpTic. Although I say that, and they see another trade, bringing us down to a 3v2. And also still having Fur holding a flank over there on the top of ladder. If Fallen gets overwhelmed, then we don't see Fur moving into it. That could, in theory, lead to a quick defuse here. But Fallen, once again, just trying to waste as much time as possible for behind the bomb train. Getting one. Good damage onto a second. He almost just finishes off all three on his own, actually. Really well played by him there. As Fur also comes in for the assist at the very end. But he's going to be able to close out here, take out Jason R, and SK do indeed win out the round.
Yeah, and SK, you know, believe it or not, even after that first half, they're still in a fine spot. I mean, we've seen them, like, just have some of the most dominant T-sides on train, I think, of any team in the world. You know, maybe them in, like, Virtus Pro. Just sometimes they go very, very fast. I wouldn't be surprised if they do some type of a rush or a really bursty strat with, like, Molotovs and whatnot, as they do set up for outside smokes. But no, maybe it's more of a default. They have one towards Ivy, one watching T mid, 3 taking box hall control. So it's definitely more of a default setup. They kind of just throw those smokes outside, you know, maybe throw like a flash or whatever, 1-2 smokes, just to get them use their nades, you know, use their utility, maybe give up some type of positional advantage. Because, you know, when those nades come off, sometimes they smoke ladder, they smoke Ivy too. you know, and they kind of worry about something fast, and they burn a lot of that. And then it makes the end of the round a lot easier, you know, if they do want to go back to outside or, you know, for the post plan to enter or whatever.
Well, it's still slow from SK, though, as they run down the timer just below the minute mark. Mixwell getting himself into that early battle with Taco as he tries to push out, I believe, towards upper there. And we'll see Mixwell winning that one out with the op. He finds the first shot. The rest of SK, at least these two here, are going to follow through with trying to push towards inner. I imagine they'll wait, of course, for the two other teammates that are rotating out from T-Con to group up, but still is going to most definitely be an inner hit. And the problem is that they don't necessarily have the players close up to rotate just yet. A lot of them are shifting now, since there was also smokes on outer there that you can see, but it was in the favor of OpTic, so well, they do have Tarek sitting close up. The rest are going to be a few seconds away, which means Naf either has to just go all in here and pick up multi-frags. He lines up for some great damage, actually, and then he connects on 2 headshots back-to-back. Fur and Phelps both go down. Coldzera trades as the first rotate comes in. That's on Jason R. Naf finding another kill, too. Mixwell's still alive on the backside, however, but he's just playing patiently right now. Rush trying to sneak his way in. Coldzera lined up perfectly for that, and now SK back in the advantage situation, but also the 2 remaining players from OpTic moving very quickly back in, and the nade is going to force fall into the open. They take him down, and Tarek follows it up with a second one, too, to eliminate Coldzera. It's another retake from OpTic, and we go right back into OpTic domination, as just like the last half, they win out the first gun round.
And they get the double off setup as well. I'm curious to see what SK's money is at, because they had a lot of casualties on those anti-ecos. And I would think they're going to buy here. They usually buy in situations like these, where they know if they win the round, they, you know, are going to have the lead round-wise, at least in the game. But Naf a little bit, you know, I mean, he did a great job killing those 2 guys through the smoke. Even though he did that, though, a little bit too over-aggressive. SK does full buy, so they get 2 scouts, 3 Tech 9s. I believe it's a full buy. A little bit over-aggressive by Naf, actually, to over-peek fall in there. I think if he stays alive at the Pop Dog, they really can't push up to his right? Because people are already out of Z. So they can only peek to his right from Pop Dog. They're not going to push the sidewalk. It's just not going to happen in that situation. So if he just stays alive there and sits behind there, they probably win that round, like, you know, maybe 1 casualty instead of having 3 and putting themselves in a situation where if they lose this round, it's going to be bad.
Well, Tarek will be waiting first this time. It's no longer going to be Naf taking the contact. He's a little bit further back. Tarek, though, finding a quick 2 kills. Naf also found one as he wields the secondary up there, taking down Taco. So far, only Tarek has been traded back out. Naf just playing it back from behind this far train here. Obviously waiting for reinforcements to come back in so that they can cleanly just mop this one up. They got the plant. That was the worst gone away. Coldzera with a nice shot, though. Actually does find Rush early on here, and he tags a second. Now it's fallen, though, and oh, gets the quick scope onto Jason R. Unfortunately, Naf had flank behind him, and he is going to finish things off.
Yeah, and the exact same rounding to the round before, right? 2 alive on OpTic. They maintain the double op setup. SK gets the bomb down, and although they lose the round, they could still potentially buy. Yeah, so I'm almost positive they'll buy again. And they get another crack at it, right? OpTic's going to be full bot. SK will probably be full bot here. They're thinking about it. Nope. Just Eags. Scout. Just a light buy. Never mind. Disregard everything I said.
All right, I'll just pass over that one.
This is dangerous, though. Falling on a scout is no joke.
Yeah, as we already saw in the last one, but it seems like Mixwell's more dangerous so far in this game. Tarek's ready for first, drop down into the ladder.
The only reason Mixwell gets that kill is because of Jason R and his leadership.
He just laser read.
Yeah.
All right, guys, they're going here. I want you to play this position. He's 100% going to push. He's just macro controlling all 5 players from behind. Mixwell again sinking this shot on the Coldzera as he tries to surprise. Won't work out. He may even get himself another one too, but nope. Jason R and Rush do clean up house, and it's a full 5-man alive round for OpTic as they push on 12 here. Coming off the save, though, it's SK's next gun round.
I'm a bit surprised that SK actually didn't buy there, though. I mean, SK usually buys pretty aggressive, and they have a lot of clever things that they do. That's one of the reasons I thought OpTic was a really good team when they had Stan, is because a lot of those Tech 9 rounds, you know, where they have a Tech 9, a D, you know, 3 Tech 9s and a Scout or whatever, right? They were really clever, and they had really nice ways to win the round. It looks like SK is going to do something quick inner.
Yeah, already just rushing through the White Hall, essentially, here. Slowing it down, though, when they get to the edge of it. I imagine to smoke off the A side a little bit, at least try to throw this partial fake. but definitely going to be heading more than likely towards inner, as we can see Naf waiting for it. He does unscope at the wrong one, but I think he just spotted the barrel of the rifle from Phelps, so he's just going to fall back after he tosses in that smoke. Now, Phelps did get past it, and he knows that there's no one holding close up, otherwise he would have probably already been dead. Sees the play, though, picks up the second guy in the line there. That's Fur going down. Sees them close up to the bomb train, restraining his op shots, though, still able to get another kill and still alive as well. Finally ends up going down in his retreat against Coldzera, and we also saw Fallen picking up another kill. Unfortunately, he misses his second shot there as he attempts to take down Rush, pushing from Z. He'll have to smoke off the lane and mollying it out too to push Rush back, but in the meantime, we already had seen Jason R seeking into the site, but currently he's isolated. That's a bit dangerous. Tarek, though, capitalizes on the moment to flank things out here, but Coldzera up close is also going to be able to trade, and he also holds against Jason R too. Now it's a 2v1, but Tarek catches Coldzera jumping. Time's getting a little bit low, though, so Tarek's got to get a move on. Looking for this last player. He's not able to spot Phelps, so from right behind the bomb train, he wins it out, and SK pick up a round.
Yeah, so they group up 5 inner, they throw a couple smokes from above the ladder, and then they just burst down. And one of the ways you're going to see SK take inner is usually when they take inner on train, they don't throw a million smokes, they use pretty limited utility. It's more of just get down and in your face as fast as possible, get Fallen posted up on lower or on the pop dog to kill any rotates, and even if the inner player takes out 2 of you, as long as Fallen or Cold is alive, and they're set up in a post-point situation with an op, or maybe one guy close up that could push up, they're gonna, they're fine with winning a 2v4,
Well, SK now still kind of tailing from behind a little bit here, but they can very easily make the comeback if they can pick up a nice entry here on the outer bomb site and take full control of the site, and that's exactly what they're doing. Jason R attempts to trade, but he's only going to be able to get one, and I'm pretty sure that's going to trigger for a very early save call here as SK just waltz right in, and unfortunately OpTic around able to hold the outer bomb site.
Yeah, so SK getting back into it. Pretty quick outside play there. Honestly, I was talking blue. Didn't see exactly how they set it up. But Fur just kind of ran out and killed somebody very quickly.
Yeah, I mean,
Phelps going on that train.
Quick entries, and they had it lined up with like 2 in the ladder room there as well, with the others kind of waiting behind inside of T-Con. So pretty standard attempt at it. Just like I said, the entries came in a little bit too quickly, and there wasn't enough trades for everybody else. Snap even getting caught slightly on the off angle there when Fallen pushes him, but he is still able to recover, saving that M4. And I don't think anyone else is close enough to challenge here. Keep in mind, again, the SK money still kind of on the edge at this point, so isn't necessarily going to be worth it to hunt down those frags just yet.
Yeah, and Mixwell able to save that off. He's having a really good game. I mean, so is Naf, right? 22-14, 23-13. A lot of kills on those 2 guys, and even though, I mean, look at how many more kills OpTic has than SK, and look at the scoreline.
It's been incredibly close, but it's been OpTic fragging out a lot of these times, and OpTic just, or SK I should say, just able to round it back little bits, and they've been working off of a lot of the pistol round and follow-up round victories. It's actually amplifying their score quite a bit now, considering it. If OpTic had won one of these pistols, the scoreline would be drastically different, and they would probably have a much larger advantage.
That's true. They lost both pistols, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I completely forgot about that.
They didn't eco upset on any of the rounds either.
Didn't.
So it's SK has like a free 6 rounds coming off of that. So once again here, it's OpTic now trying to get a little bit more aggressive, and it's Mixwell being the one to try and make those plays as he pushes in a T-Con. The real question is if he's actually going to push outside, and it works out beautifully for him as he just finds Phelps looking away, trying to spot out for actually Ivy pressure. So looking for pressure, just in the wrong spot of the map, unfortunately. They did deal a little bit of damage to Tarek back over here on the outside of ramp, but now as they push back in, Mixwell actually misses the shot, but I was about to say somehow was going to get away. Mixwell and Nap both going down, however, but they don't count for behind the spindle, so Tarek getting 1 and the second, and Taco's already lit. Taco's going to be able to trade that out, however, but now he's alone in a 1v2. Where's the bomb? As he's trying to look out from the floor here and see if he can scavenge anything to play with. The bomb on the other side of the train. That's actually going to be a pretty long walk. So he's hoping that he can find someone peeked up from Z, but in taking that duel, he exposes himself as well. And that allows for Rush to shut it down and OpTic to pick up the round.
Basically like a 3-man inner stack there. As soon as Mixwell got that kill at T mid, he was predicting that they were going inner. He literally runs from T middle all the way to Z and was actually the first contact at inner. And they, it kind of rolled the SK guys to sleep, right? You have a guy Z, you have a guy site that you killed. You're never going to expect somebody spinning on that situation. Like, it's just not going to happen. So that really opened up things for Tarek, and great job by Tarek because he killed the 2 high HP players too. I mean, talk about like 20 HP. He's the one that lives. That's like best case scenario if you're going to get 2, right?
The positioning just worked out perfectly for him too with the way that those players do end up lining up. So nicely done for him. And now SK, well, since obviously going towards the interplay again doesn't really work out, Mixwell's just going to get run over. And it's the same result for NAF. After they pull that off, well, the guys that were on top of ladder are just going to head towards inner and they can smoke this off. The little smoke train they had leading up to the Z area actually works out great for them as they just sneak their way in, completely overwhelm 2 of the CT players, and now they don't even have a route back into that site right now. It's going to be a full 5-man hold for a retake. Fur may find himself going to get tad over-aggressive, though, as the smoke will start to fade away. Jason R is just patiently kind of sitting back and waiting for this with the Deagle in hand, catching 1. But thankfully, that's just the bait, as Fur is able to immediately trade that back out. And these last 2 remaining are going to get pushed upon here. Rush able to find 1 of them. Although I don't think that's going to actually give them what they need to push back into the site. Still sitting outside here and wanting to save their rifles and let SK get a 12th round.
Yeah, and those are the rounds I'm talking about with SK. Like, they win those rounds. That was a clever play by them. They fake like it's a normal outside take, but 2 of them go through Z. They just bomb flashes, get through Z. Tarek CT Heaven, you can't even see him pushing through the smokes. Mixwell gets caught off guard, goes down, and the round's over before it even really started, right? And just a clever way again. And that's a lot of the time what you need to do to win these Tech 9 rounds. You need to have like those clever plays. And you also need the skill set to be really good in those chaotic environments. And SK has Phelps, Fur, Taco, all Fallen, super good in those chaotic environments, right? And then Cold always just closing out the round. So
the really good news for SK here as well is that they've created a really kind of toxic buying environment for OpTic. You can see the buy. They're just completely unable to stabilize because they keep winning and losing these rounds. So they're just barely keeping enough to justify a force buy, but you can see just how limited it is now. Smokes that haven't already been used, they're down to 2 of those, 2 HE grenades. They don't really have a lot, and NAF's working with a CZ along with the 2 UMPs that they're playing with. Now they're going to attempt to make up for this by playing close up to ladder room here and just taking the direct contact on SK before they can even get any site control. But if any of those guys fail, the round is over right from the start of it. And it's going to be another round for SK. And there you go, Taco already finding NAF in his aggressive position, pushed up the ramp there. There is 1 more. It's Mixwell over here in the back of upper, but he does give up his position to try and actually play for the site now.
yeah, now we see OpTic getting in their aggro outside positions that we continually saw from SK on that first half. Rush just right in the ladder room, Tarek at E-box, but what's weak right now is inner, because there's 1 player at inner. Who is that? Tarek's now going to rotate towards him to make it a little bit stronger, but you know, whenever you're up close outside like that, like the rotate's really bad unless you want to risk going up the ladder, but obviously going up the ladder, really easy kill if anybody's just watching it.
The flash is coming, Rush is going to get challenged, but he gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3! Nicely done from Rush as SK just goes right into him. And now Fallen's going to have to try to clutch this one out. Jason R just took down his last remaining teammate. A good flick indeed on the Mixwell, but he's also going to have to worry about Rush, who still sits inside. Attempts to go for the quick scope onto him, but it won't happen. And Rush ends up with a massive 4K on the round.
I'm telling you, man, like most underrated player in North America is Rush.
So nicely played from here in SK. Unfortunately, their strat goes right into the Hornet's nest that is Rush, and he just lines up those kills 1 by 1 by 1. And that puts OpTic right back into their own good graces in terms of an economy, and it also re-breaks SK, as we can see them forcing into this here. Tech 9's Galil, and Taco doesn't even get himself a Tech 9, just on a P250.
Yeah, this is like as broken as it gets for a buy for SK, and I hate the Galil. This is my like least favorite gun.
It's a terrible gun for you.
It's terrible.
So they all push together here towards what's going to be more than likely another inner hit. And this is where actually things haven't really worked out too well for them. Too many successful retakes from the OpTic side. Otter's definitely been the site where they've been able to penetrate a lot better more often than not, and actually succeed in winning out the post plan as well. I've seen so many retakes from OpTic here towards the inner bomb site, so This will be a bit of a risk here now, but at the very least, they should be able to guarantee the plant with all the utility that they brought this time. Mixwell, as you can see, isn't being able to really spot anything, but the smoke isn't perfect, so he can just go right up on top of the railing, gets one, takes a risk in going for the second one here. Will he go for a third? He does, and that's, finally going to lead to his death right there. Kind of his own fault since he keeps peeking into that. Fur grabbing that kill. Phelps trying to wait this out, though, but Tarek actually bailing his teammate out as it was looking like the T was going to win out the duel there. Tarek just going off. He ends up with a 3K before he finally goes down to coldzera, but coldzera with that 1v4 just really not able to clutch that out with only a Tech 9. So it's OpTic now going up to 15 rounds.
15 rounds and SK's bye is not going to be good. I mean, they don't really have much in losing bonus. They've only lost 2 rounds in a row. Yeah, they're going to get the 800 for the bomb plant, but I mean, look at that. That's just a terrible bye.
It's going to be actually really similar to what we just saw, with probably a little bit more utility and maybe a couple more Galeals, maybe a couple UMPs, but we'll see it in a second here. As again, Tarek ended up going off here. And nearly saving his teammate too that was trying to rotate through Z. Even gets this 3rd kill before you can see there coldzera finally peeks out from the bomb train and takes him down. So he's the hero of that round and prevents SK from upsetting, and yeah, we can see it. A single AK for coldzera, another Galil sitting on Fur, but it is 3 Tech 9s with utility beyond that. And they will try to isolate Mixwell from being able to spot this this early push towards the back calls there, just so he doesn't get the early read as to this really heavy push. Obviously, again, it's a default split, so they're not really going to be able to spot it. It's not going to be a huge advantage for them just yet. And OpTic back into playing a kind of default here, only leaving Naf as the player in towards B, as Mixwell's already started to rotate back out. All really quiet as SK are going to look to try and pressure Ivy. It should be noted too that that's really an area that for the most part SK haven't tried to use, and this initial smokes that go out from the back halls here does work out for them. And what's even better is that they take down Jason R and Ivy. Now, where's the follow-up though? Because they did keep the bomb on top of the ladder rim there to kind of act as an in-between point with no pressure on T-Con. OpTic have been easily allowed to push back in there. They've got Ivy control, that's great, but now they also have to kind of retake T-Con and be able to push back in there as well. So 45 seconds left, still leaving themselves plenty of time, but OpTic are ready for this hit. As Fur leads over here towards T-Con, with the rest of his teammates stacking with him. In they will go, leaving them only about 30 seconds to get control of the site. Rush watching out. He only expected 1 to be there, though, so he turns his back to it. And now, Tarek's just in a really bad spot. He still gets 1 kill, however, but evenly traded again, and it does still lead to SK having the advantage. They spot Naf over here in Hell. He's going to swing it up towards Heaven to keep himself alive right now, and taking the battle. They already know he's up there, and Phelps can just patiently wait. If he tries to drop back down, he should be able to actually handle this, but yeah, there you go. There's the close-in upon Naf, and they even know that Mixwell's lurking up from the other tunnel. He's got a 1v3 set against him. Got the 1, 2 more to go as they plant the bomb, and he's just going for this with a pistol. But Taco is indeed going to have the better of him with a Tech 9. And SK fight back with a little bit of life here, 13-15. And OpTic's money still really not looking too great either.
Yeah, very back and forth with the economy this game. Not quite to the extent that like Complexity and Cloud9 was last week, but yeah. But I mean, a lot of bot rounds where you don't have like full utility, you're probably not fully comfortable. I think that's the mark of like really good teams. I think that's why I consider SK, to be one of the best teams in the world, is because when you're a really good team, you really need to know how to win with Tech 9s, how to win with broken buys, how to add a Mag 7 into your normal setup and make it successful. And they're so good at that.
Yeah, we can see this round, unfortunately, not leading to all that much success for OpTic here. Just a shooting gallery for players like Phelps and Fur going for the direct peeks onto outside. And Phelps even spotting another one. Won't be able to get Naf, but it's of little consequence. All this does allow is for both the OpTic players to kind of group up here. Fur even going forward, claims his second on the round, once for the third, but Rush is going to be able to really just finish off Fur, following though, re-peeking into the short lane and putting an end to that round. So it goes to round number 30 to decide it, and even with OpTic getting the reinvestment here, because their money was such a weird spot, you can see how odd this buy is going to be. It's not terrible, obviously. Naf still being the inner player is obviously just going to have to try and stick up close towards the ramp there, more than likely. Mixwell still has his op. The only real big downgrade you see is Terra going to FAMAS, but they still have utility and everything. They're going to be missing Molotovs, which could hurt them a little bit in the post plants here. But obviously SK is going to slow down themselves, so maybe a little bit more time to be able to spot this and just immediately counter it out, as we have seen quite a few times from OpTic in this half.
Yeah, Fur with quick ladder control, Cold watching the inner push very, very passively, along with Taco on that stairwell. Q towards Ivy. So team mid is open right now. That's going to be something that they're going to have to, you know, figure out and look for if they're SK. OpTic just all playing around the bomb train essentially. So we see a little bit of movement though coming out from Rush. He recognizes like the setup isn't, you know, really optimal if they hit outside. So he kind of goes to help Ivy a bit, playing around that green train.
And again, we have the possible pressure from SK towards Ivy there too, which worked out for them really well. But that worked out when they had a 3-stack of players pushing towards it. And this time it's really only going to be Phelps trying to aggress inside. Still with smokes in check, OpTic are going to be able to delay it for a little bit longer here, as you can see now. But they're also running out of smokes themselves to use on a retake scenario, or obviously when these do finally start to fade away. SK though moving outside of the White Halls, leaving Fur in the ladder room. The remaining players getting ready to deploy their own smokes for the outer hit, as they will just go for the default on the 30th round, the final round of regulation. And OpTic will have to try and hold against it without really getting a chance to spot this. Jason R is caught tossing at a flashbang there. He's going to fall back, and that lets Phelps in. He's going to be able to pick up the first kill. Mixwell misses his own first shot from on top. He is able to convert it, though, on his second. But now it's letting him up close to the bomb train. He's not really focused on aggressive kills anymore. He's trying to make sure his teammate just doesn't get immediately flanked back out there. With the smoke, though, he does have to back up here. And also, with the Molotovs, it sends a lot of the bomb train players further back. The good news is, though, is that Naf was able to quickly flank and picks up the kill with a shotgun. The AK is out of reach, so when he tries to go for it, Fallen trades, but Tarek is back into it now. It's a 3v1 in the favor of OpTic. Fallen trying to hold, gets the first kill, but now down at 7 HP. Still trying to play around with that train, but the bomb is already being defused. It's a full 10-second one. He needs to go for this peak, but Mixwell is going to be able to close out. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's OpTic Gaming that take control of the first map here tonight. 16-14 is going to be the final score, and wow, what a showing that was from OpTic, especially on their T side. Some very impressive performances from Naf, Mixwell, and the others as well.
And I mean, not only do they win, but they lost both pistols. Like you pointed out, they lost both pistols and they beat SK on train, who's arguably, you know, the best train team in the world. I mean, it's debatable now, you know, now that they have felt. I think FNX was like one of their best players on train, believe it or not. Like, he was incredible on that CT side around that bomb train. And now they're in a different look on that CT side with Phelps continually pushed up. He's going to be around E-Box. He's going to be inside ladder. It's going to be a different look. We'll see how it works into that setup. But, you know, against OpTic, just didn't fare very well.
All right, so with that upset occurring, we are going to bring in the analysis deck to the conversation now. Guys, what do you make of that? OpTic Gaming, who were looking terrible just a week ago, now all of a sudden winning a map against SK.
Well, SK has been stopped. This is not an undefeated season for SK Gaming anymore at this time, taking their first L tonight against OpTic, and pretty much
doing it in a convincing fashion as well.
I mean,
This was not a slouch. It's like they both mentioned on the caster panel over there, the fact that OpTic lost both pistols. You're not supposed to win best of ones when you lose both pistols. That's just not how CS normally works.
In all reality, this OpTic Gaming team, I'll give it to him, because I think we both wrote him off as dead in the barrel for these matchups tonight against SK, but able to come out there in 16-14.
Super impressive, and obviously not the most extremely complicated T side coming out of them, but you know, just doing things in a proper manner, playing 2-1-2s for the better part of their T sides. I think they did a really good job, especially Naf in towards Pop Dog, constantly being able to find Phelps, who was playing too aggressive for his own good. We talked about, you know, how Furs found that sweet spot. Phelps not quite there yet, and same thing with Coldzera's not having the same usual I guess performance in Ivy on that CT side as we normally see out of him. And obviously that opens up a ton of map control for OpTic, and they're able to actually take advantage of it.
Let's take a look now at round 25. We saw SK go deep into the playbook for something a little bit older. Talk to it, Vendetta.
It's a bit older, so they're going to set up the smokes for outer, and this is going to smoke out the bomb train. Normally, people expect this to be a strategy that's used simply to get the bomb plant down, and they're going to be happy with this. But instead, you have SK pushing two people right into connector with a pop flash, and that's going to catch out Mixwell. In addition to that, they get the bonus of Nap as well, who's already rotating out towards the yard. And this is something that SK don't really utilize a lot. I think the first time we saw them use it was at MLG Columbus. But both times I've seen it coming out of them, it's been successful. It's like 100% win rate, not a bad go-to move when you're with your back against the wall.
Yeah, 100% win rate usually means good things.
Yeah,
It bodes
exactly.
well for the future.
And it's really cool because it's a different take on it because every team is so basically used to seeing those smokes pop down and knowing what the normal occurrence is. You see the smokes, know that somebody's going to be smoking, and then it's a matter of making the decision, okay, are you going to push through the smokes to deny the bomb plan or not? But SK pretty much playing off of the fact that they know most teams would expect that, and therefore pushing in with the pop flash into connector almost always nets them a beneficial trade.
So in this scenario, though, right? So it happened.
Yeah.
SK loses to OpTic. What was really firing for OpTic here? What really came together for them?
I mean, a lot of things. First off, individually, they played really, really well. Naf, obviously, and PopDog finding so many openings there on Phelps to start things off on the T side, but I think Mixwell, too, deserves this massive shout-out for how he was playing. Not only was he able to find the picks on coldzera and Ivy, but he was able to find just some crazy connections just all over the map, really. It didn't really matter where you put him. He was able to find some sort of opening for his team. That also, went into the second half as well. Naf doing an excellent job playing that inner bomb site. And we saw last time OpTic played Train in EPL, they had massive struggles because Peacemaker was playing that inner bomb site. He was not able to stop anything at all. And even though in OpTic, this time they didn't necessarily put Naf alone, he had Mixwell over there quite a few times as well to back him up because SK showed, heavy pressure towards inner. Naf was able to find that key first or second frag a lot of the time, which is all you really need. Only one time really SK was allowed to actually push forward, and that's the one round they win on that inner bomb site.
Well, we even did see Mixwell kind of take that into his own hands at some point.
Oh, yeah. He was an absolutely madman. But you know what kind of player Mixwell can be, especially when he gets going with that op. And we saw it on Overpass last time they played last week. The fact that he can't get over-eager in that sense and try to do too much. This time he found that sweet spot, and again, when he's hitting his shots, he does incredible things.
Well, to continue to do incredible things, maybe OpTic will, maybe they won't. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to have the second BO1 between SK and OpTic, but we're going to go to Inferno. We'll be right back.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
All right, we just saw our first upset of the season, or excuse me, upset of the night.
That's more like it.
Could actually be a decent upset in terms of the season, too, if you think about it. I mean, SK Gaming were going in undefeated in that last matchup. In case you're just joining us, that was on Train. They just lost 16-14 to OpTic. A storyline we know to be rather turbulent, to say the least. We see Jason R stepping into the saddle tonight. And riding that W out there with OpTic. So congrats to OpTic, huh?
Yeah, no, definitely. They deserve kudos for being able to pull through, and breaking that undefeated streak from SK is no easy doubt. I think Sam has already dubbed Jason R as the best team leader in the world by now.
Yes.
So it should make for a really exciting Inferno game.
No, there's very much the chance that we see Jason R at the very tip top of the HLTV.org top.
I think it's more or less a guarantee at this point.
At this point, yeah. But still behind A2Z nonetheless. Yeah. Now, we're going to get into SK and OpTic again. This is our second doubleheader, or excuse me, our first doubleheader of the night. We're going to see them go toe-to-toe on Inferno.
Yeah, Inferno is an interesting map. Again, we haven't seen it too much this season. Again, newest map in the pool. I think it's expected that teams are going to take a bit more time to actually adjust and start playing it in official games, but we're finally getting to that point, so it's fun to see. SK on their end only have one map played on it officially. That was at Katowice versus Virtus Pro. Lost 16-14. Match probably not as close as the result would entail. They had a pretty terrible first half on the T side. Managed to scrape back into it, but it's going to be interesting to see what they've come up with.
Interesting to see nonetheless, because this is pretty much a brand new canvas across the board for all teams involved. But to paint on that picture for us, we've got OpTic on Inferno. Take it away, Eric.
Thank you, Trace and Vendetta. It's great to be back. Stromberg Strategies. We're going to take a look at OpTic Gaming, some individual play, some teamwork. What I'm drive home here is they're getting better with teamwork, even without Stanislav. Rest in peace. As we go in here, Mixwell, he's coming in the apartments. They have some machine guns. They kept, because they knew Rush was going to buy AKs. They planned the bomb before. So what they did in this situation, because obviously they have AKs, Team Rush has AKs, OpTic has some machine guns. So right here, they have like a triangle set up in apartments. Why? Well, one, NAF, you don't want to play the range game with AKs. You say it a lot of times, but they're putting together. They have Rush with the rifle, kind of sitting, baiting NAF, with Mixwell kind of like, there's a two-man shield for Rush right now. And as you can see, They're going to wait. They're going to try to make Rush come to the close range fight. Nice pop flash by Mixwell. He completely gets off Akis. Now, if Lil Man killed Naf in this situation, Mixwell had a fast flanking opportunity. He thought smart, hopped around, and nice cover. I love this play by Mixwell. This flash, so subtle, so simple. It bounces off. It catches Blade off guard. He gets blind, and nice pick. Now, in the apartments, same round. As you see right here, what happened right here was that Tarek was op in apartment, and when you see an op apartment, usually they take a shot, fall back to pit or something. But Rush, he baited him. It was a very awkward kind of. They did not expect it. Team Rush obviously did not expect that. It gets 2 kills, and so now Rush hanging around in this area. He's gonna pop flash San in this area for his teammate Naf. But unfortunately for Rush, the pop flash does not hit. His teammate gets picked off, and instead of a 1-for-0 trade, it came down, they lost 2 deaths in the process. So Rush had to play a little more passive. He's going to wait for his teammate. It's a 2-on-1. You don't have to force an angle just yet. Wait for the plant. The time is low. Very risky spot, but hey, sometimes you got to take a little risk. As you can see right here, he did get the round. Nice play from Rush, the player, not the team. And we can see that maybe he is the better Rush. I don't know. What do you guys think? Back to you.
What do I think? I think you're the bomb.com, Eric DeBear Stromberg. Now, on Inferno, let me get some sort of prediction here because, you know, with that last one, might throw all your predictions out of whack for the rest of the evening.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm going to stick to my guns. SK was my initial pick going into it. From what we've seen, or from what I've seen of OpTic just yet, I don't think it's necessarily so strong on Inferno that it's going to, you know, tip it in their favor.
Now, they're firing on all cylinders, though.
They are. They're definitely playing well individually. And I think one of the guys who were quiet on Train, which was Rush, he normally plays really, really well on Inferno, especially that CT side. And that's something Dace has mentioned multiple times. So I think that's going to be a vital part of it as well.
Now, both sides of this equation, with OpTic and SK, we do know that some of these players have the tendency to be very aggressive, very aggro, if you will. Do we see that coming into play here in this matchup?
I definitely think that's going to be the case. Whether or not we're going to see it as much on the CT side is a bit more up in the air, but definitely you're going to see Phelps and Fur be extremely aggressive on the T side initially at the opening of rounds. But I think if we want to take it to the CT side, someone like Mixwell, like we saw in one of the highlights right now, or one of the strategies that Stromberg went through, is that Mixwell will not be afraid to actually take that banana pick. And he's going to do that, you know, any opportunity that's given to him once he has that op in his hands. And that could play a massive part in how OpTic, you know, is able to get around on that CT side.
Well, standing by are Blue and Dazed in a different part of the world. How are you guys doing over there in preparation for this matchup?
We're getting ready. Dazed is all confident about himself now that he's declared Jason R as like the best IGL in the world, as we said before.
Well,
so
he said it, you didn't.
Easily. So just the best call ever, I guess you could say. It's been the best deal in the history of deals, one could say.
Yeah. I mean, this man should be getting offered 6 figures a month.
Wow,
for what he just off that. Just
a lot. I need to get enough creative players to get that much down. But anyway,
that's what I don't get. I was actually talking with Lurpus about this. I don't get why more people in North America don't just in-game lead and at least try it, because there's like barely any. And if you do it, even if you're mediocre at it and you're mediocre as a player, you're just going to be wanted by like every team. Well, you're never going to not be on a team or have offers.
I've had like. I feel like the problem with that is it's like really hard if you're coming in as if you're like trying to work your way up the ladder as like an IGL anyway. Right. It's like really hard to prove
I'm not
yourself.
talking about those guys. I'm talking about like any already established player.
Oh yeah. Well, anyway, getting into the pistol here. We can come back to that topic in a moment. Mixwell, once again, right off to fragging again at the beginning of this second map here. Already picked up the first kill. That's Phelps gone down to the ground as he tries to push his way up Banana. And we do have Taco pushing his way out over here towards the end of the long haul. Successfully pushes forward, and actually Fallen is able to successfully trade onto Mixwell, but I think with all of this control all the way up through the edge of long haul here, they still might go through with an A hit. Yet to be seen, however, since there is some delay on it. And SK are kind of wiggling between the sites too, as you can see Tarek, who was initially holding out towards Arches there, has gone through the speedway and is going to rotate himself over towards B. But at the same time, again, SK still split up here, still in a 2-2. As I think we're waiting for one more player, that being Fur at this point, to regroup with the rest of them. If they are going to go through with B, the other two have gone up Banana there. So Even though they get free control of it, they do decide to back up. So there's a bit of uncertainty once more in that respect. But finally following through, and I think with this little time remaining, they are probably going to not have a choice anymore but to commit themselves over here towards the A-bomb site. In they will go. Both of the CTs that are currently here are trying to hold this off from pit right now. So they're not actually going to get an early spot unless Rush gets good timing on this one as to the push that's working its way out from the porch side. But still all quiet from SK here. They've down to 20 seconds, and they haven't actually started the hit yet. They've snuck up. They haven't actually spotted any CTs. There's been no reason to really engage this. They can keep it quiet and get a little bit closer. And finally, now they move in. Fur finding the first kill on Naf, and coldzera finds the second one on Rush. There we go. The site's cleared out, and both Tarek and Jason are going to be restricted here. Tarek just gets destroyed by Fur inside of Library, and for Jason R, well, unfortunately, he's probably not going to be able to do too much now.
Yeah, probably not. So Fallen at B, I think he was just, his whole job, we weren't watching him, but I think he was just trying to keep 2 there. Then they go up A and, you know, playing very dangerous with the clock as SK. That's what they used to do, man. I mean, before this time change, too, they used to, so many rounds would end with 5 seconds left and they'd be getting the bomb down, just planning at 5 seconds and whatnot. So they're no stranger to that. They know how to play under those circumstances. And they kind of, you know, deduce that they're double pit and are able to just pinch on that A site.
Off of that one, of course, usual second round buy-up from OpTic, and we are going to see them splitting up pretty evenly as well here into the usual play, although a bit of a mistake on the molly toss-up there. It's a right click where it probably should have been a left click. Not a huge deal, though, just delaying themselves a bit, and it doesn't look like OpTic were going to push out of the B site anyway, so it doesn't get in the way of them too much. Smokes on a porch side here restrict Rush's vision and make it look like they might have gone through over there towards the wrap side, but even if they had done that, Naf would have been waiting for it, so the smoke is not going to fool them. Still, beyond that, though, SK kind of playing it back and running down the timer here on the opener, as you would usually expect. And more than likely, we're going to see them once again follow through with an execution on towards B this time. Jason R again hiding from within a smoke, not really going to be able to spot all that much, but okay. Does get the tag on the Phelps with some good timing there. The nade gets tossed back out. Tarek as well from up on the boost attempts to contest, but he is going to get knocked back out. And in the meantime, again, they're also throwing these 3 other players out through the mid-connector, just playing all over the map right now on the SK side, and has drawn the rotation in, which means if they took the bomb in towards A, it would kind of be an open site. But considering they already have pretty much full control over here, they are going to go through. It's just bringing the bomb up Banana and onto this site, where Naf is still causing a bit of an issue, but they'll be able to knock him back out. Now for Rush and Mixwell here, the last 2. Well, Rush is pretty detached from all of this, having the 5-7, and more than likely he's going to hang out on the outside of Banana. Mixwell's in the church. And in a moment here, coldzera is going to swing back around. He does look the wrong way, so Mixwell's able to pick up that kill. Let's see if he can get any more, as they know where he is now. But he does have a UMP, so they might also be a little bit more restricted with actually attempting to hunt him down. This is out the pistol. Won't find any success with that, even though it does force one of the SK players to look away. And overall here, SK still ultimately going to win out the round. It's just OpTic really trying to do as much damage as they possibly can.
Yeah, they did good damage. I mean, 2 kills. I don't even think they bought half armor or anything like that. But that's like one of the most common anti-ecos you see on Inferno is you kind of scout B, but then you have that fallback option at A. So they have those guys kind of walking at mid, they have somebody spawning ult, then they have Fallen, and I believe it was Phelps scouting B. And it's like, okay, because a lot of the time for anti-ecos on Inferno, you stack things, right? You see a lot of 4-1s on Inferno, for instance. So it's like if you can run into that stack and you only lose 1 person, it's pretty easy to take the other site, as long as you have 2 people, you know, working in duos.
But into the next round we go, and it's going to be another pretty light buy, obviously, from OpTic here. Just the 5-7 and the P250 on Rush and Naf, and then Tarek gets himself a Zeus. Pretty actually common thing for Tarek to go for here on the 3rd round, but off of that, again, SK still the same type of split here, just players all over the place. Little bits of aggression here and there as they try to poke in, try to take as much early control as they possibly can. Now I will want to wait and see what happens outside of the T ladder or the T steps over there, because you can see that the CTs have gone for quite a big stack up. But unfortunately, SK for the most part are just going to bypass this and walk directly into the mid choke. coldzera waltzing in. He's not paying attention to the bottom of those steps, but Cold waltzing right in. Easy first pick up. Tarek winning on this side, though, but he gets pushed from Taco, and beautifully played from SK. I don't even think they take any damage on that exchange there. Naf, at the very least, finds Phelps pushing in towards Banana, but the round's already over. He was just a late player there, trying to see if he can knock anyone else out from OpTic. And while they do locate the last 2, ultimately letting them save a UMP, considering the next round's the counter round anyway, is not going to be a big deal. It's going to be SK moving up to 3 here in a second.
Yeah, now, you know, SK starting from where they left off on the last map, right? That's 3 for 3 on pistols.
The question is if we're going to see the consistency happen where OpTic, as it was both times that SK won the pistol and then OpTic started converting rounds from there on the first gun round. So now we'll get to see if they can do the same thing here and try to kind of immediately swing themselves back into the game. They also, again, did, at least in the second round there, did some pretty decent damage overall to SK. So while they're going to be pretty good looking here, obviously winning out this round, it should give them enough cash to buy in again after that first round. If OpTic win it, they won't really be able to go beyond that. We can see again here the systematic clear out of the apartments that actually worked out really well for them. As you can see, coldzera drew the attention first, and then Taco just came up late up the steps there where they were originally looking towards, and executed both of them with no problems at all. So now into the first gun round. And even OpTic playing it a little bit light here, as you can see the choice to stick on the UMP with Jason R, which Will's wielding here. Mixwell trying to go for the peek on Banana. Unsuccessful at first, but Fallen doesn't realize that he's peeked just a little bit on top of the wall there. So it's a really easy shot for Mixwell to hit, and they're long gone when Phelps moves past the wall to try and trade it. In the meantime, though, Taco as well, pushing himself all the way up to the edge of the long halls here, and he may have himself quite a few opportunities to take down players if he should peek into that doorway. There's 2 on the site waiting for him, but the smoke is going to kill that and probably send him back in a few moments here, with the rest of SK still looking for a path over here in towards the B bomb site. They do waste one of their Molotovs as well, with the smoke still on the site. Jason R, though, doesn't look like he actually noted Phelps. Somehow he got through that without being seen. So he's sitting right below Jason R currently, and he's going to be able to flank it out. He'll run into Tarek with his knife out, essentially, and there you go. There's one, but he doesn't check the boost. So Jason R is going to instantly trade it back into a 4v3 with advantage to OpTic, but this was all fake, as in the meantime, the hit was working itself slowly up on towards A, with Fur along with Told working in here. Mixwell even waiting on the arch position. That slow peek from Fur is not going to go anywhere. Mixwell thinks it's going to be a split since they had pressure on Banana earlier, and he's right about that. So he just falls back and watches out for extra aggression over there on the speedway instead. And overall, the entire hit has pretty much been countered out, so they have to give up the push over here towards the direction of B and just send coldzera back out through the library, where they still have 2 players waiting on the site. Very passively, I should add, as Rush is just waiting up in that safe corner. He's able to take out coldzera with no problem at all. And Taco at 18 HP, there's no way he's pulling this off with 7 seconds left. He'll just fall back into T-Apps and save.
Yeah, great positioning by Mixwell. Makes it 4v5, gets the crucial kill to not only, you know, put themselves into a 4v2, but also, you know, pretty much know exactly what their plan was, right? To go through Arch, to split B.
And there we go again. The first little mistake from SK there is they did give him that first kill and then reading into what the strat was going to be. But this is a much different opener from SK. I mean, you had mentioned this back over on Train about how they're playing it fast. They're playing it very aggressive. They want to get up in the face of OpTic, but this time it's back to the older style of Inferno, where they play it extremely slowly and basically try to get as much control as possible before actually revealing their hand.
Who's the pause coming out from, Blue?
I would believe SK. It's probably technical. Excuse me. It's a pause from Tarek, so it's a technical pause.
Okay.
So should hopefully get unpaused as soon as his issue is fixed. Probably just like a headset or something like that. But yeah, this is going literally at the moment, obviously only 4 rounds. It's not a huge amount to discuss here currently, but at the current time, it's going the exact same way that Train went, with SK obviously controlling the first initial rounds here. OpTic's traded at the gun round. SK's economy is looking a little bit better than we saw initially on Train, though, so they're still, instead of having like a broken buy for the 5th round, they do get back into it with full AKs. So they have another chance here to just re-break OpTic's economy and put them back onto a save. But if OpTic win this one, all right, we're right back into that same situation where they're controlling most of the gun rounds, and SK has only been able to win out these freebies where they can actually control the CT economy.
Yeah, early car smoke coming out. And SK looks like they want to put, wow, another 4v5 by Mixwell.
And this one is pushing into the long hauls on A as well. Catches Fur. I think he tried to go up T steps. And Taco may move in to trade, but the problem is that Okay, even if he does work his way up here, there's not going to be any presence anymore. SK still also doing this this really split up opener as well, where they just have guys pushing all over the map to try and get some semblance of control. Phelps already working their way kind of past the staging ground and trying to move in. They may actually catch Tarek on the boost if they didn't actually hear him go up there, and they move in, but no, they're not paying attention to it. So Tarek, happy with the one, dips back down behind first oranges here, and Jason R grabs the second. The B pressure's gone. Coldzera's going to come in, but he's a little bit late to the party, but nice spray transfer from Coldzera, and he reopens that site right back up and puts us into a 3v2. Fast rotates are going to be on the way from OpTic, and the problem for SK is they never gave Taco a chance to really regroup. Thankfully, already a banana here, holding a position from the edge of it, and we're going to see Coldzera try to go aggressively once more out through the church. He's knocked out. Taco is still over here in B. The smoke is restricting the retake from OpTic, however, so they haven't pushed back in. Taco is actually still looking okay, but doesn't account for an actual banana push, and that's where Rush is going to take him right out, and OpTic will pick up the second gun round.
Yeah, Cold, bringing it back with those 2 kills. But the real story so far in these gun rounds has been Mixwell. I mean, he's making it 4v5. And as soon as he makes it 4v5, if you notice, everyone else from SK ends up playing like a little bit looser. They take these battles, and it changes how they want to win the round, right? All of a sudden, the way they want to win the round is by like contact plays and things like that, and that just makes it so much more difficult, especially on a map like Inferno. If you're playing like a map like Cobble and you go down 4v5 on T, a lot of time you could do those contact plays. You can go out B and get those like initial frags. But on Inferno, it's really tough to 1v1 somebody on this map. It really is. If you're going out halls, what type of angles are you super favored at? If you're going into B, if you really know how to play B well, it really shouldn't happen. Like, that's probably the most common spot you're going to see people go in 4v5s is B. Not only because you can contact it, but you could also do, like a smoke play or a molly take, even if it's 4v5, because the rotate takes a while. But now SK on a force buy, 2 AKs, an UMP, Tech 9, and a Scout.
And already meeting some damage early on.
But look at OpTic's utility. I mean, they're not wasting anything. They still have 4 smokes and 3 Molotovs.
And this is coming in as a result of just the super passive openers that we keep seeing from SK, where they obviously creep up really slowly, but they're not trying to force the issue. Even with their actual movement, they're not trying to make any footstep sounds or anything like that, so it doesn't really make OpTic want to toss out any of these smokes or any of these Molotovs or anything, and they never actually get close enough to the site to make contact, since OpTic are playing so far back here. Now, they did leave the B side kind of open, so with Jason R repositioning there, they'll get control. He's able to counter out Taco, but then Fur flanks around him and does trade out the frag. Now Tarek holding here. Fur getting himself to first orange is enough to get control of the site, but rotations are going to be coming in really quickly, and it's an even battle, but SK not having the superior gun power here. Fur, however, holding off Tarek, does open up another opportunity, and they're pushing even more reinforcements over here, down to Banana Fallen, holding for one, but Rush jumps up from behind and re-evens this back out into a 2v2. Mixwell creeping in once the peek, he misses the shot though, and he's only got a P250 in his other hand, and now he's also just lost Rush. Left to go in quickly, he's also going to get flanked with another missed shot. He's going down, and SK reconvert and recontrol the lead.
Yeah, and those are the rounds that we really didn't see him pick up too many on train. I mean, they had that Tech 9 round where they went through Z, but most of those rounds where SK was force bot, I think OpTic probably did a better job of force buying on train, but so far in Inferno, that round was very, very crucial, very critical. Mixwell still has an off, but now CTs have a much worse buy than the Ts. They're going to go for a triple banana push, try to take control.
Still 3 rifles at the very least to work with here now on OpTic. Not the worst buy. Can still very well win them out the round, of course, with good graces in their favor. But Molotov early on, Mixwell just tries to take the shot at range and hopes that he can connect through the wall. Unsuccessful in that. So once more, OpTic getting to push these players back early on. Also, as we were mentioning in the last round, they're not really getting them to use any smokes or any extra utility here, but continuing OpTic to play actually rather aggressively, specifically when you look at Tarek there, just going for the swing out to try and find if there's more players here. Finally, they use a smoke. It's not perfect, though.
That smoke is terrible. Yeah. Doesn't do anything.
As they can just hug the left wall and crouch right past that. So a little bit more delay for SK here as the timer continues to run down. Obviously Inferno, so we do still somewhat expect these a little bit more lengthier rounds, as the Ts always need time to try and set up the appropriate route into one of the 2 sites. And at the moment, SK very heavily favoring the B approach here currently. But still, Smoke's prepared to line up now, and Phelps leading the charge, but really on his own More than likely the smoke toss out from him, and then Phelps will try to push in and pick up a few kills, catching Jason R. There comes the 2 smokes, and it is going to force a rotation from Mixwell, but also extra aggression from the 2 players that were on A here. So NAF will catch out one in that aggression, and this would be really the only thing that could save them at this point, is they've lost both those B players. They are going to go 1 for 1 on the actual A choke point, but now NAF is going to be very low at 12 HP, and he'll have to wait quite a long time for a rotate from Tarek. He thinks he's safe to peek out and punish the players on site, but no, will not be the case. And in this force-up gun round, OpTic are not going to be successful, and Tarek has to fall back to save, and SK are going to push themselves up to a 5th.
Yeah, so SK not playing around this game, Blue. I don't think SK likes losing very much.
No, they don't. Especially not in an upset scenario like that. I think maybe they lose their first game of the season to someone like Cloud9 or Team Liquid or something like that, but not OpTic, who have been looking rather messy over the past couple weeks here.
Yeah, they have. And SK, you know, they've been pushing back B consistently. And then that round, they push back B very quickly. They kind of wait a little bit of utility out. And then as they do the B fake, they throwing in nades, but Phelps is in front of the nades. And so a lot of the time what happens is the smokes and the flashes and the Molotovs go down, and then you pull out a flash when you start seeing that to like counter flash or whatever, because you think they're going to come, maybe you back up, get in a different position, and then Phelps is already there. So he catches you off guard, pushes straight through CT spawn, and it was just a B fake towards A. It worked out very nicely. Phelps and SK.
So full save here from OpTic. Obviously, we still have Tarek with the rifle, but that's going to be rather short-lived, as he's the first one to go down. Phelps finding that initial entry right over there on Banana. The rest of the team, I mean, they're back to their old tricks again over here, where they push up Banana early on. They push themselves forward over towards... they push themselves forward over here towards the mid connector, or just the mid choke point early on. So they're already taking fast control. And for Jason R and Rush, those last 2, as you can see, are going to be cleaned up pretty quickly here, and it is going to be a fast 6th round for SK Gaming.
Yeah, that's looking great for it. I still think this map is pretty CT-sided, just from playing it, you know, as much as I have. I haven't played it like an insane amount or anything, but I still think a lot of the way it plays out is pretty true. I think Banana's a lot harder to hold, though. When it comes to CT, like playing it passively, because I don't think the triple box is like nearly as good. I think it's smaller, right? So it's a lot more difficult to get speed when you swing out to peek right or left, as Mixwell just rushes down. Again, it's 4v5. How many times now has Mixwell made a 4v5?
It's too many to count. Has to be closing in on double digits right here. So he gets that advantage. Rush is going to get challenged in a second, though. There's a lot of guys coming up, and he doesn't think that they're that far pushed up already. Problem is, nobody's really watching for this flank, so Naf goes in for a big spray. Only takes down 1, but he got good damage on a Fur, a little bit more on a Fallen as well. Now, it's going to be very obvious that they're going to be splitting, because they have no pressure over there towards Porch. Taco converting, though, after they do lose Fur, but then Tarek right back into the mix of things, takes out Taco, and leaves Fallen as the only one alive. So it is... Unless Fallen comes out with some huge heroics, you're more than likely going to end up being a 3rd round from OpTic. And there you go. They pick it up, and they're going to get a free out for the job.
Yeah, and that was a double rotate out of B to watch the CT spawn split. That's very unusual. Very unusual. You know, some people push B, some people send 1 spawn, 1 stay in B, some people, you know, put somebody in construction and someone like Emo or something. But they actually went both from B to fight the players in CT spawn.
Oh, and now they're just going to push directly out of B. Awesome. Look at this. Jason R goes right past the wall. He missed the guy. No, he actually does notice the Fallen's in there. Close up, though, and he's out of ammo, so he pulls the knife out. But Coldzera is going to be able to take him down there, and ultimately, that just becomes a 4v4 after everything is said and done.
Yeah, but did you see the flash they do while he's running? He full speeds in front of the short wall, and they throw a flash behind him, right to Mixwell's left off the, you know, like the gray bricks or whatever, and it lands behind him as he's running up.
So there we go now. Fur knocking out Naf, and it does look like, though, as a result of that aggressive push, that SK are going to be able to push in towards A. And without proper reinforcements here, they're not going to be able to have any attempt at a retake at all.
I messed up the observing Blue. They're trying to keep it on him so they could show the flash that I'm talking about as SK just runs over the A site.
It's all good. So.
Don't blame me. Blame it. It's Observer's fault, man. DJ and Heather, what are they doing over there? I see them. Sometimes they're playing Monopoly while they're observing.
They're playing Monopoly?
Yeah.
They have enough room for that over there?
They have an Xbox on one. Like, it's
It's unbelievable, those guys.
Just wasting time.
They're the bad boys of
just in their dark corner in the back of the room. So at the end of it, though, SK
they need to take their jobs a lot more seriously, is what I'm saying.
they're not liking that too much. Spamming the question marks. There's too many question marks, though. They're just supposed to post the one question mark. Isn't that what you usually do? But that is going to put OpTic, with SK winning out that round, that is going to put them onto a save here. Actually, no, they force into it, so excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, SK is looking pretty dominant. And, you know, I think anytime you can get an op like this, a lot of the time it's a really good force buy. I mean, if that op makes it 4v5, it should, in theory, be, you know, a very, very CT-sided round on Inferno.
The observer just moving over, making obscene remarks towards us as well. What is this? Wow. We're just being treated poorly now.
Security.
Leaving their posts.
Again! This is like, this has got to be like the 10th or something round. Be, you know, going back to train.
That's what I was saying, yeah. He's got to have it towards double digits at this point where he just comes in and makes the early entry. Unfortunately, in this map, it hasn't been working out so well because usually OpTic are able to kind of hold on to that advantage, but now the problem is SK always are able to trade it. Naf, okay, that gets hyper aggressive there. Naf technically doesn't get a kill, but Fur kills Phelps, so I guess it works out to be a trade. So it ends up 3v3. Problem is, though, is that Fallen reads into this fast rotate as everyone moves over from B. He's already taken down Mixwell. He spots at least one more coming out of Arches there, so he'll be able to just relay that to his teammates and fall back behind a smoke. Tarek actually catching Fur, getting aggressive there, so now with Fallen also low, but Fallen again on point in this round. He's up to a 3K.
By Fallen, yeah.
And now it's Jason R to try and clutch 1v2. And moving forward, never mind, he's going to get denied here.
That was a cool round by Fallen, though, but he goes and he takes mid as a T, runs through Rap, kills like 2 people there, and then he goes and he holds mid as a T from Porch. Just goes around the world across that like square, right? And then ends up being like in a CT position, essentially.
Well, at the very least, Jason R will finally take down Fallen towards the end of this round, and he upgrades to the op there, so putting their overall buy into this next round up again. But the problem is like OpTic have continued to force the issue here, thinking that they could break SK, but it's led to this pretty great lead for SK because of the fact that they keep losing it. So it's 8-3 now, and while they will have that op, there no one else really has a choice, so they're going to have to save.
We'll see if Mixwell can make some magic happen. Looks like he's going for that mid pick right away.
I wouldn't even go into it initially and mistimes the shot there when someone does actually leap in towards mid. So no early connection. We do, however, see I think it's a nade or something like that hits Phelps, so he's gonna lose about 40 right at the start. Little means very little, however, when you consider what OpTic actually have invested here. Just P250s, Rush hasn't bought anything, and Jason R's got himself like a half buy with a deagle and kit. He's got the biggest buy beyond Mixwell, and even Mixwell is on the glass cannon with that op here too. So he's in a bit of a riskier position as he's basically just fallen back to the A site. And again, with flashes and whatnot, OpTic really scared of that B pressure, and this has been part of the issue, is it seems like they keep over-rotating towards B, and that kind of lets SK move in with the bomb towards A, while only having to deal with, at most, like 1 or 2 players on the site to actually take it and get the bomb onto the ground. And we can see that as a result happening once again here is, while they still have 2 lurking A, 3 are going to push towards B as they have it all smoked off and everything. Phelps actually doesn't really have a clean path in, but there's still 4 players from OpTic here trying to hold it off, and only Mixwell without armor to defend over on the A site. They are going to move the bomb in towards B, though, so this could work out to be a bit of a trap that OpTic could spring against them. And, well, out they go. Phelps isn't going to know where he is as he's taken down first off. Fallen able to trade that, but now they do know the amount of presence that's here, so they're going to take it much more consciously. Unfortunately, there's not enough time to wrap it around to the other bomb site, but Rush trying to push forward here, finding one through the CT smoke. That's going to take down Coldzera. Quickly falling back, however, as he has upgraded himself, so he just wants to get out of here for right now. Jason R is caught running up from Nubox. Naf will trade, but then Fallen also holding back, is able to pick up an additional kill. Now, though, he needs to find this plant, and the problem is he doesn't really have a whole lot of time to do it, so he'll commit. Rush will walk right up, drop the bomb. That's the round. The CTs are going to win it. So Fur's just going to have to back off and save his AK.
Wow, so just a complete 4-man B stack on that CT side, and that time, the anti-eco was very, very different from SK because they knew Mixwell had that off. So if you just send somebody to scout, it could be different. So they kind of go for a more full commit. Fur was kind of lurking, just completely out of the play. Wasn't able to make an impact at all since there's 4 people at B. and OpTic wins that round. Just off pistols and one off, and that's it. No half armor, nothing.
Right back onto the buy now will be SK. However, since they still remain dominant up to this point, boost for Mixwell. They're spraying into it though, and this is where they might actually be able to counter him. And oh, he goes in. Looks like the shot's a hit, but no, not the case.
They were so ready for that.
Yeah. Coldzera takes him down, and now they even go looking for the guy that was boosting him up. For just trying to check things out here around Boiler, and he's getting pushed him over by Rush. Rush is successful.
My goodness, that was an awesome peek by Rush.
So he picks up the counter, or just the trade there on the Fur to take him down. And re-evens it back into a 4v4. SK, though, really for one of the first times in this half, they are actually going directly into one of the sites. They've been wanting to kind of toy around with both of the sites and try to make OpTic miss-rotate off of that, but this time they are just going to directly commit over here towards A. You'll see Rush and Naf here to defend it. Rush specifically still kind of out in the open from this position, and because of that, Phelps is going to be able to take him down on their initial push inside. Jason can't see anything, nor can he help out with the site push, and in his commitment around towards the library wrap, Fallen just going to take him down. An advantage that looked like OpTic were going to be able to keep control of here. Naf is also caught moving in the open, so Taco's going to take him down, and Tarek's all the way over on B, so he'll be saving, and SK will just trade out this round once again and put themselves up to 9.
Yeah, finally Mixwell getting punished for being, just incredibly aggressive this whole series. It's going to put SK on 9, and I mean, I do think this is still a CT-sided map, but before when we used to play Inferno, I mean, it was also at different round times.
Yeah.
It used to be like 11-4, 12-3 on CT side. I mean, it was like very regular. Sometimes like 14-1. It was so CT sided. Now I don't think it's quite as CT sided. I still do think it's inherently CT sided, but on the new, Halls is really easy to take as a T. The walls are paper thin. You could literally just throw a Molotov in Boiler and take control because there's no bedroom anymore. It's so easy to take control of Halls. Then you have Banana. Seems like it's at least in the games I've seen, it seems like as Ts you could still take control of it. Just mollying the car and whatnot, you could definitely take control. And then it's obviously more difficult to hold as a CT because the tri-box, it's not as good. It's just really not a good spot anymore. Like, I don't know, I never see people have success there anymore. It's a lot smaller. There's no crack in the middle that you could take pop shots and get info from. But, so all in all, I think, we're seeing Fur just runs at mid for a quick pick, kills Mixwell.
Naf wanted to be close here to Phelps, but didn't realize that Phelps was still hugging the short wall. But
I still think it's like a 9-6, 8-7. I think it's just a little bit CT-sided, but not super CT-sided like it was. I actually like the map. I think they did a really good job. A lot of good improvements.
So OpTic are trying to make this map a little bit more closer for themselves, but on this round, not really panning out the way that they would have hoped. Again, it was looking good at the beginning for them again here. It's kind of found its way back into the harness of SK as they continue to get the early frags here. Mixwell not being able to convert anymore and pick up that early kill to bring it down to a 5v4. And on this round specifically, OpTic continuing to be super aggressive to try and hunt for trade frags, but just not getting anything. They've read the fact that the B bomb site is more than likely just completely an open book at this point, so they'll smoke and flash it out really quickly and then just go in and take control, and more than likely they're just going to force the save on Tarek and Rush.
Yeah, and I was trying to think what, because I was playing it last night on Inferno, and I would just, every time people would tri-box, it was pretty easy kill generally. And I think the reason is, if you look at tri-box now, I think it's small enough to the point where when you used to play tri-box on Inferno, when they used to be pushing you, you used to be able to kind of wide swing out of it and kill the guys, maybe coming up spindle or whatever. Now, I don't think you hit like full speed because, obviously it takes time to get full velocity when you start running in CSGO. So I don't think you hit like full speed, and I think that's why it's like an easier kill at tri-box. But, obviously the crack not being there as well is huge.
So it will be indeed SK winning out the round here, going up to 10. Tarek, though, and the others are going to try to hold off. Obviously, they're going to the last round, so they just want to try and drop these guns the best of their ability. Tarek having himself a nice old time, though, and he's going to be able to successfully save. Rush even gets the third kill. Those deaths mean literally nothing, however, as it's 15th round and SK all have the cash to rebuy back in.
I mean, stats mean everything, dude. What are you talking about now?
They lost the round. They don't get RWS anyway.
Well, to be fair, I don't think any pro player cares about RWS like, as a stat line at all.
We did for that segment, but...
You did? Yeah. But are you a pro player?
No, definitely not. I mean, you can answer that question for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, RWS is pretty... I don't think it really means anything. I mean, I don't know.
And immediately at the beginning of the round, well, we do see another player from OpTic chiming back in to find that early kill. It's not Mixel anymore, though. In fact, he doesn't even have the op this time. It's actually Tarek wielding it. He got that nice 3K at the end, so he just decides to hold on to it for the 15th round. And actually does pick up the first frag over here towards the B site, and he may be able to get some more if we do decide to see Phelps re-aggress in towards it. And Tarek actually taking his own initiative upon this. Phelps made his re-peek into the op. He's holding the tight corner here. He sees him, but he is baiting and taking the shot. So Phelps swings out immediately, headshots Tarek. And now they can re-aggress back inside, regardless if this bomb is going to commit itself to the site or not. Rushed and rotate in, so Tarek's death will still leave them with a 2-stack of players on this site. Phelps, though, trying to crouch over towards the grill, and it works out because he not only takes out Jason R, he also gets rushed, too, just lurking everywhere and destroying everyone on this site for OpTic. It's SK to control the site, and Coldzera now gets the 4th kill. So Naf, again, he's really not going to have a hope in the world of doing anything, so more than likely this is going to end 11-4. Definitely just looking for a way to creep back up here and line up the first kill. Good headshot for the first, but doesn't pay attention to the church, so Phelps will swing right out and trade that again. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, with an impressive play at the very end for SK. They hold a much more dominant lead. It's the one that those of you that were coming into the set blind may have expected. 11-4 for SK. We'll see if OpTic have a chance to bring it back in the second half here in just a moment.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
So back down to reality, it seems, here for Inferno as SK hold the lead, 11-4 coming off of the first half. OpTic, unfortunately, is not able to capitalize on a lot of their early frags very well for the CT side, and in some cases just straight up not getting them. So now they've got a huge comeback swing to work towards on T side.
Yeah, and OpTic's inability to, you know, win rounds, especially when it's like 4v5. Mixwell made a 4v5, what, like 3-4 gun rounds there. You know, and they still lost those rounds. And normally that's not going to happen. Like, normally SK isn't going to let Mixwell just run wild on him like that and have those type of problems. So, having said that, like, OpTic just really did not play very well on that front.
I mean, you could see it towards the very end, too, that, like, finally they get the adjustment on the Mixwell to finally start countering him out, and then at that point, we're really not seeing anything from OpTic at all, and it was just full control for SK. So now, I mean, this is one of those scorelines where if we do see the 11 team take the pistol, it's pretty much all but over. Really 1 or 2 gun rounds will be able to solidify the match there. Let's take a look as SK has gone 3 for 3 tonight on those pistols. And getting right into it here to take a look at their opening strat. Well, it looks like, again, they're going to be splitting themselves up initially, but then grouping up pretty quickly over there towards alt mid. Fur won't spot anything except for maybe Rush pushing himself over there through the crossroads to everybody else. With a fast push up alt mid, they don't reveal themselves in terms of their footsteps. So there's one player firing off a couple shots that they'll be able to hear, but everybody going up towards the T steps here. This could give away. Taco mistimes his peak, though, so he does have to fall back and give them room here. They're going fast outside of this one. Taco gets flashed, won't be able to stop the initial play from the outside. Rush also taking down Phelps. Fur being able to trade it back. It's all over the place right now as everybody's picking each other off one by one. Fur with a wide peek, though, gives himself to Mixwell. And now Fallen and Coldzera are going to have to look to 2v3 clutch this, and Fallen's really going to have to wait as well, as Coldzera is just now arriving into the library position before he's rotating towards B, and he doesn't last very long. OpTic holding, and Rush, along with Mixwell, just turning themselves into turrets there on the site. Fallen is going to go down to Rush. He ends up with a 3K on this pistol, and finally, OpTic 2 win a pistol.
Yeah, finally. Might be too little too late, though. We'll see. I mean, a comeback is definitely possible on this T side of Inferno, but they got to get past these anti-ecos, and I've said this, you know, last time we cast in Inferno, I think Inferno on the CT side is one of the easier maps to eco people. I really do. It's easy to fall into a stack. It's easy to take a risk on CT side Inferno. It's easy to get in close range quarters with like a CZ, for instance, in halls or around boiler, or maybe getting aggressive in boiler mid-round, being aggressive halls, being on the balcony, whatever. And we see a lot of anti-ecos being won on this map. Or sorry, ecos.
So now it's just going to be OpTic again splitting up early on to watch out for these eco-aggressive pushes that we might see from SK. Specifically, you've got Coldzera pushed out from the B site, kind of watching out for long pressure right now. Phelps finding himself a bit of an engagement there towards the window early on, but nothing significant. Just gets tagged for half his HP. Cold spots the play on B and does promptly fall back, and has his teammate toss in a nade to respond to it here. Tarek also spotting one pushing out from the steps. That's Taco, but it actually misses the shot, so he's just going to fall back again. And working off of this one, SK obviously not finding much to start off, but at the very least they are causing delay on the OpTic push. Not too much, though, as they're already getting ready to push in towards Banana here. And if they hold close quarters to this one, Fallen swings out. He had a good pop flash, actually, so he gets one. And this is going to cause for a quick rotation for Fur. Some of the others already all the way down mid, too. With Coldzera not finding much, OpTic still looking good here. A 4v3 now. Fur is going to get himself successfully over here towards the garden in time, and he actually just gets directly up close. Tarek sprays into it, though, and stops Fur from actually getting anything done. So for Taco and Phelps, not a whole lot that they can actually accomplish now, and they will more than likely fall back to save, giving OpTic a 6th.
Yeah, just pretty much just the default setup, it looked like, from SK there. No real risk being taken, no stack. You know, not much craziness going on from them. And OpTic, I couldn't tell if that was if they were going to scout B or commit on it. But that pop flash, I don't know if Mixwell was blind. I know there was 2 blind, but almost works out even better than we thought. I think Cold definitely misplayed that a bit. A lot of the time when that spindle smoke happens, usually the best thing now is if like you're by yourself, you go to the right of the smoke, kind of next to the emo corner. So you go in the smoke and then you go to the right, and then a lot of times people aren't watching it, and you can get killed, especially if you haven't given away your spot yet.
You can see the quick clear out coming in here from OpTic after they...
So you see right there on the left towards emo, if he goes towards his left from the player's point of view that we're looking at,
yeah,
you can kind of crouch in it, and a lot of the time the smoke is elevated there, and you can kind of see
directly under it a
yeah.
little bit. Well, OpTic again having themselves hopefully a little bit of an easier time with this round. What they do, there's a few players in that last exchange. Phelps close up on the wall. Mixwell, oh, he looks away at the last second, actually, so he's going to give himself up and almost gets Jason R, too. He's dinked down to 10 HP after it, but still trades it and brings it down to a 4v4, and this is going to cause for a halt on OpTic temporarily while they just make sure that no one else from SK wants to try and move and finish the job against Jason R, or take extra advantage on anyone else that's hiding out near like alt mid right now, since they still have those extra 2 players stacked here. Jason R does spot Fur, but really only trying to make sure that they are still pushed up Banana, and he does confirm that, so probably falls back to the site afterwards.
Yeah, and this is actually really dangerous. I mean, we'll see. It looks like they are going to go back to B, and look at this Hall's push by Fallen. So Fallen knows Hall's clear. He's probably going to tell them to rotate to B right now. So this push needs to happen very quickly.
And it's still slow to set up from the OpTic side here, too. So you've got Taco and Coldzera that are ideally going to be in a position to cross-spray out from CT. They check up top, though, and that's actually a nice find on the Furs. Originally, didn't look like they were checking it. Taco got past the smokes. He will be stuck behind the new one in Garden, but he doesn't care. Still waltzing through it. Doesn't get anywhere with it, however. And OpTic, after clearing out, those additional 2 players, and now with 3rd player, it's going to look good for them. And they should be able to claim the 7th here.
Pretty deep CT spawn smoke, too. It's a lot better to throw that CT spawn smoke not so close that they could just immediately run to pool when they run out, but a little bit deeper so that if they want to go through the smoke, they can't immediately look through their right, and they have to be wary of their left first and then look towards their right. That's like the spawn smoke you want to hit.
Well, OpTic back into it, of course, by winning these first 3, but this is the first time we've seen them actually accomplish this, and now it goes back to the gun rounds here. But interestingly, on the SK side, as you can see, they're not even going for full M4s on it. They have two UMPs that they're working with still, and coldzera downgrading to a FAMAS, Fallen and Phelps both working with M4s, so not going to have the full throttle of the first CT buy. Immediately, Jason R pushing up 2, but the one M4 they do have, Fallen is able to make some work with it as he pushes up and dispatches of Jason R pretty quickly to now give SK the initial 5v4 advantage.
Yeah, Tarek takes Hall's control all by himself, and now, again, like Mixwell is probably just going to walk up middle and look for kills, and you know, SK, this is my first time seeing them on Inferno. I'm very surprised that Fallen and coldzera are playing like the spot together at B. I would expect Fallen or Cold, one of them, to be towards A, and then that way, if you want to double op, you know, you kind of do it that way. But yeah.
So, might see that change up a little bit later, but for right now, it's stacked up over there towards B. OpTic, in the meantime, trying to push in for mid control, but they have both of the angles smoked off, so they're actually not going to be safe to proceed onto the site anytime soon. And SK may even start to investigate over here, too. I'm not sure if Phelps saw Rush boosted up, but they certainly didn't see him go into that little mini cubby here on the porch side. Fur gets one with a nade, and now Helps can swing back out, but he's only going to be able to pick up 1 frag. Mixwell trades it back, taking Phelps down. Naf and Mixwell are going to be the last 2 remaining here for this T side. As they push in, though, there's even players still waiting for them in pit and on the site. And one of them is going to be Taco, waiting down below inside of the pit there. They look for Fur, but in the meantime, Taco is able to finish off the job on one of them. They even almost catch Mixwell in the retreat, but at 17 HP, he's not going very far. Fur knocking him out, and SK right back into controlling the lead after losing those first 3.
Yeah, and they live with 4 alive, so most likely, even if they lose this round, they'll probably be able to purchase in the next round. Surprised Phelps wasn't able to get more there. He was in prime position to get a double or a triple. But do you see how they played that site? So set up so Taco's in pit. He's playing so he can never get picked off. He's letting them like come up almost all the way, and then he kills them when they're actually pushing towards default. And then Fur's just tucked into sight, and it's like you cannot lose that in that scenario. It just is not going to happen today. You're never going to lose a 2v2 if they only have like 2 alive and they're coming A, right? It's just never going to happen.
Well, OpTic again falling back and still playing it slowly here for the group up towards mid. They run down the timer, but seem kind of lost here in terms of where they actually want to take the bomb towards. Fallen. And still waiting to just take the contact on anyone from OpTic that would dare peek around that corner. Rush in the meantime, though, catches Fur. As you can see, he got really aggressive, swinging himself out there.
That's a bit too aggressive.
Yeah. Just wide peeking mid choke, and as far as we can tell there, it didn't look like there was a smoke or anything covering it either, so just gives himself away. And it's actually a kind of gift to OpTic there, as they give themselves the early 5v4 advantage. Now it's about capitalizing upon it, though. Again, like I said before, it seemed like they were kind of struggling with actually finding their direction as they try to push in through the mid-choke. Well, smoke over here on the porch side, and I think there's another one that they toss towards the library side, too. That they're going to be able to push past this, and the smoke is certainly not perfect. It goes pretty deep, so they still have an angle with which to abuse and kind of get past. And now, well, I had to use a lot of smoke, just as a note, to actually get in here. So they only have 2 left at the post plant, and look who followed them. It's Phelps, finding both Naf and Jason R on the flank. Fallen goes through the smoke and arches and knocks out Rush. The last one of those 2 is sitting back over here on B and tries to aggress, but he's completely disconnected from the bomb. Tarek's now alone, and out comes Fallen again for one last frag.
Yeah, and I don't know why Mixwell was still a B. It wasn't a B split. It was going to be an A split. They smoked off library and arches. They were going towards A, and he was a B like that entire round. And had he not been a B, you know what his job would have been? It would have been to watch porch and watch through that smoke and make sure nobody, pushes through it. And then aggress porch when his teammates are wrapping. Or he would have been arch with them and went into the cubby and killed anybody coming out of the smokes and also watch porch as well.
Fallen,
and instead he's a B.
Fallen able to spot here and connect it. Oh, he's 2 legs in a row. A bit unlucky at the start, unfortunately. Jason R and Naf, though, lit up, and now we're just going to see them push back in for full control. OpTic aren't going anywhere on this round. Fallen getting another shot up close and personal, and then for leaping forward, gets the headshot on Naf to close the round. They're not worried about that death on Phelps. They've got so much cash now, and this last gun round could very well decide the map.
Yeah, and this is the way they're going to be playing B, SK, is going to be pretty different than most people. Like, Fallen's probably usually going to be opping it. They're going to probably be able to save like a lot of utility. And this round, they're going to go for a triple push. So I want to see if they're going to be able to take control, or if Rush and OpTic are going to be able to stop it.
It does look like they are going to be moving out for control towards Banana here. Molotov just firebombing the entire push up towards B there, and then getting the deep smoke in, which they'll probably reapply in a moment here too, just making sure there's nobody hiding out towards the wood or the cubby there on the left side that Fallen just checked. Tarek trying to creep up in the meantime over here towards the long haul, but that just gets smoked out. Perfect timing on this utility once again from SK here too. So with that not leading to a whole lot of success on the OpTic side, they will have to wait down the timer quite a bit before they can actually make anything happen.
Yeah, that's perfect control. They smoke deep, they double molly, they double nade logs. There's nowhere the C's could be. And then, since they know there's 3B, they use that early A utility. But they can make up for using that early A utility because Fallen could play B by himself and get early info.
Mixwell also holding from just inside of the boiler. The smoke does give him a little tiny opportunity to sneak back out here. But again, it's not really going to give him all that much control. They're still kind of stuck in a prison of smokes right now. Well, they have to wait for this to clear out. Just paying attention in case the guys from SK try to do anything cheeky, like a boost up on top of porch there. Won't be seeing it, but in the meantime, SK did kind of give up some of this room. Fur's even going to go into the cubby as this smoke should be fading in a moment here. And the others that were watching out for porch control have now gone back over towards the site. Fallen does see the push coming out towards Banana, though, and unfortunately the flash does not hit onto him. The jump over towards the short wall does not distract Fallen at all, so he knocks out Naf when he attempts to peek it. Tarek is going to get caught trying to retreat from the long hauls here, and it's still 5v2 as the last two from OpTic try to force their way in. The molly did actually get in the way of Fallen a little bit there, so Mixwell is able to punish, finally taking out Fallen. But once again, Fur sitting directly behind them, moves in, takes down the one assisting the plant. They do let the plant go through, but Fur just handles that once again. And considering that they now have I think it's going to be an 8-round lead, they're not too worried about letting that go through.
Yeah, and OpTic just going to be on an AK armor buy, not much utility at all, just going to be like a couple smokes most likely. Since I assume all of them will probably AK. Nope, Naf gets an ump, so he has some utility at least.
And you can see Fallen just picking up these 2 kills. Spots the hit early on too, so he's able to call for it. They get reinforcements. They do punish him a few seconds later.
Textbook by Fallen. And if you saw what he was doing, he wasn't just holding the angle at B. He was like peeking in and out and making sure he dodges a flash, because they're probably not going to try to take control without flashing.
Well, once again, Fallen is going to find himself aggressively pushed out, but this time it doesn't lead to all that much success. Cole, though, gets 2 instant headshots and beautifully controlling his AK. Takes down Tarek and Jason R. That was going to look like they were going to be able to bulldoze the site, but now coldzera getting great control of it, trades out the kills. First still restricted, but he does hear Mixwell going past the smoke at full speed, so is able to trace the spray on that one. Rush is alone in a 1v2. He'll try to creep in against Fur. But Fur is just falling right back, and Taco 6 the final kill. So there you go. It's SK that do control the second map, and although they falter on the first, they get right back into it and win out their second, making this match a 1-1 record for this evening.
And SK looked really good on, on Inferno there, and OpTic, they've been playing Inferno. I think they have some good players that will perform well on it, but having a stand-in and stuff, they probably haven't even practiced Inferno once together, Yeah. I mean,
not a whole lot that they can do there.
Yeah, so it was pretty tough for them. And SK, the one thing I want to note on that last round is how Cold actually played that spindle. If you noticed, he wasn't all the way up on the spindle. He was actually back quite a bit, and he was able to see like all of their legs and stuff like that. I wonder, I haven't played spindle that much on this map. I wonder if that's a better vantage point.
All right, so with that said, we are going to bring the analysts back into the conversation one more time and get their thoughts on how this closeout came to be, and with SK going back in to take real control here of the second map.
11-4 for SK on their first half there.
Yeah.
Pretty bad situation to find yourself in if you're OpTic.
Definitely, especially considering that was a weak side for SK when they were playing versus VP at Katowice. So definite improvement from SK on that side. You can even see some changes in how they played their CT side as well. At Katowice, it was Phelps and coldzera playing that B bomb side. This time we see Fallen back in his standard position towards B, where he's been creating havoc on Inferno for multiple years in the past. So, SK is still finding their way forward on that map, seeing how it is fairly new, but definitely worked out this game.
No, I mean, okay, so they have just this tough time first half. This isn't the same OpTic we saw over on Train, or even along the same sentiment that Sam said, or Dazed. There's a good chance they'd never play this together.
Yeah, no, I think that's actually a very high likelihood of it. I was actually surprised by the fact that they did have, anything planned at all, which we are going to get back to. But yeah, no, it's going to be rough, especially when you're going up against a team that is fairly structured like SK.
Well, let's take a look now at round 16, the second pistol, and actually the only pistol that OpTic picks up tonight. Take it away, Vendetta.
Yeah, so basically this is one of the things that OpTic actually had prepared that surprised me. You're going to see a perfectly timed apps push here, and the 3 guys in apps from OpTic are going to push out of A halls the second that smoke pops on top of the hay balls, or haystack. And what this allows for is that regardless of what kind of position Taco takes in this scenario, as long as he doesn't have any teammates around him to help him out, he's not going to have any sort of impact. And I think one of the benefits that you have as a T on this side, compared to, Sam was talking about how on B, the, CTs are weakened in that sense by how the new boxes are played out. For T's, if you get into this kind of a position and can play the pit, the fact that the entire left side of pit is opened up right now allows you to get much more harder or tougher angles for CTs to retake the bomb side on. And that's really what OpTic takes advantage of in this kind of situation by getting that early pit control.
Well, being that this is the newer iteration of Inferno, is this a map that we're seeing new material on every single time we see it?
Not every single time, because a few teams are still, going by the same mantra as they did, going about it the same old way they did on the old Inferno. But we are seeing some new teams, play it differently. We saw OpTic, for instance, on their CT side, having a couple of different ways of how they wanted to play aggressive banana, how they got, the perfect flashes timed out to allow, the guy with the best spawn to just continuously run and put pressure on the T's, that kind of stuff. And we're going to see more and more of that come out. I don't think we've seen too much innovation in terms of how CTs play aggressively in A-halls, for instance, but I think that's, something that will be figured out as we go along.
Well, definitely saw, like you're saying, a couple of the old tricks there from the old version of Inferno.
Yeah.
I.e. the banana control. Right, where we're looking at 2-3 mollies coming down on top of banana with that smoke at the end of there, and really just holding.
Yeah.
And they're really just taking that entire portion of the map offline for any terrorist trying to get early control in the beginning of the round. And it's a proven effective still in this version.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because that was such a massive part. Obviously, banana was the most hotly contested part of the map on old Inferno, and you can see it's still, incredibly vital for CTs to actually be able to fend T's off initially and allow yourself a bit of breathing room, especially if you're not comfortable of actually pushing aggressively towards A. So, it's not surprising to see the teams go back to that kind of tried and true way of approaching CT side Inferno, but there's still cool ways to seeing how you go about it. Obviously, Mixwell at the start of that CT half was able to find the opening frag for OpTic more or less every round by pushing aggressively in banana. And, you don't necessarily have to do, the same old. If you, learn one new palm flash or something, that might be all it takes, especially if you're not continuously going to play aggressively, but just want to get that first frag and then bail out.
We were able to see Fallen do it over there, over on Banana. Some really cool stuff coming out there, albeit not super high advanced, but...
No, but if it
still
does that trick, right? Exactly. That's all you're looking for, really. So you don't have to, recreate the wheel. As long as, that's where you have it.
Well, in case you don't know what Pop Flash we're talking about, you could head over to youtube.com/ESLCS to check out this VOD and many more, because they're all there from this entire season across NA, across EU. Definitely a good place to go in there and check these VODs out, learn something, and then apply it in game.
Basically a copycat.
Yeah,
100%.
That's how Counter-Strike works, I think, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's how you get better, right? Basically, you steal from the best, and then you try to perfect it or, innovate it.
There was an old saying. It was only the best, but anything will do. And I think that doesn't apply here at all. Anyway, we're going to cut to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to have Liquid and we're going to have Winterfox on 2 maps. We'll be right back.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
All right, that does it for the first match. Let's go into the second one here. We're going to be looking at Liquid and Winterfox, what's sure to be a bout that's probably a little more one-sided than the other.
Yeah, and I was thinking you're going to leave this up like a Mayweather McGregor kind of deal.
Absolutely not.
No, that's not going to be the case. No, Liquid coming into this is big favorites, even with the roster issues that they've had. Pim playing his last two official games.
You said roster, and that's what's going to happen. Pimp, Elige, JDM, Nitro, Stanislaw over there on the Liquid side. And we do know, like you're saying, that Pimp, this is his last game. It's kind of like farewell, but we still need you to come back next week. I'm pretty sure he's going back across the big pond after this.
It's 2 weeks notice, right?
Right.
That's how it works
It
in
makes
esports?
sense. That's how we operate here in NA.
Yeah.
For sure. But let's take a look now at the Winterfox roster. Off new, Imagine, APOC, Raz, and Zusi. What name sticks out to you amongst these guys?
Well, initially, it's been Suzy all season. I've, been mentioning him every time, hoping that he's going to have, a better showing. That hasn't really come together as of right now. So Offnu and APOC, probably the two best performers on that Winterfox side, but it's all relative, right? Because nothing has really been going too well for the side of Winterfox so far this season.
Of course. That has been the storyline. I think we've harped on it every time.
Yeah.
Today is no exception. They're having a tough one, and they're definitely one of those teams that we keep speaking about that if they don't get it together, they're going to find themselves in relegation.
Yeah, and I think that's a real threat for them right now. And what's weird as well, that one of the wins they have, it was versus Luminosity on Cobble, so not the kind of win you would expect them to pick up as well, given the situation they find themselves in. So I guess they do have the potential in them to actually upset.
Well, the map is going to be Overpass. Any sort of quick things that step out in your mind, at least from this Liquid or this Winterfox side?
I mean, not the favorite map for Liquid by any sense. I guess that's a good thing for Winterfox, but we've seen Winterfox play Overpass, and it was not impressive whatsoever. So still, you're going to have to side with Liquid. You're going to have to see them as big favorites coming into this.
Well, standing beside us is Eric de Beer Stromberg, who's going to run over Liquid's Overpass. What do you got for us, Eric?
Hello, my friends. Keyboard Warriors, how you doing? You guys enjoying the show so far? Great? No? Well, I'm sorry, but welcome back to Stromberg Strategies. We're going to take a look at Team Liquid and Overpass against CLG. As you can see right here, Team Liquid's in a lot of trouble. They need to get this round. They planned the bomb. They lost, but now they have to win, so they buy up. They have to get rounds. You see JDM, he's scouting out the middle, kind of playing a little conservative. He saw the smoke, so he's trying to bait any shot, any op shot, trying to get information. Pimpin' Elige, watching the short push. Stanislav just sitting in the back, just having a good time. Who knows what he's doing? But JDM eventually comes through the lower connector. So now Team Liquid has a good idea that they're probably not pushed, that they're playing a little conservative, so this allows Team Liquid to kind of creep up and get in position. So CLG, maybe 12-4, maybe play a little aggressive, maybe play a little more, just a little more ballsy, as they say. As you can see, Team Liquid's just literally creeped up and about to push. They don't have much utility at all. They have 3 flashes left right now as they're about to execute, as they smoked heaven. And you can see all the utility by CLG. Team Liquid just rushes through the bomb site. And fortunate for them that they all went to one area. So if any CLG person was pushed up or in the bomb site, they would have gotten probably overwhelmed by Team Liquid. This allows Team Liquid, they noticed that they were playing retake, so why not boost heaven? Great play by Stanislav, because now he gets kind of Kusta in a weird spot to where Stanislav does damage. Elige, he sees the kills coming. He's like, okay, it's my turn to shine, baby. Let me just swing and get some kills. Elige cleans up with 3 kills in the round. Pretty nice. And you can see from an overview point of view is that how passive CLG is in this spot. And so the smokes by Team Liquid are perfect. If you're playing against a passive retake team, which CLG did, the smokes were absolutely, but you have 2 smokes by the CT spawn area and then 1 heaven. This kind of forces back CLG to play super passive. I wish CLG maybe would have had a head boost or just kind of maybe take a couple shots here and there. Who knows? But Team Liquid, as you see, they're taking over the bomb site. They notice they're playing a retake again, so they cover ground, they get in weird angles, forcing CLG to peek all these random spots. As you see right here, CLG still has 3 flashes. They don't use it. Unfortunately, they get picked off, and the peeking at the same time was nice by CLG, but Team Liquid, they took advantage of the passive so much that it was too hard for CLG to retake the bomb site, and Elige cleans up. Good job by Team Liquid, and back to you, Stunna.
Thank you, Eric. Now, personally, I'm a big fan of that heaven boost. Given the opportunity, it seems to be very, very powerful. What also could be more powerful than that is your prediction being spot on or just completely wrong. So what's it going to be?
It's going to be spot on, and it's going to be Liquid.
That's some very Waterboy-esque type. This ain't no prediction. That's the way it's going to be.
Exactly.
but in all reality, I think you're right. I mean, I think this is definitely a situation where Liquid, even though Pimp's on his way out the door, there's just too much firepower there in Elige and Nitro and JDM when they were going full all the way in. And I think it's just...
You don't see many win conditions really for Winterfox that are actually realistic, right? That's the problem.
You don't.
And for Liquid, this is kind of like the farewell tour, if you want to put it that way, right? So you want to put your best foot forward. You don't want to go out with, taboos when you leave the stage.
Yes. Well, booze when you leave the stage is definitely not something you want to go to, but we do have Blue and Dazed standing by to take it over from here.
All right. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are getting ready now to jump into the first map of our second series tonight. And this one probably looking like it's going to go a little bit more straightforward based on just the reputation of these two teams. Winterfox, unfortunately, the team that doesn't really seem to be very active in the NA scene at all. And they've kind of shown it with the record faltering once again this season. Whereas Team Liquid looking to build themselves up again. But interestingly, still have Pimp on the team tonight, even though he's no longer a part of the roster officially.
I mean, you wouldn't think that they're one of the least active scrimming teams with Winterfox with how much we cast them. Because we cast them like every other day, it feels like. I don't think we've ever casted a win by them, though, have we?
Nope, not yet.
No?
No, I think they've snuck off like 1 or 2. Maybe.
What is their record in the season, actually?
I do not have...
Are they still part of the 1-win club? 2 wins.
2 wins.
Vendetta. He's always fact-checking.
So, I mean, yeah, overall, that's still really bad considering the fact that they played like somewhere between like 12 to 16 games by this point, more than likely. So, it's just very unfortunate as this team doesn't seem like it's bringing their best all the time. And now going against a Titan like Liquid, as the map is getting started now, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be very tough for them to have any impact at all. Liquid has shown some inconsistencies as of late, however, so there's a chance, it's a very small one, there is a chance for them to maybe pick up at least a few rounds here, make this a bit competitive. My prediction at the very least, though, is going to agree with the analysis desk, and I feel like Liquid shouldn't, really have any trouble taking this map.
I mean, we'll see. Anything can happen in CSGO. We saw OpTic almost lose to, who was it last week? I think it was Complexity, right? Mm-hmm. On this map.
Yeah.
And it looked like it was going to be easy, and then players, started playing a little bit too loose. Mixed well. I talked to him afterwards. I was like, what are you doing, man? He was like, I don't know.
Complexity almost beat LG the other day, too. In a best of 3. That was pretty crazy. But anyway, Winterfox are moving their way in now. It's over here towards the B-bomb site. Just a quick take for them. And they actually do get good control. The problem is they lose Zusi on the way in, so it still turns into a 5v4. Good damage on Nitro. They're bringing him down to 2 HP, but he gets out of there. Is able to kind of tuck himself away. Now Liquid moving fast in for a retake, though. The player in the connector, JDM, being a little bit careful of rotates against him, and he is able to actually successfully pick up the kill with the player in construction. That's Raz gone down. Imagine an APOC, however, already able to hold back on, and JDM taken down on the retake. So now it's just Elige, but Elige going off right now. Off New Smart, though, he evacuates, gets himself out of here, and at the moment it's a full 10-second defuse for Elige himself, so he's just going to sit back, waste time on this one, not choose to play it aggressively. He does hide out in Monster, so Elige would try to go back towards it, but no one has a kit, so there's not going to be enough time. He'll end up with a 4K on the round, but it is Winterfox that claimed the pistol.
Yeah, a much needed pistol. I mean, if they're going to make this close and they're going to be Liquid, they don't need to do anything too crazy every round, but they probably need to win both pistols, and they probably need to get probably win 2 crucial economic rounds. And if they do that, they could definitely win.
And now Team Liquid actually go for a really aggressive buy into the second round. We can see this too, as they're going to be able to get Lige onto a full UMP buy on his own regard. And Nitro gets donated the UMP, but he also has like armor and everything else sitting behind it. So they've just stacked up 2 players. And while they are going to have pistol armor upgrades for 2 of the others, JDM is going to be full saving here. So we'll take a look and see if they have any chance at all of upsetting in this second round, or if Winterfox are going to hold stern and try to get themselves off to that nice and easy 3-0 start that we would generally expect with a pistol victory.
Winterfox taking it slow. They have fountain control, flashing towards bathroom, 1 player outside of Monster, and 1 player in connector. Bomb's going back to B, though. So it looks like they're just going to feint bathroom's control and go back to B. And Liquid is set up very nicely for this. They have a complete sewer stack.
And look at this from Imagine swinging out, but it is countered out. Thankfully, Zeusy, as Imagine did do some of the pre-damage there, is going to be able to swing back in for 3 frags back to back to back. Stanislaw, this is a chance it's Zeusy, but he's also going to try to swing in to find APOC, but APOC does actually check for the construction push this time, knocking out an additional player, and now leaving JDM as the sole survivor here, where unfortunately with just the P250 and nothing else is not going to get much done, so we can expect Winterfox to indeed claim the second round. And even on the attempt to flank around here and pick up the, I think that was a Galil, he still gets taken down by APOC. And no saves at all will roll in for Liquid heading into that third round, which means just seeing the full save here, probably a couple P250s and whatnot, but that'll be it. And Winterfox doing to get through that with only minimal losses on the round itself.
Yeah, so basically a full save coming out from Liquid and 2 MAC-10s from Winterfox, so they're going to be looking to frag hunt. Definitely APOC, I believe, is going to go out B.
JDM going hunting too to try and see if we can find any players pushing out from the upper tons. Not to be noticed though, and they do indeed just have him fall back inside of the bathroom. He's going to get tagged down even more. Just surviving with 1 HP as the rest of Winterfox kind of group up here and start to push forward. They don't follow through with it onto the A site just yet. They are going to slow things down and just hold inside of the bathrooms and even swing some players back through those tunnels down towards T-spawn and over towards Monster. As this has drawn a lot of the rotate over here up towards A. And Zeusy gone and investigating, looking for any members of Liquid that he may be able to pick up here, but he might just walk into the belly of the beast, as now they've rotated him while previously they had a B stack. Well, that stack's turned the site around, and now most of them are just hanging out here towards A. And in a second, Winterfox are going to walk right into an open B site where they can get the plant. Zeusy really just testing the waters here. I think he might have bitten off a bit more than he could chew with that push, however, and he does end up going down. But it means very little in the overall outcome of the round. More than likely, APOC just holding this close angle. Unless he overplays it, should be able to isolate most of the CT pressure. And indeed, just the presence of the MAC-10 is enough to force Liquid back a bit here, and get them out of dodge. Raz even knocking out JDM. So really, again, just trying to punish the over-aggression. As APOC just moves in and goes 1 for 1 there. Ultimately, the round going up to Winterfox 3-3, and Liquid just kind of poking in to do any damage that they can. Around the flag, actually, Elige taking down Raz, so it's not too bad. They've dropped 3 players. I think they dropped 2 on the last round. They could drop a 4th right here as well. In fact, Stanislaw does succeed in it, and he gets an AK, so now he's going to try more to stay alive, but he follows through and kills Imagine. So really good damage, and that's going to force full rebuys now against Winterfox.
Yeah, literally the... I mean, you really can't ask for anything better besides winning a round from that. So JDM going to get his op, pimp on the FAMAS, but they just have a great buy coming into this. And if Winterfox loses this round, you know, again, they're gonna have to save or, you know, Tech 9 armor. So Winterfox needs to win these rounds if they want to be Liquid, right? They need to win a round like this. They need to force them on an eco, not lose their ecos, and, you know, win a couple rounds that they probably shouldn't win.
Now it's going to be them just slow on the start here as they go for the under tunnels control. Will be smoked off, so delayed slightly, but nothing too major. As again, they all play grouped up and really slow anyway, as we've already seen from these first couple of rounds. The rest are going to proceed out now to take fountain control. Liquid have already kind of given up on all of their own aggression. Originally pushing out a little bit, but then wrapping that back around through long over to the side, and now kind of hanging out up on the platform. Well, pushing out to the exit to the bathrooms here. Really just waiting for Winterfox to make the first move, as they're not really doing much at the beginning here. Not really trying to even take map control. They seem kind of scared of the fact that Liquid could have a player posted up even towards like party or just in the bathrooms or something like that. So they take it extremely slow to line things up, and eventually just resolve to go downstairs at the edge of B, where I'm sure they'll just smoke set up into the site and go for a pretty direct push, splitting out towards Monster and the construction area.
Yeah, only 30 seconds left. Molotov on Elige, but not many other nades. And Winterfox is in a good point. Like, they could definitely win this round. They have a lot of utility. So they go into B, but perfectly placed Molotov.
Zusi going past it, however, but does not check Toxic, so Nitro's going to get that first kill. Unfortunately, it is short-lived, as Opti will be available for a trade. JDM finding another one from up top, and Stanislaw too impacting here, but imagine an Ofnu trading it back again.
Wow.
And now it's JDM left alone. Smoke's covering off the site, so he doesn't have great vision at all. Both of the Winterfox players fell back into water over there, so it's not even, you know, a really great clutchable position for JDM, because again, he doesn't really have a kit.
Molotov goes on the bomb. I mean, he can't do anything here.
Yeah, there's no ability for him to really consistently trade this back out. So the best hope he has now is to re-Molotov that, hop onto the bomb, but with a full 10 seconds, they can waltz right in, and goodbye JDM, as Winterfox claim the first gun round.
Yeah, and like I said, they win that round. If they could win this round now, not blow any of the ecos, you know, they were, I mean, Liquid burned all their economy, or not their economy, their utility. Winterfox just came into there. There was one Molotov that was really nicely placed by Elige, and I thought that was going to win them the round, but the trade kills came out, put it into a 2v1. And actually, last time we watched Liquid, that was actually their issue. Do you remember? They were on overpass, and they just gave them so much room every single round. And B, they could never hold it, because they never played around the spindle. They almost always just played in the pit every round.
And now, Winterfox, we are going to see them trying.
It's not smart.
Trying to fall back there, but with no one paying attention to a flank, and especially with the doors swinging open, it's free room for Elige to push forward, taking down APOC. Raz with the trade, though, knocking out JDM, and now the rest of Winterfox is going to move in to take control, leading up towards A. Raz patiently waits as well here for Elige to peek back out, but Elige certainly getting the better of that peek in that situation, bringing him down to 20 HP, and him having to just give up on their quest to take control of short overall. Now all grouping up towards long, and this will be their only path into the A site, while Team Liquid still holds full control down at the bathrooms.
Yeah, he actually flicked off of him when Elige started shooting at him.
So in Winterfox will go to take control towards A. Stan, unfortunately, not going to last very long, unfortunately, at that low HP. So it does let them move back in. Pimp waiting on the other end, but he's only got a scout, unfortunately, so it's going to be very easy for them to push up. Chunk, though, Alfnu does, so very low, but still follows through with an additional kill, even after being brought down to 8 at the hands of Pimp there. So nice follow through, and for Nitro, there's not a whole lot he's going to get done. So while he may be able to pick off one or two of these guys, if he doesn't get any of them, it's actually a relatively clean round from Winterfox. Considering how slowly he's taken this retake, imagine, as you can see, will be his first target there. With the way the timing works out, though, he does walk into the first kill there and picks that one up, but now they've found that AK, there's not really any use in proceeding against this. Doesn't have a kit, doesn't have any utility, nor any intel about where the remaining 3 are positioned, so it's better to fall back and save it.
Yeah, it definitely is, but Winterfox is in a great spot. Let's see how much money they have after this round. Terrorists win. So not the best money. So Liquid could still bring this back pretty easily. I mean, after buying, their money is like almost equal to them, to be honest. APOC just trying to do way too much there. I mean, he's going through short. What are you gonna? You're gonna go through short B. You're gonna clear that, and then you're also gonna clear the connector afterwards. It's like, come on, bro. You have 4 other teammates. You have to do everything.
And that will sell the way to allow for a little bit of damage to go, and thankfully his teammates do recover that pretty nicely and disallow for, besides the 1 kill that snuck in at the very end, any more damage to really go onto Winterfox there. So they make it out, but still, as you mentioned, a little bit low on the money, and now Team Liquid are going to try to get a bit more aggressive here. Both JDM and Elige pushing out together on long. No presence on short, however, so a lot of these guys moving up through the connector potentially could just get free control there and waltz right up onto the site. So they will have to pay attention to that and probably fall back in the next 10 to 15 seconds here. Just try to crunch onto that connector, but thankfully for Team Liquid, Winterfox do proceed out into water instead. And obviously with the jumping player there behind the plywood, they are going to see that and promptly smoke it back off.
Yeah, and Liquid's advanced positioning around Fountain, though. They're going to have 3 players there. And this should be a round for Liquid.
1 for 1 to start it off, though, and while Zeus just hops into the Molotov, so he's going to lose himself there. OpTic kind of does the same thing, but unfortunately the Molotov goes away. Still, though, quick shutdown for Pimp, Nitro, and then Pimp again to close out on the final 3 kills, and there you have it. Liquid finally on the board, and while we will have this 1 rebuy coming in for Winterfox, after this one, they will be broken afterwards should Team Liquid win it.
Yeah, so they will buy here. It's not going to be the best buy. Liquid's going to be a lot better, and because Liquid's gotten so many kills on those anti-ecos, is really what put them in this, you know, economic situation. And like I said, like if Winterfox can win a round like this, I like their chances of beating Liquid. But if Liquid doesn't lose these type of rounds, I think they'll end up, you know, winning pretty easily here. But you know, that last round, they're they didn't see it happen, so they're doing it again. JDM just getting extremely aggressive with a Liege over at Long A. Can just kind of peek into the playground, get these easy kills, because nobody's challenging them with an off or anything like that.
The nade toss out from Nitro, unfortunately, is going to be a little bit too far back. APOC is able to get himself out of dodge of that one without taking any additional damage after being, I think, liked by the op there. So he'll be down to 15. But still retreats, gets himself out of dodge, and Winterfox again having to regroup over there, probably towards short A once they get connector control. You can see, I think that's Imagine moving up to take the initiation here, and then regroup with his teammates once they're able to get through party and make sure that they have the control to the entrance of bathrooms. JD ends up boosting up on top of a teammate. They can actually spot wraps through the outside of short here, and he'll get flashed there. That's actually a good read from Winterfox, and be able to counter that back out. So that forces the 2 remaining CTs here back onto the site. There's no follow-up from Winterfox though, so they do rotate a third in from the CT side. And with 45 seconds left, it doesn't appear that Winterfox were leaving themselves the option of falling back downstairs to B. So they are still stuck in this rut of going for the same plan here, and it's going to become problematic now as there is 3 full players from Team Liquid here on the site already set up. JDM spotting the first one at low HP and taking down Raz. More on the way in here in a moment as JDM hides behind the dice box, finally catching him. It will be OpTic at this point, and OpTic even proceeds to get a second too, but Pimp nicely found takes down OpTic and APOC right after that one, and now Imagine's alone with only 15 seconds left. He could take down Pimp, but in a moment he's going to have to deal with, I believe that's Nitro sitting back behind the dumpster too, but won't even be the case. Pimp just ends up with a 3rd frag, and Team Liquid win it out again to get their 2nd.
I think they left the bomb there. I think that's why he had to run away, right?
I believe so, actually. It doesn't think they fully committed it there at the very end, so bit of a mistake, costing them dearly. As in theory, he could have at the very least still cleared that site out, gotten themselves the bonus money, and allowed for like a Tech 9 investment here, but now they're not even going to get that. Just P250s and a Deagle on OpTic.
So finally Liquid able to break their money. They have a double op setup on Nitro and JDM. This is what I always said about Liquid. I'm like, you have Nitro, he's this great hybrid, this great opper, super talented, and they put him in like none of the roles where he could like thrive and really, you know, utilize his talent to like its fullest. And now finally, it looks like without Pimp, you know, and they're gonna replace Pimp, they're probably going to get a player that's going to replace Nitro spots, and Nitro's actually going to play Pimp spots, which are like all the hybrid spots. You know, Pimp's playing like Catwalk or Mirage, you know, things like that. He's always their secondary op, and we'll see Nitro take control of that.
APOC though still trying to make the best of this 1v5 set against them here. He did pick up 1 kill close-up off of a missed shot from Pimp, but he already found 3 before going down, so it's not too big of a deal. Ultimately, it's really clean from Team Liquid there, and they do not let Winterfox get away with much in that full eco. They should be good enough to reinvest here now, though, so they're going to go back in more in like the full AKs. No ought to be seen this time from that T side. Just focusing on the full utility instead with the AKs.
And I think with Nitro kind of retaking up this role, I think we'll see like a resurgence of the flashes that we saw him of just like excellent play for a really long time. I think we'll get back to that.
JDM just holding up on top of Party, looking for the early shot there. He fails out, but they did do the boost on steps and connector, and that got them APOC pushing alt tunnel leading over to water. So
I love that boost, Blue. It's so good. People are always trying to take that short B control because they just use that molly, and it's such a good counter. It's just 4v5 every time you do that, and somebody tries to take short B.
It's really hard to spot it and properly like counter it out too if you're pushing into it.
Oh yeah, if you're a T, I mean, I don't know how you can counter that.
It just happens so quickly.
You pretty much just have to try to nade them when you're the connector player, I think. Whenever they throw that smoke, throw a good nade. It's going to do a lot of damage and kind of make it so they don't do that, hopefully.
Well, now Winterfox after that one looking to make up for it. They may be actually able to overwhelm JDM here, and yeah, it gets a little bit too close for him after he gets flashed out there and waits too long to take the peek, so he lets them get up right next to him. And because of that, he's not going to be able to actually take the contact too confidently there when he finally swings out from that cubby. Brings it down to the 4v4. Nitro spotting this play, but again, he's also a bit too overexposed. And while he does get the player further back, he left himself out, and that allowed for Raz to swing in and counter trade, picking it up to a 3v3 now, still keeping it even and causing a big split in the Team Liquid players. The good news is, though, is that we have seen, I think it's 2 of them stacked down below there on top of each other right by the connector, and in fact it is. As they watch out for pressure on both sides. Elish is going to hear it all working its way towards A though, so we will call for the assistance in the flank on connector. Oh my god, Elish! Oh, Imagine was looking right at him, but he somehow didn't check it. So he gets that kill, still alive right now, and then Stanislaw is able to help out after Pimp is lost, and with that they somehow retake the site and pick up a 4th round for themselves. Big mistake allowing Elish to get that kill in bank, as that should not have happened.
Yeah, it really shouldn't have. And Winterfox, you got to give credit to him, man. I mean, 5-4, they still have the lead. But, I mean, just they're keeping it very close. Even a lot of the rounds they're losing have been very close and are playing pretty well.
And you see that boost coming into effect here, and this is where completely flashed out. It looks at him just way too late. And Elish is going to be able to punish Imagine in there. So back onto a half buy for Winterfox as they're into the kind of vicious cycle at this point, but at least trying to get themselves onto the site pretty consistently, just needing to push it to the very edge and actually finalize things here. Double ops still in play for Team Liquid, though, as they're building up quite a nice bank and quite a nice overall win streak. And, well, nobody's watching the alt tunnels, so in comes JDM, and now Stan even realizes there's more here. Flashed out, it doesn't matter, it gets the double kill, and might as well have had the 3rd. But Raz at 2 HP making the best of it anyway. JDM with his pistol, trades up for 1, but then Nitro from the top side finishes things off, taking down OpNu.
So tying it up, they have pretty good money. I mean, 3 of them are going to have to rebuy. Do a decent round by Winterfox there. Stan almost gets that 3rd one. Just the flash, just half a second too late. Had that flash been a little bit quicker, we could have saw a Winterfox round win.
Not happening this time. Thankfully, they do all that damage and, you know, get that close to winning it all. It was just basically just a half buy there, so it's not bad at all for them. And now, with the tie game and this being a very important round, JDM trying to go out aggressive towards water again, and Nitro trying to assist, but they both go down. That's Zusi and OpNu opening up the pathway onto B. And look, it's from Stanislaw, though, carving his own way through it. Getting stuck in the smoke. He's technically really not safe yet, as he gets himself behind the sandbag. I'm not sure if he's aware of APOC's presence still out there. They've gone for the plant, misses the spray big time. That's the entire clip gone. He's got to hop back out, but here's APOC waiting for him. Takes out Stanislaw. That's the round right there. And I don't see these two pulling off the 2v5 retake, especially with how passively Winterfox is playing this. It doesn't look like they're going to take a risk on trying to just get the extra frag. So with that, Pip and Elish are falling back and giving Winterfox a 6th.
Yeah, just that short B control. I mean, we saw them with success, right? At long A, JDM getting aggressive, worked for him twice. Now he got punished, though, on his 3rd aggressive, you know, move. And we'll see. Winterfox should hunt here, definitely.
They are looking for a path around the corner to protect Elish. Elish is ready for this one. So yeah, he's going to be able to get APOC. Second player may push him from the other side, though, and he's not looking for right now. Changes up his grasp, and oh no, he actually does get it right at the very end. So drops the extra gun.
Yeah, and this is the round. If Winterfox can win this, they're going to have a really good half. They're going to end with probably 9 or 10. So Nitro drops the off to JDM. Liquid has this fully bought round, but after this, they're going to have no money. Winterfox on the other hand, let's see what their money is real quick. Yes, they'll still be able to buy even if it was this one.
Quick aggression once again from Liquid here this time as they boost up, watching for the alt tunnel presence. And they spot it, so there's that boost once again doing work. In fact, if he stuck with, he might have been able to do a little bit more, but there was a lot of players pushing, so may have been a bit risky to keep it there. Not sure if you can convert all of those frags at once.
I don't know why Imagine doesn't nade there. Every time you see that smoke, you should nade. Every single time.
He doesn't do it, and he's slow to follow up as well, so he's completely missed his opportunity to trade out those frags. So they're stuck with a 5v4. There will more than likely be a quick push from Winterfox into Monster there. As you can see them all stacked up, already getting ready to go against it. Stanislaw, it'll be his time to shine here as he hugs the right side on the exit of Monster, looking at it from the T's direction. He's already swung out flash, but spraying into the tunnel, it doesn't matter. Stanislaw frags out huge with 3 kills, and now it's down to Imagine in a 1v3 all alone, and Stan just pushes right through to get his 4th.
They did it, Blue. They didn't hold B from the water like we've seen them do it every time we cast them on overpass. Every time we cast them on overpass for the new viewers here. Liquid just plays in the water. They just let everybody execute on them, and they just all get stuck together in the water, and it's just like infuriating. Especially when Stan used to play with Rush, and Rush would just be around the spindle, and he would be in Monster, like in the pit, and Rush would just like 3K every time they came. And I'm just like, what are you doing? And finally, they switch it up.
Well, there's another stack. At this time, it's not in the connector, however. It's back over there on top of the plywood. Pimp capitalizes on it once more. The guys in Winterfox on an eco here. Lige does get caught up by Zusi pushing towards the outside of short A. JDM, though, still holds long control, and there's no additional T presence coming from long, so he's safe to hold this angle currently. That's pretty much limited the Winterfox guys pretty heavily, but Opto again finding the impact here. It's just being traded out very heavily. The bomb goes onto the ground. Nitro drops it once more, and well, they did take down JDM and Lige. It's mainly due to the fact that they just rushed it in there, so they're almost, guaranteed to get a couple trades with that. Still Liquid win it out, though, and again, they've got the lead.
And I'm surprised Winterfox didn't buy there. I mean, they definitely could have. Decide against it, though. So Liquid, finally, I think, is this the first lead that they have this game?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so they do take the lead, and Winterfox not on the greatest buy. Just AKs, pretty limited utility. No op.
And Winterfox pushing themselves over into the playground pretty early on here, too. They will swing it over towards long after that. The rest of Liquid, again, at least the ones that are playing towards A, are kind of grouped up here near the bathrooms. They're actually not watching out for A pressure or long pressure to a very large degree. So they're kind of going to let them waltz right up to it. Someone that's going to need to spot for this in a second. What's even worse, too, is if APOC's able to move it and find an underground construction, that could sell them the wrong way and really open things up for New Zealand squad. As APOC, though, fails in his push. This will allow for them to reconfirm that there is basically zero presence down towards B when they feel the need to move out and investigate it. And Winterfox slowed their push on A long drastically. So, JDM's going to spot it, but Alfnu gets the headshot from long range to take him down. Molotov to try and hold him out, but they don't care. They're going through that. Elige picking up one, tries to look towards short, but okay, Zusi, after getting that kill, still tries to push past the Molotov, and he's going to lose himself. Now Pimp getting pushed from the APC. Raz gets the frag, gets at a heavy cost, though. He's down at 13 HP. And now this turns into a 2v2. They have Nitro coming in on a flank. Stanislaw just holding the backside right now, waiting for Nitro to get into a better position. He even has a Molotov, too, to try and burn players out of position, but the nade actually does connect on his stand, so takes him out, and now Nitro's alone for a 1v2 here. He does not have a kit. I think he did, his teammate, I should say, Stan, did realize that one had gone out towards long, so he's hunting to make sure that he doesn't get kind of counter-flanked here, but now that time is really low, and like I said before, he doesn't actually have the kit. He's really just got to go for this one and hope it works out. The molly there, it's actually in the backside, though, so it's not going to burn Imagine out. He's playing close up, and he will be able to finalize that last kill, and there you go. We're tied again going into the final round and a half.
Yeah, JDM is not having a good game. I mean, he's getting owned. He's whiffing a lot of shots. He's re-peeking and dying. He's putting himself in bad positions and in positions that he doesn't need to be in. Like, I don't know, not like the best game from JDM. Definitely not.
Yeah, so off of that one, of course, full investment still to be seen for both teams. Just a downgrade to a FAMAS for Pimp. The rest of Winterfox, however, still fully bought up with everything. I think one player's missing utility, but that shouldn't be too big of a deal. They're going to be creeping up through the connector here. There's no stack up this time. It's just Pimp all alone, and Imagine walks right into the shot there. He does get dinked, I think, down to about 20 there, but actually going to be eliminated, so still stays alive, and it gives the Winterfox a 5v4 advantage, and well, gives them their initiation rights to try and push over here towards B. Since they are only going to have 2 to defend it, they're trying to boost up, but this is going to be way too late, and now they'll both be caught in CT with no forward presence. A nade going back, hitting beautifully on a Stanislaw to bring him down very low here to 16 HP. Now basically just trying to sit up on top of the CT boost and hope that someone would push out from the smoke. But Winterfox have actually been pretty good at weighing away their own aggression after they get themselves into the plant scenario there. Another op shot connects onto JDM. Zusi, with the smoke starting to fade, finally spots Stanislaw on that boost up there. Dispatches of him. A 3v5. Liquid really just not finding any positions to work with here. Finally, there's one picked up by Nitro, but JDM not hitting any of his own shots. They do move back in. He's caught tossing at a nade. It's Nitro alone. He'll end up with a 2K, but that's it. And Winterfox will indeed end out this half. The night is full of surprises so far, and it is Winterfox that currently hold a lead. A small one at that, but it is a lead against Team Liquid. Stick with us, ladies and gentlemen, to see if they can continue forward and actually upset on this map, or if Team Liquid is going to bounce back and take control.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
So after a good start from Winterfox on their T side, they take the edge here on their first half versus Team Liquid. 8-7 lead, very fragile of course, and can be immediately broken here by Team Liquid if they bring a good T side to the table, but that's yet to be seen. As you were mentioning, there are a few of the players on Team Liquid kind of falling flat in the first half and leading to a lot of opportunities for Winterfox to push through and win out those rounds on their own T side.
Yeah, JDM definitely didn't play his best. He didn't play well. He was caught out a couple times, bathrooms during a 4v5 round, the push at short B, dying there, impact early on when he was getting aggressive at long A, but besides that, just didn't really do much. It kind of hurt Liquid a lot in very important and crucial rounds. Winterfox, on the other hand, they won the pistol. They had a pretty decent half. 8-7 is okay for them. And now they're going to be on the CT side. So like I said, if they can win this pistol, they don't get eco'd. You know, they maybe win one swing round, and there you go. That's all it's going to take, really, to probably win this game, right? Maybe a calculated risk here or there, and they could definitely beat Liquid and upset them.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to come down to a lot of the communication aspects here, though, for the guys on Winterfox and actually being able to successfully, you know, weigh their own aggression and kind of scout this out, which has been a big problem for them in the past. Has been kind of the you know, working together and properly communicating these things that kind of fallen apart in a lot of their CT-sided matchups. So there is still a path for Team Liquid to get back in, but we have to see them, you know, specifically on JDM, really start hitting those shots and making sure that, you know, when it's time for them to get into these sites, that they don't fall flat when it comes to the entries. As it did seem like there was, especially early on in the half, they kind of pulled it back as we got later on in the half there, and for good reason too, because you know, when they were being aggressive on the CT side, it just really wasn't working out for them, and it was punishing them way more than it was actually helping them. It does look like that the match is live now, ladies and gentlemen, so with the teams readied up and with the match indeed being started, we can jump back into the game and take a look at how the pistol is going to go. Now Winterfox jumps over onto the defense.
Yeah, and I mean, don't get me wrong, I still think it's Liquid favored, even though they only got, you know, 7 rounds on their CT side. Overpass could be very T-sided at times as well. But I am saying, you know, another half like that, I mean, they just won the half, right? Like, Winterfox could definitely win this. They're playing pretty well right now.
And early on, they actually got an aggressive pushing out towards the water. They may be in for a bit of a surprise, though, but actually not. As looking for a second team, Liquid, no, they took connector control. They just decided to route up the steps and will group up with their other teammates here at the short area of long, or they're at the short area of A here in just a moment. Just waiting for, I believe it's Stanislaw and someone else grouped up with him to spot for this. But the two that are actually playing towards A on the CT side haven't pushed out at all. They're both just playing up to the site. And Liquid are remaining very, very quiet as they have themselves a train lined up to just go directly into that A bomb site, maybe splitting off JDM over there towards A long just so they have at least one player pushing in the alternate angle and they don't just get like kind of boxed out by one guy who pushes in there. But no, everyone's going to move back in. Stan does divert, however, but he's watching out for flanks, not necessarily pushing out. Flashbangs hit really well against this initial T push, though, so they're not going to get a lot of control. And in fact, it's evenly traded, but now Liquid is bouncing back here. And APOC, well, he's going to try to push in on his own, but he's got a 1v3 set against him. They plan on the opposite side of the dice box. He finds one headshot and the second one, but at low HP, Elige is going to be able to finish it off and give the pistol over to Liquid.
Yeah, and Winterfox actually played that pistol round way better than Liquid. They were in great positioning to win that. They just, I mean, it sucks to say something like you just don't hit your shots, but pistol rounds more often than not come down to hitting your shots or not hitting your shots, and they just did not hit their shots and didn't really come close to hitting their shots. So this is the gripe I've had with Winterfox before. A lot of the time they buy so conservatively, and when you're the underdogs, I just think you should take these risks and you should buy aggressively and just like stack something, or, you know, just get some type of an advantage that way, because you really need those rounds to win if you're going to, you know, upset somebody. Now in practice, that's fine if you don't want to practice that way, but come match time, you need to take those risks. You do, if you're going to upset a team like Liquid.
Imagine is able to actually push forward here after they lose APOC at the hands of Pimp. They trade it out. He picks up the AK. No armor, however, so still going to be a little bit rough trying to use that gun, especially in kind of an open firefight. Elige is lurking his way in. There is going to be a player behind the rock over there, along with the entrance towards the site, the bathroom connector. But at the moment, no one on Winterfox actually choosing to take contact. So
he's going to end up flanking Elige, though. Well, there's 2 other players coming towards Fountain.
And nobody's paying attention to this currently. So he waltzes right in. There's the first kill. Looking for the second, but not going to get it. It's still traded back out by Stan.
They saw the bomb, though, so you had a lot of information. There's 40 seconds left, though, and they are Fountain. But that player in connector is going to know exactly what they want to do.
as he hears them leaping back down here. Taken out really quickly by Stan, however, but does see them funneling back down to the B-bomb site. No rotation from OpTic just yet. Imagine is going to be in position to possibly assist this, unless, no, he's going back up towards A, so they kind of get the wrong read on this one as he loops himself back around after hitting all the nades and whatnot. Goes into heaven, but he's smoked out, so he can't actually stop the initial hit into the site. He's going to have to work with OpTic to pull something off on the retake there, and immediately JDM getting aggressive there towards the CT main area. Knocks out Imagine and just leaves OpTic alone in a 1v3.
That was like a really quick and coordinated take by Liquid, though. They Molotov barrels, they smoked heaven. I think they Molotov one other place. When they jumped through, they came through jumping. One went hard left through the catwalk, one went to plant, one went to the right to clear monster. That was like good communication, very fast kind of take by them.
And so off of that, Team Liquid again get their advantage going. Second time overall in this match that they've held the lead, but the biggest lead they've had so far has only been a 1-round lead. So hoping to extend that a little bit into a little bit of a better territory here now, as Winterfox do go on to the full save. P250s abound for everybody except for Raz, and that's going to be it. So in theory, just looking at it player versus player here, Team Liquid are still going to have a much better chance of actually closing this one out, obviously. Also, Raz getting aggressive early on there. It does spot that there's a few players pushing in, but immediately we see a lot more aggression working its way over there towards that B-bomb site. Raz and OpTic lit up pretty heavily. They lose Zeusy. The nade goes in, but actually, while it finishes off OpTic, Imagine actually snuck in a kill there in the meantime. That's so far the only kill that they've actually been able to get, though. And Pimp really just waiting out to make sure that no one else from the CT side tries anything aggressive. They still will. It's APOC going down this time, and now that's left alive is Raz, so it'll be the 10th from Liquid.
Yeah, well, and now we'll see if Liquid wants to keep their double mag 10s and try to work something off of that. But Winterfox, if I'm them, I get head armor here. Because I did see those 2 mag 10s by them. They only get half armor, and that makes them like really deadly though. So like I think they should only have like 1 kit here, and 2 of them should have head armor, something like that. Like I really think they should have like 4 people with head armor, because it's pretty, generally teams keep their SMGs.
The first gun round?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we still those 2 Mac 10s alive, and indeed it will be the case that they'll be, well, actually focusing a little bit more on another point here is that Winterfox getting really hyper-aggressive at A long here, but there's basically 0 presence from Liquid at Fountain right now. This is not going to lead to a whole lot. Elige takes the battle, though, and does get tagged down through the wooden panel. More damage going on to Stanislaus. He's only legged, though, so he survives the encounter. They trade back a little bit of damage onto both Raz and OpTic, but the real hit is working its way down over towards B in the meantime. APOC able to counter off one of these players. Pimp is caught with a nade in hand, so they knock him out as well. The remaining 3, well, the remaining 2 trying to push through in, but this is easy stuff for APOC now. He's just getting these angle advantages. Nobody really seems to get a good idea as to where he's pushing from. Finally, Stan, waiting patiently, is going to be able to find him here. But no one else sees him currently, so he's waiting to make sure that no one else pushes back out. If he can multi-frag here, that'd be great. But he may just have to go for this kill and then see what else he can find further into the site. But no, still playing it back, still playing cautiously. He's seen Imagine, going for that one, going for the second one. He gets it, he knows the third in CT main. Unfortunately, he's backed up into his safer harbors and will now be able to push himself up to the site where he's got the bomb. And again, Stan tries to go aggressively out into the open there. Finally, and trying to cross over towards construction, Raz will have the simple shot to close things down and once again close the gap between these 2 teams. Only 1 away from a tie.
Yeah, great hold by APOC. Those were the 2 SMGers, I believe it was JDM and Pimp. So he survives that without getting shot in the head. And now Liquid, they are going to break them if they win this round. So this is their chance. Like if they can win this round, I mean, really, really good chance they win this game. They take short B control with Elige, 2 players staying outside a monster and 1 in connector.
Fast for Liquid to take control of the area over here towards sewers and whatnot. The rest are holding back, obviously, since Winterfox are showing a lot more aggression on this CT side here. And even, good sprays going through. Look at that, through the plywood, no boost needed. Elige loses half of his HP. So already doing early damage to Team Liquid here and forcing them away for control without even having to send any players in. They do start to molly out over here towards construction now, and that gave APOC the ability to push back in, but they had already fallen back into the connector in the meantime. He saw the open door, though, and knew that they had fallen back in there, so he should be able to call this out, that they have retreated, and they are currently just holding inside of connector. Won't be able to rotate off of that just yet, even though Liquid are certainly changing up their hit. Still no actual push to take that A control, however, from Team Liquid. And Raz continues to press forward into kind of dangerous territory here, considering he's been spotted out by the T-Opper.
HP on JDM.
Yeah, he just barely survives that as the response comes in. But
Flashbang kill blue. Actually, I don't think it does damage if you have armor.
It doesn't?
I think it does.
I know the other nades do.
So in D+, you try to go for flashbang kills every time you get it.
Well, it's a weapon, man. It's useful. It's like that's the clip of the week for X right there. You go. Yeah. Well, Stan moving in here now. Still, Raz actually able to find one somehow there, despite how low he was and how quickly he seemed to go down on the peak. Zusi with some nice stuff though, swinging back in. Puts that back down into a 3v2 afterwards. We do have Stanislaw holding alone on the site. And, well, they planted it out on A, but Pimp was really disconnected from all this in the meantime, so they're going to be able to push back in. He actually still does arrive in time to the slower pace that Winterfox are actually taking, and Molotov over on top of the bomb swings in, nicely found on APOC. There's 2 more to go, but he commits. And unfortunately, off of that, Imagine is going to be able to clutch it back out with the kit. There's still plenty of time for a defuse, so Winterfox back into it now, and we end up 10-10.
Yeah, now we'll see how aggressively Liquid does want to buy here. I mean, they got the bomb down. They know Winterfox has, like, no money. But they're at a weird spot, right? You don't quite have enough for AK armor, but, you know, so, okay, so they're going to go Tech 9 half armor. So it's kind of like hedging your bet a little bit. You know, you get the half armor and whatnot, and you can still buy the next round, right? So you have a decent chance of winning this round, and then you have a, you know, obviously good chance of keeping their economy low, and then you can still buy the following round, no matter what.
It's going to be Team Liquid proceeding forward here into the connector once more and up the steps. 2 more working out through the playground. They are being a lot more cautious, though, of extra aggression from the Winterfox side, as that has become a common thing here. But for Raz, just not being able to spot the timing on the push out from the connector this time around, so proceeds to fall back onto the site. And he's actually the only one here. I think everybody else is downstairs on B right now. They played a pretty heavy B stack, so Raz, him not actually spotting this play just yet is a pretty big deal. But thankfully, just due to the timing of things and them not actually spotting any additional pressure down on B, he is going to call for some assistance to wrap back down here. Raz, though, is found out, so going to let JDM push back in, take down Raz. Zusi looks for a multi-frag as he swings up past the smoke on the dumpster, but he is also only going to be able to get 1 this time around, where where Raz unfortunately was unable to get any at all. Pimp knocked out in the same sort of way. Nitro responding back here now, giving some life to the Team Liquid side, and even finishing off Offnu too, so it seems like the decision to play 4 on B is going to really bite back against these guys, because unless APOC's going to roll in here with a hero play, more than likely Team Liquid are going to win this out on a half buy. And indeed, APOC just giving this one up is going to let Team Liquid just barely hold on to their lead right now.
Yeah, I think Offnu forgot to reload, because as soon as Nitro started shooting at him, he shot like 3 bullets, and then, you know, obviously he couldn't shoot anymore, right? Had to reload, so I think he forgot to reload his M4 before he took that battle. Liquid, though, that's just a killer round to lose if you're Winterfox. I mean, that's like one of the rounds that you're gonna look back and you're like, that round was a huge factor into losing this game, if they lose.
Yeah, because it's still rather close here, but with the way the money's worked out, the Winterfox are going to be fully broken here because of that one. They were already kind of low and needed to use that last round as one to fortify their economy again. But now it's gone against them, and they have no choice but to literally full save here. I think Raz buys a P250, so $250 investment for the entire team. Team Liquid just going to take it nice and slow until they get towards the long A. They do move pretty quickly to get over here towards the bathroom connector, and they don't even realize that they move that quickly either, as Pimp just hops right in, takes down Raz. That clears out the entire route to the A site, even though Team Liquid do not know it yet. That's right in, find the plant, and while I imagine the Winterfox guys will try to work for a flank and connector, really not great positioning to actually get anything done here. Even just watching out for this one too. Getting 1, getting 2, knows the 3rd in the back. Nicely played from Nitro here. Just textbook fragging out from him. Imagine finally manages to get the better of him on lurk there, but it's of little consequence. Since it's 1 kill he gets away with after he trades out for 3 more, and Imagine doesn't even want to take the duels versus anyone else on Liquid. He's on the run now, and Liquid are hunting him down. I don't even know if they're going to be able to find him in time. It really all depends on if they just go for the check downstairs. since he holds in a pretty safe position, and he's even kind of remaining mobile about it too. Nicely done from Imagine. He kind of wraps around these players, goes to the connector. I know he decides to check downstairs, so he'll camp out here beneath the shelf on the steps, and maybe they will find him in a second. Someone's pushing the hall. He can hear that, though. Lige isn't really being quiet about it, so he leaps back up, and looks the wrong way, so Imagine gets the kill. Drops another player from Team Liquid, and indeed does hold on to the AK to make it a little bit cheaper going into this next gun round.
Well, if they buy here, they might opt to save. They usually buy really conservatively, and they're pretty much completely reset. Well, okay, so they do get a good buy. I wonder if, yeah, so Imagine probably dropped an M4 too. So actually, no, they have a better buy than I thought they would. So, you know, decent round from Winterfox, just able to save that gun at the very least. But Raz, you know, I talked about it before. I just think Raz just misses too many shots, to be honest. I mean, just doesn't get the job done when it comes to like opping in Pro League, in my opinion. Just keeps missing on overpass. Every time we see him play overpass, it's just like, and they used to have, didn't they used to have Dexter opping for him? Because he replaced someone, right?
Raz replaced him.
Yeah.
Raz is the new one for the team, so. Yeah, it's
just struggling a lot.
I mean, he joined the team and he just never really shown us anything. It was kind of weird actually how that got changed without.
I remember when we were on Cobble and I was like, he's due. He's gonna. He kept missing. He missed like every single round. I'm like, he's due, and then he got the 3K.
Like a 3K.
Yeah.
So Zeusy also chose, as you saw there too. He actually, the molly that was tossed out with the T's went a little bit too deep. It obviously would have isolated him there, but he still might have been able to pick up a few kills if he played it close to the chest.
Sick
to pick it up in time. And APOC with the deep flash. He is able to actually aggress forward and find Stanislaw too. More to go, however. Where Nitro will trade, but Zeusy getting himself a piece of the action. In the meantime, however, as I'm sure these guys are going to kind of hold and play to the smokes at the very least, they're on the site. You do have that lurk coming back in from Elige way up on top of A. And unless they check for that, he's going to be able to wreak some serious havoc against the remaining Winterfox players. Where he'll strike, though, will be very important since it's two detached players, two detached groups of players. One over in construction, but the boost up actually works. And, I mean, now we really need to see Elige getting back into this action here. As well, he finds one. There's going to be one flying in from behind him in a second here. Thankfully, they're still able to get up onto the site and plant, but this is going to be really weird in the post-plant situation here. Elige finding one, but they're getting traded up by Opnu, and he even finishes off the job as well. So with that 2K, Winterfox go right back into it, and they're going to push on 11.
That was so odd that they couldn't plant the bomb. I guess Pimp was the one in sight, but I don't think he had the bomb. The whole time, I actually thought it was planted. While Elige was flanking, I thought it was planted like the whole time, because that guy was in sight forever. But I guess JDM had the bomb and just couldn't get it over there. Liquid, though, they do only lose one player that round, and Winterfox is in a do-or-die situation. If they lose this, I think it's almost certainly over. And if they win this, though, I mean, this is probably the most important round of the game. I should put it to you that way. This round is huge.
So Liquid are going to split up early on here, sending players all across the map into Playground. Still, the opener relatively passive, though. Besides Pimp pushing up to Monster early on, everybody else is either hiding at the very back of the connector lower tunnels or just inside a Playground watching out for a long aggression. Even Pimp is sitting, mainly just making sure that Winterfox don't try to push early outside of B. So they've given actually Winterfox a lot of room to breathe here early on before they're finally going to start to actually push forward and take some of the map control for themselves. And that will start with Nitro moving up the steps here with his teammate to kind of go up there and get themselves at least short A control and then clearing out sewers at the same time.
Yeah, and Liquid is, I'm very like surprised that they're not really playing to their potential at all. I think it might have a lot to do with, you know, not to take anything away from Winterfox, but I think a lot has to do with it. Probably I'm certain they're not practicing with Pimp right now, you know? So they're probably not even practicing at all unless they have a fifth that hasn't been announced.
Yeah. That's been a big question here in terms of who exactly that fifth is going to turn into. So there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of free agents available at the moment, but APOC going back down here. Pimp getting the first frag there. Imagine tries to impact, but it's Ofnu and Zeusy that are the ones that actually pick up the kills from the back sites. As we can see, though, Team Liquid still are able to clear things out, get themselves up on top of A, and Raz as well. A nice shot through the box. Takes down Elige. Just as good of a shot, though, from JDM from way in the backside. Takes down Raz, leaving this all on Zeusy and Offnu. And Zeusy going to try to work his way back in from construction, but Offnu is spotted, lurking outside of Heaven, and JDM follows it up with an additional pickup onto Zeusy. It's Team Liquid again that pick up a trade round, reset the losing bonus for Winterfox, and give themselves a very slight advantage moving forward. But with the scoreline getting to this point, that slight advantage turns into a major one, as now they can easily push on 14 or even 15 before we see another bye for Winterfox.
And JDM kind of putting it together here on this T side, having a lot of important frags after a pretty lackluster CT side from him. JDM's one of the players he's actually way better on LAN than he is online. Online, he's very inconsistent and sometimes just like disappears, I'll be honest. But on LAN, he is quick, he's on point, he's clutch, he's a really, he actually is one of the players who is way better on LAN, and it's like not even close.
Flashbangs early on here actually allows for Zeusy, since it was messed up, I think. I don't think it was a T flash, I'm pretty sure. He lets him go back out. Raz does the same thing. A beautiful shot from him, and really quick as well to take down Pimp. Unfortunately, it's all evenly traded out, so it's still Team Liquid kind of holding the control of the situation here. And Stanislaven still watching out for lurks. He didn't spot the player on the left side, though, over there towards Fountain, but the same is true for the player that did lurk left side Fountain. And now he's going to wrap around. He might have actually seen him and just chose not to engage. So he does wrap out there once more and finish things off as Team Liquid pick up the easy 14th round.
Sam having a great game, 24 and 14. Along with, who else is playing well for Nitro? Yep, 24 on him. Nitro, Pimp, 23 apiece. And Elige kind of having, I mean, he's still +3, he's 19 and 16. But, you know, we're used to him just having 30 bombs.
So the consequences of Winterfox investing here are actually going to be quite tremendous just in terms of the gunpowder. Not a single M4. It's 3 UMPs and 2 FAMASs for the entire team. Because of those choices to downgrade, though, they do actually quite a bit of utility, but they're going to use so much of it early on. Literally right at the beginning of this round, and Team Liquid aren't going to care about that at all, as they'll still have a minute plus to move in and take map control after all that fades away. Even the early aggression from Winterfox is not going to be a staple. They all fall back after not really spotting anything from Team Liquid, so this plays perfectly into what Team Liquid wants to do. Pimp does miss an opportunity to eliminate APOC when he pushes out construction. But again, also not really a huge thing right now. The nade, however, might get him. Oh, it's a little bit too high. He was able to somehow get that to arc a little bit lower than it might have done the job, but it ends up only knocking off like 5 HP. That would have been amazing, though, if that had worked. The problem is for him now, is that now he's drawn too much attention down to the B bomb site, so we'll almost certainly have to see Liquid execute over towards A. Well, it's a bad thing for Winterfox, though.
I mean, they have 3 umps at B, and all the umps are just playing like pit in the water. It's just, I don't know how you can expect to hold that. Big bathroom flank is coming up, though, and they love this little strat. They've done this. This is the 3rd time they've done this.
Zeusy going to be the one to challenge it here and moving in. At the moment, nobody paying attention to it, so going right back up, he spots them and actually close up, but no, he gives Elige a chance to turn around. That's the bomb, too, is the first one that he gets. He's unable to chime forward into a second kill, but the good news is he buys time for his teammates to wrap back up from the other site. They're still dispatching of all these teammates relatively quickly, though. One's getting close up and managed to wrap around. Raz being the one to pick up the kill against Stanislav, but that seems to be the only one they've gotten. And now with smokes in the way, he's limited to a 3v1, and Team Liquid do push past the 14 mark and right up to map point.
Why do you run, Blue? That's the 3rd time they've done that strat. They just all group up around those bathrooms. They throw a couple, you know, they can all line up their smokes from there, and then they can burst onto the site really, really quickly. Just right outside of the bathroom's entrance there.
Well, now for Winterfox, stuck up against the wall here. They're only going to have UMPs, not even a couple FAMASs. APOC doesn't even get himself a rifle. He's just going to have a deagle. So with everyone on the side of Winterfox playing separately here, grouped into these little mini 2-man plays that we can see. Imagine getting a little bit more aggressive, pushing out on the zone through construction there, but that's about it. And having to play very, very cautiously. Team Liquid responding to that in kind with their own style of cautiousness, same as we've seen on many, many rounds before. Just holding players in the bottom connector, Pimp outside of Monster, and the 3 around Fountain/Playground to make sure that Winterfox don't do anything crazy. And after some time passes by, right around here, the 1:10 mark, they'll start to move in for actual map control. And immediately, however, they do counter out the position from Pimp downstairs, right outside of Monster. So that's actually a first pretty major victory for Winterfox, is they're going to be able to confirm that there is zero presence, and more than likely that they're pulling off that same style of strat again. Now there is, you know, from this position where they executed on the last round, the opportunity for them to also go down through the connector and swing out towards B. But they won't be doing that, so with Winterfox kind of hedging their bets up towards A, that could end up working out for them. But they're not necessarily throwing an over-rotate here. It's just evenly split, 2 for 2, with the other players on B having to swing up pretty quickly. 2 for 1 on the way back in. Offnu does manage to retreat from behind the dumpster, and actually gets a pretty nice nade off as well. JDM and Nitro both being hit pretty heavily by that one, and with good flashbangs, it's given Winterfox routes to push past this smoke wall and get themselves in really quickly. Nitro holding in the corner here, but imagine slow on the follow-up, and Nitro just going off at this point. He only manages to take down 1 player, but he spots a good 2 more here. And now Apox alone in the 1v2, but he peeks right into JDM, and that will allow for the closeout to come in from Team Liquid. The expected result, but certainly not the expected scoreline, as the guys from Winterfox actually put up quite a good fight here. Ended up, I believe, at the very end there with 11 rounds total on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, they gave themselves a good chance to win that game. Unfortunately, a couple of those key rounds later on in that second half, Liquid really showing their experience, showing that they're the better team, and after a really, you know, back and forth game, kind of separate themselves at the end there.
All right, so with that said, we're going to bring the analysts back in the discussion now, and this was a bit of a surprise for us. Let's see if it was a surprise for them to see Winterfox, team that, you know, barely fight against some of the lower teams in Pro League, suddenly squaring off with one of the best.
You know, Vendetta, I'm just going to let you redeem yourself for everything you said about Winterfox before the match started.
No, it still rings true. Still rings true. Not a great team.
Most definitely a more a much closer score line, if you will, across the board there for Winterfox coming out. Props to him for gunning up. Or is this a situation where Liquid with Pimp, maybe, you know, who knows, right? Speculation.
I think it's a mixture of things. Obviously, Winterfox, one thing that you got to give them credit for is that they realized very quickly on like what the weaker parts of Liquid's defense were in that first half, and you could see them attacking that B sides multiple times. Obviously, them getting off to a good start with winning Pistol and first Byron as well. That's going to give you that 5-0 cushion immediately, which is obviously great. But, you know, they were actually good at figuring out what was going right and what was going wrong for Liquid eventually. They started having struggles, you know, dealing with the aggression coming out from Nitro and JDM on A, so they started to focus more heavily on B. But, you know, that said, when we saw Liquid last play on Overpass, their B defense wasn't especially good that time either. So, you know, on Liquid's end, that's something they need to toughen up, really, before they play higher-tier opponents going forward.
Well, talking about something that's toughened up, let's take a look now at round 12, a B hold over on the Liquid side. And as we get into this, Vendetta, what are we looking at?
Well, I mean, as we mentioned, Liquid having issues actually playing, you know, not too passively on B. So they go about it in a different way. After a failed B push the previous round, they go about it by having a tower and underpass to find that first frag onto short, alleviate some pressure, allows for Stan to actually play a forward position towards Monster. And again, with Winterfox pressured, not having control over short, not being able to take control in underpass, you know, they're forced to more or less rush through Monster through a smoke, and that's rarely going to pan out well for you, especially with Liquid actually playing forward. Because if Liquid play the way they normally play it, which is back towards site, allowing teams to execute fully on and actually get out of Monster, then the smoke you've put down there doesn't really have any effect at all. So, you know, it's a nice adaptation from Liquid, and it's something that we need to see more often, really, and perhaps earlier on even, when they get contested heavily towards B.
I mean, we even saw the double op setup come out there from Liquid, Nitro and JDM, both wielding the AWPs. I mean, even with that being said, it was 8-7 Winterfox at half on their T side. So just how effective is this double op setup over on the Liquid side?
I think given the start they had, it's obviously going to be tough to do because you don't get the chance to build up an economy during the first 5 rounds with you losing Pistol and so on. I definitely think it has merits. I'm not sure if Overpass is probably the map I would go to a double op setup on most of the time. But it's, you know, what Dave's mentioned, the fact that Nitro is a very good hybrid player, you kind of want to experiment with that at least.
Well, experimenting they might, but we're definitely going to see if Nitro and company can take down this Winterfox lineup on Cobble, and we're going to jump right into that after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL Two big shots in a row. Infinix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Infinix!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
He's looking for a low. He's going to get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
And we're back. It's time for the final map of the night. We're going to go to Kabul for this last of what was a doubleheader between Liquid and Winterfox. We saw a much closer matchup there in that first map on Overpass, and I think we'd planned for. Well, at least you, because you were talking about trash before the game. So.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess that's fair. Fair is fair. Got to keep me honest, but yeah, no, I'm expecting actually a pretty decent game coming out of this time, because Cobble has been the map where Winterfox has had the most competitive results in that sense. Managed to grab a win off of Luminosity, managed to play Immortal 16-14, even though that game was something in itself for different reasons. But the one big issue that they're going to run into is the fact that Cobble is Liquid's best map.
It is indeed, and they've had a very interesting approach to it in terms of. I think Peacemaker brought something to the table for them there in terms of how to approach Cobble.
Style.
The Brazilian way to approach Cobble, which I don't even know if you want to go into that one if you feel like explaining it at all.
Well, I mean, I guess it's kind of evident that most Brazilian or all the Brazilian teams pretty much have the same approach as to how they want to go about Cobble, and Peacemaker try to implement that with Liquid as well. I'm not sure if that's something that's actually going to remain with them, though, because we have to remember Peacemaker's no longer a part of Liquid, and they've got a new in-game leader, right? So Stanislav probably wants to have his own approach on how you're going to do or how you're going to play Cobblestone and so on. So I'm not really sure if that's going to be still too much in effect for Liquid, at least.
And it's not even something that we can judge it off this matchup too, because we obviously pimp out the door.
You don't really know where Liquid is, really.
We also don't really know where Winterfox stands on Cobble, but to tell us all about it is Eric de Beer Stromberg, who's going to analyze it for us.
Hey guys, welcome back to Stromberg Strategy. And wait, what do we have? A Winterfox highlight? Well, let's go take a look at this. As we see, they're playing Luminosity Gaming. This is 3-1 in favor of Winterfox so far. So yeah, they started off great. As you can see right here, it's gonna be a simple wall of smoke executing Cobble. You can find this on YouTube. It's pretty standard, the nades and everything. And I like this move by Offnu. He clears a common spot. He checks the cheesy spot. And nice move also by Zusi to kind of be the bait, take one for the team. Good kill exchange. And in this situation, even though it's a 4-on-3, maybe a Winterfox could have played that a little quicker, but you know what? How can I say? Hindsight's always 20/20. So they have to make a move. They have to get the bomb. They're playing super safe. After Offnu plants the bomb, he sticks by statue. He's not peeking. He knows that if he gets hit by a nade, he dies. But you know what? Make them use a nade instead of him peeking and it's giving up a free kill. Apox kind of being the baiter is Imagine spotting. So they spot. Imagine spots people, they get 2 kills, and now Pickle, who's in a pickle, had to run away, save a gun, easy cheesy by Winterfox, nice play. Now, the same strat from an overview, I want to talk about how these wall smokes, isolate this bomb site. Just imagine a line coming right across the statue. As you can see, it splits up LG. You have Destiny by Sidewalk. You have Showtime, this weird cheesy spot, and then SHC, he's kind of forced back. So if the wall of smoke was executed perfectly, if you look at top teams like SK, VP, and them, they will play behind the smoke. They let you take this area and play retake. So you got 2 options. You could play in front of the smoke, make sure you have a strong platform, and just kind of give up connector drop area, or you can play behind the smoke like a lot of teams do, make sure that they can't come drop, and just play a retake on bomb site, maybe get lucky through smoke. Now, this is 17-17. This is OT, all right? Yes, Winterfox is an OT against Luminosity. They're in this game still. Raz, nice pre-fry shot in Showtime. As you see, as he gets flashed a couple times over the wall, you know that someone's probably going to re-peek, especially a team like Luminosity who has aggressive uppers. They're going to peek on you a lot, and so he just had to hit a nice shot. Nothing you can do about that too much. So you can see right here, it's a 5-on-4 in favor of Winterfox. You see them all line up towards B. They're about to take a B hit, or at least bait some nades and maybe work B. You see Raz gets picked off by Destiny, 4-on-4 now. And so now this changes up the game plan just a little bit to where Imagine with the bomb is going to sneak back towards A as Offnu is going to fake B. They already dumped a whole bunch of smoke and utility towards B. So Offnu is going to finish the fake, and the timing's so perfect that when he throws it, it pulls the A guy just for a split second that allows Winterfox to take up middle and take control of that APC A bomb site. Offnu with a cherry on top, he gets 2 kills in B. Really different. This you see signs of great play by Winterfox. Hopefully they practice more. And, I mean, even though they're losing this season, is it too late? Maybe not. I mean, it's never too late if you don't get relegated, right? Well, who knows? We'll see with Winterfox. They're improving, guys. So just give them a chance to take a deep breath. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay, Winterfox. Back to you, Sana.
Thanks, Eric. I actually like that one. It's never too late if you don't get relegated.
That's words to live by right there.
I think that's the goal. Okay, so we got that one out of him, and we got Slotation was also a real banger when he dropped that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna remind him of Slotations. Actually, I think that's actually gonna be a common term. Just give it a couple of months.
Well, look, we're gonna go into Cobble here with the Winterfox and Liquid, and obviously, if JDM comes out firing away, they need that AWP. Are we going to see another double op setup here on CT side?
I wouldn't be too surprised, actually. Cobble is one of those maps that lends itself okay-ish to it. Obviously, depending on how your CT economy gets off to a good start or not. But you can play one opera alone towards that A-bomb site for the better part of the game and then have one towards Plateau, Chicken Coop, what have you. And I think that's definitely an opportunity for them. Whether or not Nitro feels very comfortable doing so, that's a completely different aspect to it. But it's definitely an opportunity, an option for them. So I wouldn't go away from it.
It's an option. It's an opportunity.
Exactly.
This guy.
Have a way with words, even though I don't know English.
All right, well, we're going to throw it over to Blue and Days, and we're going to get this bad boy underway. Take it away, guys.
All right, yeah, thank you very much. It does look like the map is almost ready to get started here now. And in fact, it may already be started here, folks. So let's jump right into it now as these players are ready to rock and roll. It's Winterfox versus Team Liquid, with Team Liquid starting off on the CT side and Winterfox on the T side. Into Cobblestone, back to the old standard days. I've actually had quite a few days without a Cobble map, so I'm wondering what happened with it, but it's back now.
Yep, and Liquid, like Vendetta said, it's one of their better maps. They're a very good Cobble team. JDM gonna take a peek here across the smoke, it looks like.
JDM actually able to spot quite a few of these guys, but coming up blank with the shots, at least until he finds that one. Just goes 1 for 1, though. Nitro picking up a second one as he holds the back step. It's actually Stan really struggling, but still staying alive, and that's what matters ultimately. This is left 3v1. APOC can't even get the bomb out, unfortunately. He's just stuck on these steps right now, and ultimately Elige will swing out, putting him down and putting Liquid onto the board with the pistol.
Yeah, I think Nitro was on the stairs there. They were lucky to even get JDM. He was in the air when he killed him. Just jumped through the air and one-bursted him, I believe. Look at Offner here.
Nitro nicely played as well, just looking all over the place. Hunt stuff down. Gets destroyed there. So Team Liquid up on the board. And Winterfox without the plant, well, they kind of like half buy into this one. It's kind of weird, as some players go for the full investment, others just go for the upgraded pistol. It's not going to matter, though, as well. They kind of haphazardly push to the edge of the mid-connector there, where Nitro is already pushed back up. And he's able to take down Imagine right from the start of the round and give them another 5v4 advantage to work off of. Not looking like Winterfox is going to try to do anything aggressive anytime soon here either. Just a slow waltz up towards the broken wall where JDM is kind of checking this slowly. He saw Offnu going into the corner. Nade will go deep here. Not so much damage, it's about 40 overall to Offnu, so not a huge amount, but this flashback is actually really good, and it's going to allow Offnu to waltz out for free and take down JDM. Problem is the rifle's still on the site. They don't have anything for that. So Elige has a beautiful amount of spray control there and is able to pretty much settle things, just leaving it down to APOC, who also hits a nice shot, so some responses to be seen from him. But the big goal for this round would be getting that bomb onto the site. It's not going to happen, though, and they'll only be able to escape with those 2 frags against Elige and JDM.
Yeah, now here comes the full eco, so it should be another simple, quick round probably for Liquid, as we see Elige just spray control on point.
The rest of Team Liquid here are proceeding to split their players up. They're just your default opener now. They've even gotten aggressive once more over towards the A side to try and get an earlier spot, as if there's going to actually be any aggression swung out here, but won't be finding it. Elige's finding quite a bit of damage, though, spraying through that smoke. He not only eliminated Raz, but brought Imagine down to 18 HP. And now Nitro catching APOC. Imagine, Offnu, and Zeusy here as well. Well, not going to be looking too good for them, as it's appearing like it's going to be a very quick closeout for Team Liquid, with all 5 alive at the end of the round, making quite a bit of money on those SMGs, too. And ending up 3-0, as expected, after the pistol victory there.
Yeah, we'll see if they upgrade JDM to an op. Doesn't look like they will. So no op for Liquid. They're going to be able to keep these 2 SMGs. So a lot of time those players play around drop zone with those.
The rest of Winterfox, however, kind of, again, just going straight forward into what would line itself up to be a direct B play early on, just taking the control outside to make sure that Liquid don't immediately get to smoke, do this, basically smoke this off and then push in to hold the control there. So Zusi's still out. OpTic, unfortunately, bails away from it and goes back behind the smoke. Leave his teammate out alone, but there won't be any follow-up from Liquid at all. They'll actually take control leading up the broken wall or anything like that. It is going to be somewhat held back for right now, as they'll also have to wait, I think, a moment here for Raz to regroup with them. It's actually not even just Raz, too. I think OpTic is also with him. OpTic or a Magic. A little hard to read the numbers from me right now. It's a Magic, excuse me. So those 2 players are working their way through the B halls now, and then once they all get together, I imagine we'll see the Execute come out on towards this A site. But, I mean, Liquid already set up for it, so they're going to be walking right into a trap, essentially.
Yeah, they are. They're taking a risk. They're only putting 1 towards A, and that's Nitro, and he even has a pretty fast rotate. But look, bomb's going back to A, so this is going to be a late A and drop split, most likely. We might see OpTic just smoke the broken wall and then lurk with 4 towards A.
Smoke's being deployed early on here to let OpTic funnel through this. At least lets him get out onto B and throw the fake. It's actually really well thought out here from the Winterfox guys, as Team Liquid are completely biting into this right now, but they do see the play coming up the ramp, so they will start to rotate off of this one now. OpTic still hunting on the B-bomb site, but he'll be immediately knocked back out. It's the ones on A that matter, and that's not going too well either. A 1-to-1 trade to start it off. APOC trying to wrap in through the rat hole there, but he is not going to be able to find all that much. And in fact, Nitro is still having presence on the site. Raz tries to just go for the plant, despite the fact that he's got an opponent right next to him. And yeah, time's going to run out here, but APOC goes down right before that timer runs out.
Just in the middle of battling, just pull out the bomb and plant.
I got this, guys.
Yeah, don't worry. Easy round.
Once I put it down, I'll just 180 headshot this guy to nowhere. He won't hear me. I've got a silent bomb. So.
Oh, man. Feel bad for
that
ragging
looked
on
way
Raz,
worse on replay, actually.
Yeah. Poor guy.
So 4-0 for Team Liquid now, and Winterfox onto just an upgraded pistol round for most of their guys. A couple with armor buys, making half buys, but oh, goodbye OpTic. It just gets chunked with Elige and JDM both contributing to that nade toss. Imagine pushing out though. Does trade onto Nitro. He pushes a little bit too aggressively out from A long. Back down to a 4v4. Elige getting himself into the battle with quite a few of these guys, or just one of them anyway on the B. Zusi tried to push his way up sidewalk, but was found out there by JDM. Actually having a little bit of trouble with Raz there, so it's actually calling pimped out bailout. But so now we're into the 4v2, and the ship has kind of sailed for Winterfox actually getting anything done here because they kind of seem to push those guys out through broken wall too quickly. Goes sneaking in now with a minute remaining. Elige being the one to take the contact here from sitting behind the statue. And again, doing decent damage, bringing him down to 22 HP at the very least here. But actually getting out and finding this plant is going to be the trouble area here. Thankfully, Liquid are still playing it back pretty passively, so room for a one-on-one there. And actually should be availability to get a pretty clean pickup on Elige. But the good news is that Elige and JDM are really just wasting time, so that Stanislaw would be able to come in from behind and really just finish things off. But they pick up the kill anyway, so Stanislaw is a bit of an unneeded factor. 5-0 now, looking good, continuing forward. Getting past these anti-equals without losing too many players. Takes us into another gun round where now, and we also get to see the op coming back in for Raz, along with full utility purchases for everybody on Winterfox too.
Yeah, so Stan going A now along with Nitro, so they're going to probably challenge in these A halls. Nitro's going to meet up with him. JDM has that op, so he usually likes to get aggro up or B, but in this round he's just going to op chicken coop. Oh, now he goes aggro.
JDM, in the meantime, though, is going to toss in some nades once more, and looks like Winterfox managed to jump out of it just in time. They only take about 40 damage between 2 players there overall, as OpTic and Zusi get hit by it. Pimp, though, actually walks into the window where he's hit quite heavily and has to kind of back up now and let Winterfox get initial drop control. Nitro, though, also found that first kill onto Imagine. So they still hold the advantage here, along with a decent amount of utility. They still have another smoke to deploy, along with a couple HE grenades that they can try to throw back at these guys. Once again, the only real aggression from Winterfox is being thrown out towards B. So Liquid is able to kind of read into this and set up for another 4-man B split, just having Stanislaw alert if they do fall back. JDM even has the advanced position up on top of the box on Broken. You can see those nades coming back out. He's going to be able to reconfirm it. There's the bomb. So now they know it's working its way out onto this site. And again, much like the last gun round here, Winterfox just aren't really getting anywhere. They aren't able to even get up to Broken Wall. Raz is on the run, and I'm pretty sure he's going to save.
Yeah, he will. Goes back to T-spawn, just JDM at the platform, just too much for them. Early pick-off in the round by Nitro. They can't take any A control, and you really need to be well coordinated when you're pushing off that B plat guy. Like, you have to flash him back, you have to use your mollies, you have to, you have to know how to push him back.
So ultimately,
yeah, I think JDM is going to just have control of that like the whole game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we'll see though.
Ultimately, Raz, like we said before, did decide to fall back inside of the truck here. He makes it out alive. No one decides to go for the full check inside of the big truck there, and that allows for him to save the op at the very least. And this will still, thankfully, because they're on full losing bonus now, I do believe, carry them into another investment here with obviously much lighter utility. Everybody except for Zusi getting AKs though. He'll just have to downgrade to a Tech 9, and Raz with a save, still using his op. We'll have to see if he can find a better chance to mainly take down JDM, as he's been the big player so far. But Stanislaw, he's gonna make an aggressive movement this time, shifting back out, finds Imagine, swings back out, looking for OpTic as well, but he does overstay his welcome in that respect, as OpTic is going to be able to trade, but he also loses about half of his HP. APOC taking another duel here too, but this time it is the Team Liquid player that comes out on top. Heavy cost to him, as he's brought down to 12 HP, but Elysia does indeed sink the kill. With Winterfox, well, trying to send OfNu out towards A long, but with this low of HP and still having like Nitro watching out for an A long push here, I think he did miss the Q on him initially, jumping back out. But they've got 2 position, and they'll be able to finish the job on him. No additional pressure coming out onto that site, so in a second here, they can probably call for everybody else to rotate over. And even so, the last 2 didn't even retrieve the bomb when they were getting ready to push back out. They both have Molotovs and smokes to try and execute with here, so they've got something going for them, but the problem being is they also just got mollied out. JDM just barely survives it, though. Gets himself back, but Pimp has a great angle to counter out broken pressure. He's already taken down Raz, and Zusi goes down right after that one. Time and time again, Winterfox just trying to force the issue, but every time being shut down, and so far it's a flawless match from Liquid, and it's showing in their money.
Yeah, and this is going to, this is getting out of control pretty quickly. Winterfox just not even able to even dent their economy. I mean, we have 8 total kills on the board for Winterfox in the 8th round. So they're averaging a kill a round right now.
Stanislaw working himself with the scoped gun now, and we'll see if he can do any damage with that one on the August. Well, really just needing to sink the cash down a little bit. Again, they've tried to force their way out to the sidewalk. This has actually gone okay. Still, though, not really going to make any traction with actually getting it onto the site. So there we go. Shut down once more. And this will be an 8th round for Liquid unless Raz has some magic play he's about to make here. 1v4. JDM finds him. There you have it. Another one for Team Liquid. They're not showing any signs of struggling at all. And we also have a secret agent on the New Zealand squad here. It's Raz 007. Always fun when that happens. Fortunate for Raz, though.
I know, I'm having a blast, Blue. Great game we got here.
So, Winterfox, again, splitting their players up 4-1. They're going to send APOC over here towards B. And a lot of them, for the first time, pushing out towards long A. Stan, he's got the AUG to try and use, though. We'll see if he can find any impact with it. But he's actually falling back, being chased from the suicide area, but he does manage to retreat out in time. Even probably going to catch actually pretty decent amount of damage, like 20 on 3 different players there. Now, though, getting himself into the cup, he'll take contact against Raz, finds the frag there. JDM, in the meantime, well, Zusi is going up on his own. JDM will get smoked, but it doesn't matter. Imagine so far getting the only kill here against Stanislaw, so it does drop the AUG onto the ground, but Nitro spotting the head of OfNu is going to take him down. And for APOC, well, he's locked into a 1v4 now. Another attempt to just force their way up after being spotted as well. And it obviously doesn't go very well. Liquid just winning out another round. Now they're up to 9.
Full A rush there. Zusi and Raz combined 0 and 19, or 0 and 17, I think it was.
Nice little flick there from JDM.
Zusi, I mean, JDM was peeking from the connector. He like didn't even care. Just run, because he shot before that too. He just runs up to try to flank the 2 guys.
And now down on Tech 9s, it is looking like Winterfox are going to try and force the problem once more out towards Broken Wall. JDM does miss the opening shot here, but I mean, same as many of these past rounds, they've been red. They know they're here. So if they follow through on this, we could already
see. Look where Santa's too.
Yeah, and there's going to be a big flank coming in from him in the next like 20 or 30 seconds. Even if they get out onto this site, JDM got APOC through the smoke. Unfortunately, stayed up on top. Considering the way these rounds have gone, though, it's not going to be too big of a problem. Elige gets the double kill. Imagine does manage to sneak his way in, but stands here, still with an AUG, I should mention. And Imagine, well, tries to take down Nitro with an angle advantage, but fails in that regard. So Liquid with another double digits now. Winterfox still without a single round on the board and continuing to just buy into it now because they have full losing bonus.
They have 12 kills, Blue.
Did it really? Is it that bad? Oh my goodness. Wow, I didn't even realize that was also an issue too. So I mean, especially like over the past like 3 to 4 rounds, like they haven't even gotten close. They've just been, they just keep getting destroyed.
They were averaging 1 kill a round for like 8 rounds.
So off of that one now. Yeah, 12-1 and 17-2 is also ludicrous there. Stands somehow even, but that kind of makes sense since he hasn't seen a whole lot of action, unfortunately. But Nitro now even counter boosting up. They've already somehow taken down 2 players with them working things out over here. Pimp getting counter boosted up on top, even being able to find 1, and then JDM I think also got 1 too. So what is Winterfox going to do? Probably not much, unfortunately, as they don't really have a whole lot of room to work with here. Again, just going straight forward, not trying to do anything tricky or anything of that nature. Just pushing their way out, going to try to smoke out anything on the site and then hope that they could get a plant at the very least, but Team Liquid are all here. I'm actually amazed that Stan didn't push out again looking for a flank here, but there we go. 2 kills for Elige, and OpTic is now alone in a sad world. He'll just peek out at JDM, giving himself away. Team Liquid up to 11.
Another easy round for Liquid. Blue, if we had a show and tell, what would you bring?
What do you mean?
Like, you know how we do the Strongberg segments?
Yeah.
What if we did a show and tell segment? What would you bring? We got a lot of stuff.
My drone.
Did you pick that over your electric skateboard?
Yeah, dude.
You kind of cursed the electric skateboard after you fell.
Well, the problem. Well, are we showing it in here? Or are we like? Where you can?
That would be like on camera. You could bring your dog. He can come for show and tell
too. I feel like the drones.
People say PETA because he's shaking.
Like
Poor guy. Yeah.
Anyway, they're pushing their way out onto B, trying again to force it. It actually starts off okay this time, though, but Liquid, well, Elige specifically just spotted one through the smoke, and he's waiting for them to try to push sidewalk again. It started off with them getting such good control, but then, oh my goodness, Liquid just battle right back at it. They only lose Pimp, and now they're up to 12.
What do you think I'd bring?
I don't know, probably your newly acquired shoe collection that you've gotten.
I probably would.
Over the past, like, 5 days.
I know. In 5 days, I've spent a lot of money on shoes. You know, now that I've done this, though, I'm like a girl. Like, you know, girls, they're always, like, look at shoes and they look at the other shoes people are wearing?
Yeah.
I always look at everybody's shoes. I gotta say, Blue, I'm not impressed at your collection.
I literally only wear like this one pair of shoes.
That's why I'm not impressed.
I could wear.
That's why I'm not impressed.
I have Burt's beeswax boots as well. Those are apparently a thing. Stan catching 1, Nitro catching 2, and while the trades do come in from APOC and Raz, it still means nothing, as Raz is now alone with 18 HP, and it's gonna be well after Raz gets that kill on him. Or excuse me, Raz gets
He's
that
a
kill on
madman. He's on fire, everybody.
So Raz is gonna look.
Can't be stopped. A 2K.
He's gonna look for the 1v2 clutch, pushing his way out, but
Working on my play-by-play.
Putting a stop. Yeah, it's a good time to do it. Putting a stop to the rampage and letting Liquid go up to 13.
Just an incredible round by Raz, bringing his kill total up to 3.
Wait, is it really 3 now?
Yeah, man.
Oh my goodness, he's
tripled it that round.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
They have 16 kills total.
That's
16.
Why was the last map so good and then Liss? They just lose everything. Well, APOC finding Pimp. And actually, the defenses on B are quite light because they sent Stan out again. But Nitro finding this kill on APOC, battling back for a little bit of control. They still have, obviously great utility too. And they keep battling against the window players. So Nitro's going to take down OffNew. And again, at the opener, there was around like this 2 or 3 rounds back too, where it would look like Winterfox had okay positioning at the start to maybe capitalize on something, but then it all goes down the drain. Now it's a 3v4.
Remind me, how did Winterfox get into Pro League, by the way? I can't remember.
They took...
Did they won Premier? They qualified?
No.
No?
No. They were invited by the owner of the org after the old team was dropped.
Huh.
Because that was what is now Denial down in Premier. Anyway, though, closer round here as we do see Nitro moving back in, though. He drops the bomb and follows it up with a second. Goes for the third, fails there, but Zusi, 1 more to go, and finally, Winterfox winning out a round. And it's at the hands of Zusi with a 3K. Rip the 16-0. I didn't even jinx it. I didn't even mention it once. I did not. I just wanted to
It was
let
like
it
the
go.
perfect game.
I know.
You can't mention it. You just gotta act like everything's normal.
You just gotta let it happen.
You know what a perfect game is in baseball?
That's just...
What?
This is 9 inning street with 9 innings straight with like just striking out everybody, right?
No, not strike. That'd be impossible, dude. Nobody's gonna strike out everybody.
Well, what's a perfect game?
It's where they have no hits, no walks. Like a pitcher pitches a perfect game, and he has no hits on him or no walks.
Yeah, wouldn't that be striking out everybody?
No, because you could get out without striking out. Like you hit on the ground, ground balls, pop flies.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a perfect game.
Yeah, that's close.
Saying they strike out everyone is not close. No pitcher's gotten 27 strikeouts in a game. That would be absurd.
That'd be cool. All right, well, JDM going to be challenging this Susi, finding 1 frag here. They do have a man advantage right now in a 3v4, and they're going to capitalize upon it a little bit. Pimp swinging out from the pizza, though, finds Zusi, taking him down, and again, putting this back into palatable terms for Team Liquid, but they still have to actually figure out where the hit is going to work its way towards now. Stanislaw puts himself up on the balcony here. He's not spotted Raz pushing out from long, just paying attention for a ramp push right now, and Winterfox actually smart about this, have swung the other way. So Stan actually is in a pretty bad spot right now. Yeah, he's going to be caught in the open. So now it's up to Pimp to 1v3 this. It's the 15th round, so he's not going to save. He'll go for this one, but a lot of big guns have been given over to the Winterfox side. Well, the smoke fades in the doorway here. He's going to have to try and hold on for the time being, but no one from Winterfox will peek it. They are just posted up against it. However, he does try to push into that. It'll be a pretty quick death for him unless he shows us some serious heroics here. No one even trying to initially contest it. Just waiting for him to go into the cross there. Spots the first player, missing the shot, catching Ras in the open. Hello, there's Imagine. And indeed, Winterfox do show us a little bit of light at the end of the half. Still only ending up with 2 rounds in it, with it being an overall domination for Team Liquid. Things are not looking very good at all for Winterfox. We'll be right back, guys, in just a few to see if they can round it back, or if Liquid are just going to quickly shut this map down.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Liquid just destroying Winterfox right now. 13-2. It was almost a 16-0, but then the ESL CS Twitter account jinxed it, so it didn't end up happening. So it's now 2 rounds on the board for Winterfox. I'll wait to see where it goes from here. As I mean, like at the very end there, it was pretty much just Liquid, I think, playing around a little bit and giving up some stuff. So ultimately, still looking at Liquid with pretty good control of the matchup right now.
Yeah, I mean, when you're up 13-0 and you know you're going to win, everybody just gets really loose, and sometimes
it's all giggles in the team speak at that point.
I mean,
like,
they're just, they're just messing around at this point.
Yep.
I mean, they pretty much know they won the game. So
back into it, however, in the pistol round for Team Liquid. Let's see what they have to offer us on their own T side, and this is with this kind of a
1d6 and 5.
That is insane. It's the stat pad match for Liquid, it seems like at this point. As we can see early on, they're actually taking it quite slow, and there's a good reason to that too, because look at how aggressive Winterfox are going to be. They try to push up towards like Broken Wall, they push out over here towards A-Long. They've got like, I think 2 or 3 guys in mid-connector too, so they wanted to play hyper-aggressive. Look at this though. APOC, you better check that corner, because you're going to walk into a surprise, but oh, he gets one! He's almost going to be able to get the second one, but I think Elige comes in from the backside to save him there. Taking down Stan, but Elige trading the blow onto him. And now for the rest of Liquid, still holding back for right now, just taking things a little bit slowly here. They have moved in for drop control, and I think Pimp in a moment is going to find himself possibly in the battle with Raz, depending on the path that he takes. Everything all quiet beyond that, though, as Liquid still look for a safe route to get themselves into that B-bomb site, where they certainly are going to end up moving into here. ZeuSi also positioning himself. A good angle to actually headshot Nitro, but then leaps back down because of just how heavy the drop play is going to be. Raz, unfortunately, is not going to be able to work towards both of them. ZeuSi, though, finding Nitro. Elige trading onto him, however, and now Offnu having to battle back out against these players, trying to split against him at window. There's a beautiful first shot, but unfortunately, Pimp comes in.
What?
And not only finds Offnu.
He was literally sandwiched.
And then Pimp spins around to kill Raz as well. It's Imagine alone in a 1v2 now to have to push himself out over here towards the doorway. Pimp's waiting in the transition drop room, and Pimp waits over there in the chicken coop. So Imagine already being spotted. They can pinch him if he goes beyond that rock. They'll just play it nice and safe, and there you go, Elige taking it down, and it's Liquid up to 14 at the start. Let's take a look at this again. Pimp swoosh right onto the second player, and he shuts down Raz as well. Raz, been unfortunate. And now Winterfox, well, forcing fully into this one with an interesting buy from Raz. He goes for a Nova and no armor at A-Long.
Nova's solid, man. Underrated gun.
Underrated gun?
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to see how he works with it. He actually probably won't get much action with it, unfortunately. The only player that would go up against him more likely would end up being Stan, unless there's some reason for Liquid to divert away from B and swing it into A. And on the late rotate, it's probably going to be pretty irrelevant after everyone else on Winterfox is dispatched of here. So just keeping it quiet again. Team Liquid's kind of slow playing it. Obviously don't want to make any big mistakes here and allow Winterfox any chance at a comeback. So just waiting for the perfect moment. And they run down the timer, and then they'll be ready to execute. Molotov splits the players downstairs. The flash against him. They do move in to spot his positioning, but actually, well, Imagine's just going to get both of them. ZeuSi even moving in to regroup. He didn't even need his teammate there, so nice stuff from Imagine. And all of a sudden, this is down to a 5v3. As we can see, the rest of Liquid going to be trying to push their way out towards the broken wall. Now just giving up on drop, but also a counter boost coming in from Winterfox as they swing around at Stan finding one, but ZeuSi and Offnu working together to kill 2 of the remaining 3. Elige alone catches Offnu in a reload. He's got a 1v2, and like I said, Raz, you know, at long range is going to be rough to actually have an impact here. So Elige just takes it slowly, creeping up to the site. Raz going for drop initially to trade out that gun, as you can see. Now he's got a UMP. Now he's a bit more dangerous. And Elige hunting by that rock spot to see if he can find Imagine behind it. He's not going to catch him just yet. And in a moment, you will have Raz moving in. But Liquid goes checking for it. Elige goes checking for it. Correct myself here. And now hopping back in Elige. You got to check behind that rock spot as he's going to be waiting for you. Hasn't even realized it. There's 8 seconds remaining. He'll be found out. Imagine will close out the round. And we'll see Winterfox pick up a 3rd.
Just what we need, Blue. More rounds of Counter-Strike.
Oh, Yeah, so Winterfox do hold on to it there. It's a pretty heavy cost to them, though. As you can see, they're still like out of cash on their rebuy, so Liquid's just going to force it. If they can re-break him again, then obviously we go into that arduous process, but Team Liquid only needs 2 to win anyway. So, well, here comes ZeuSi now, armed with the Mag 7. He tags 2 of them, but is not going to get a single kill. Opening up a pathway for Team Liquid now to push directly in towards A. And in fact, Nitro even wielding the shotgun now, trying to see if he can clear out over there towards the mid connector. And even in Suicide, Raz looking to challenge as well out through long, but well, what do you know? They're all gone. It's a mystery that the guys from Winterfox will have to solve later on, but it'll reveal itself here since Nitro just walks right back into Raz. APOC finding the pressure and drop as they attempted to line up a bit of a split there. Stands also pretty low at 22 HP. So Liquid, while they did have a good start to this round, are very quickly kind of losing their options, and they will need to execute out the A long and hope that it's a clean one. The good news for Liquid, though, is that everybody except for, I believe, Raz has cleared out from A, so it is a relatively open site currently. Raz, though, is waiting in a spot which may not get checked more times than not. I think he's playing towards the cannons right now. So they'll have to make sure that they look towards him when they do go back into this site. Still, no one on Winterfox sitting suspicious at all. It's right now that I think we see Imagine start to move his way back over. But the flashes and the smoke goes over top. They're leaving too much room for Imagine to kind of leap back in, though. And now Raz just gets the beautiful lineup here. And he ends up with a triple kill on the round. Actually, excuse me, he gets a triple kill at the end. He ends up with a 4K on the round. As he also got that one at A long early when Nitro kind of walked into him. So 4th round for them. That actually breaks the economy for Liquid, meaning they have to force here and let Winterfox buy back a little bit. Leave just the 1 round should be good enough for them, however, and then they'll be able to reinvest again after that. And they're going to take it pretty straightforward on this round. Just trading forward, directly down towards that mid connector. They'll see if they can force the issue on A, and if not, no biggie. They still have a 10-round cushion to play with.
Looks like they'll just jump through this smoke, maybe? No? Just waiting patiently. And look at APOC. Knife them all. Knife them all. Every single one.
That's at least a double knife. No!
How do you know, man? Come on.
I think he actually would have gotten more kills with the knife.
I think so, too.
So he only gets 1 there, and that evenly trades itself out. Liquid end up going back up on top of... Well, they're probably going to push most of their players out towards Broken Wall, but ZeuSi is waiting here. The Molotov going on to the ground at this point, but Zeus is able to spot some of them. Trying to catch Pimp on the cross, too. A little bit late into the spray for that one, though. But now they just rerouted a drop, and I think they're going to funnel out towards A pretty quickly here, since that may be a bit more of an open site currently. They're correct about that, but... The site maybe is open, but the actual area of it is not. And Raz, once again, will have himself a chance to frag out here. Spotted the second player crossing and was able to do some damage to him, but missed the first one. So they're actually going to let them get away with a plant here on like a full save round, which is actually a pretty big deal since their money would have been a little bit tight going into the next gun round, but now they should be completely secure. In fact, Pimp holding on for one additional pickup here. He does get over-aggressive in picking up that gun, so ZeuSi and Raz trade out the final 2 kills, and Winterfox will still win the round, but now Team Liquid will definitely be buying back into this next one, and they should have pretty much everything except for maybe like an op. Yeah, this is, this should have gone way better. That's that first one. What happens here?
Well, he only needed to tap him like once in the head, you know?
Yeah. I love the groan. See Coast
that man, get that man a P90. And they're all dead. Get that man a P90.
Someone call Ricks. Well, Team Liquid now back on the buy. They're going to push themselves in. And Raz already going down over here on the ramp. The rest of Liquid trying to push their way up towards it, but obviously with some delays that they can get their teammates in a position and whatnot. Molly into the corner, that should send OffNew out. Nitro not hitting this spray though, and in fact, it's Stan that finds the kill. OffNew is able to finish his frag on a Nitro here, and all right, Imagine just gonna take that Molly and just burn in the corner. Liege follows through, takes down APOC, and in comes Liquid up to 15 rounds. And the money was never really that great for Winterfox, so their force in here isn't going to be the best either. They're going to have 2 UMPs and 3 M4s, I believe.
Can't wait till we hear what the analysts have to say about this.
It's going to be a lot of great points about Winterfox here. Just throwing their heads at the wall for 90% of T sides. But Team Liquid back to taking it slow again. Not wanting to rush their way into the round. And unfortunately gets smoked out, but it's right at the end of it, so he can just take like 2 steps forward there and still be fine in his current position. Liquid are a much more patient team on this T side than Winterfox are currently. They're just holding it back right now and waiting it out. Things to go away, and for their opportunity to arise to really push back in and give them what they need to just swoop in and close out this match. You can see again them leading the charge, even going in, so more than likely a drop split on the way here. Elige catching the first kill though on the ramp. Zeusie's able to respond as he hides in that corner, trying to get him out though. Elige and Stanislaw work together to execute Zeusie, and while rotates are on the way, they still do have to worry about that additional player that's going to come up flanking them, possibly from drop, or may just lurk his way out into the site. In fact, the bomb, no, I take everything back. The bomb's actually going towards B, so this worked out great because Elige can just hold here. Maggie's not peeking for intel, so they're just, they're just holding off here at the moment. And at least making a bunch of noise to try and resell the fact that they are actually going onto this site. With him dead, though, the rest of Team Liquid do kind of have to speed back up. This has been even into a 3v3. And they will have to deal with a post plant here, but Stan already forward on the sidewalk there, catching one with a nade up. No, he will get caught by APOC, so it's retraded down to a 2v2. Pimp on the rock position, just waiting for APOC to peek back out, and he should be safe unless Imagine goes super aggressive and swings out around here. JDM saw him peek it back out, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It's Team Liquid that close out here on the second map. Unfortunately, Winterfox not bringing much of a contest that time until the very end of the first half, and winning the pistol. Why not they get a few more rounds going into the second half there, but ultimately just not that great. Not what we saw back on Overpass for sure.
What a shocker. Thought they were going to bring it back there.
Did you?
Yeah. Pretty one-sided affair, though. Can't wait to see what our analysts have to say, though, Blue.
Yeah, and indeed, with that said, we are going to take it pretty quickly back over to them and see if they have any other, insight to add onto this one, guys. Are you there?
Guys?
Yeah, we're here. Yeah. So, a pretty dismal showing there on Cobble from Winterfox. And things are just dreary on this side as well as we
They took us for a ride. They built up hope going on, going from Overpass. We knew Cobble had been, strong in the sense that anything's been strong for them in Pro League so far. And they shatter our dreams.
They definitely did that. They picked up momentum there on Overpass. You're exactly right.
Yeah, and that's where it stopped as well.
Right. So the scoreline we see over there on Cobble, indicative just to the difference between these two teams. I think very much Liquid, even with Pimp on his way out the door, still a much higher caliber team than this Winterfox roster.
Yeah, it's miles apart, and this is kind of more like what we would have expected seeing in the first map initially. And I guess in a sense, it's nice for Liquid to get that final goodbye, the curtain call on Cobble in such a way they did. But obviously for Winterfox, there's just not a lot of positive to say really about what went down.
So, listen, Liquid goes up 13-1 as CTs after grabbing pistol. 13-1. And you got to think in their mind, after they lose that first round, it's most likely, okay, let's have some fun with this. This is Pimp's last game. Let's enjoy it.
Yeah.
Still able to close it out in a convincing fashion. Nitro was absolutely crushing these dudes on the CT side.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how many frags Nitro eventually ended up with, but he had something like 27-5 towards the end of the first half. So he was absolutely dominant. So
it's pretty good.
Yeah, and he's one of the guys who've been missing in that sense from Liquid as well in recent times. So if he, can get the ball rolling right now, even though they're not going to have a permanent fifth, I think it's even more important for him to have good showings, right? So, they're not going to rely on having the team play aspect of it anymore with the lineups change. So if he can find his, personal form and get back into shape with things, that's going to be a good sign for Liquid.
Absolutely, 100%. Well, in case you did miss that matchup or even the OpTic Cloud9 matchup that I think is either going on or
I think second map is about to get started or just got started.
Just got started. Either way, you can find those VODs over on youtube.com/ESLCS. And in all reality, I think you can find them for just across every match across the board.
Yeah.
Which one probably stands out in your mind in terms of this entire season? What's your go-to recommendation?
Go-to recommendations for matches from this season? there's a lot to choose from. Honestly, if you want to see a good train game, just like well all-around game, really, go to see Cloud9 versus Immortals on train. Should be a good matchup, and it's a nice way to actually pick up and learn how to play aggressively, on train by watching Cloud9.
Well, it is that time. We saw the 4 maps for tonight. We saw some blowouts. We saw some close bouts. Let's take a look and let's recap those now as we do see them come up in front of you. OpTic SK in the beginning of the night, 16-14. SK taking their first L of the season.
Yep.
So they're no longer undefeated. There are no undefeated teams in all of Pro League to this time. So OpTic picking up that W there, then faltering over on Inferno. And, as the story is told, on Overpass and Kabul, the Liquid Show.
Yeah, very much the Liquid Show, and I guess to be expected in that way. Again, want to give credit to OpTic for actually being able to grab Train off of SK earlier today. And again, speaking of recommendations, definitely a match to watch because that was just very cookie cutter CS from OpTic, but it was well executed, right? And that's what you want initially if you want to learn how to play properly, right? So, for teams who want to look into how to get going on train, I think that's a good match to watch as well.
I mean, I wouldn't have come out here and said this, right away from the get-go, but perhaps a little more time, OpTic has a chance to maybe formalize something there with Jason R alongside. There's a chance.
I mean, there's a chance, and obviously I think that it's better for them to stick with one guy for the remainder of the Pro League season instead of just bringing in a new guy each and every week, right? So they at least build some sort of foundation.
Well, that foundation is going to be ever so important as we do get later into the season. OpTic obviously looking to get in there and get to that Dallas LAN finals over at the Verizon Theater. But in case you don't know what I'm talking about, check this website out, proleague.com/Dallas. Get your tickets, be there, or continue being square, or whatever it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Are you a square?
No, it's not hip to be square, unlike the song.
Absolutely. I think you couldn't have said it better. You know what? Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule at this time as we do plan to be here at the same great place at the same great time. Immortals Rush, Complexity, and Selfless. I mean, which one of these sticks out to you, Vendetta?
I mean, Complexity versus Selfless does have some intrigue to it because it's a massively important game for both teams, both struggling at the bottom, right? So they desperately need to, if not just get 2 maps, but at least get 1 W in their corner.
Well, I mean, we've talked about that distancing between the pack, between the top of the pack, the middle of the pack. But even more importantly than that is the bottom of the pack distancing itself from others in the bottom of the pack.
Exactly.
You don't want to be that team at the end that's 1 in whatever.
Yeah.
Facing certain relegation, left in bad shape, and seeing your way down to the minor leagues,
Yeah, and I mean, you're only going to get so many opportunities to face other struggling teams over the course of a season, right? So when you have the opportunity to pounce on a weakened prey, you have to do it. It's not like you're going to have an easier chance going up against SK, Cloud9, or Liquid for that matter, right?
Right.
So, no, big opportunity for both Complexity and Selfless tomorrow night.
Absolutely. And we will be here in case you missed that part. We're kicking it off tomorrow at about 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. So make sure you're here to join us. I've had a good time tonight. I don't know about you.
Yeah, as always.
Did you thoroughly enjoy that last one?
I mean, it could have been better. Could have been better.
Could have been a little bit closer. A little bit closer of a note to end the night on. But that is exactly what we're going to do. We do appreciate you all at home, and we've had a great time. So tomorrow will be same great place, all that good stuff. Make sure to join us here. We'll be back tomorrow.